last night. Then we are waiting to see how this particular proceeding will be taking shape this afternoon. There are 2 or about 3 more witnesses for the House to consider this afternoon. These are witnesses in defense of the impeachment of the Deputy Governor for Kisii County. That is Lucy Wahito, Karen Magara, Ruben Monda, who happens to be the brother for Matundura, as well as Wycliffe. Those are the witnesses for the County Assembly. But then again, from the DG side, we have Joseph Misati, who is the father to the first witness. If you're just joining us, the business of the Senate is just about to commence. Senator Haji is the senator presiding over the business of the House this afternoon. Allow me to hand you over.
Almighty God, we beseech you to behold with your abundant favors and blessings as your servants whom you have been pleased to call to leadership positions in this republic. We seek guidance to treat and consider all matters that shall come under our deliberation in so just and faithful a manner as to advance the peace, prosperity, and welfare of our country and of those whose interest you have committed to our charge. Amen. Clerk, can we confirm quorum, please? Sergeant at Arms, please ring the bell for 5 minutes.
Senator Abdul Haji, a member of the Speaker's panel, currently presiding over the business of the Senate this afternoon, has directed the Sergeant at Arms to ring the quorum bell for 5 minutes to allow for senators within the presence of Parliament to make their way into the chamber this afternoon to necessitate the House to raise the requisite quorum to commence business this afternoon. According to the House standing orders, we need at least 15 senators for the commencement of business this afternoon. Away from Joseph Misati, who happens to be the father of the first witness, we will be having Thomas Obare Nyaboro, Amos Bigay Onderi, and Lillian Onyango, all members of the County Assembly of Kisii County, adducing more evidence this afternoon before the senators to give senators some evidence before them as to why the Deputy Governor should not be impeached from office. In regards to the program of this second and the final day of the impeachment this afternoon, at about between 2:30 to 4 has been allocated for evidence by the Deputy Governor for examination and re-examination of witnesses. between 4 to around 5 p.m. Questions as well as requests for clarification by senators will be taking that particular time allocated for it. And between 5 to 6 p.m., we'll be having closing statements on behalf of the County Assembly, allocated about an hour, as well as a further 60 minutes allocated on behalf of the Deputy Governor, before the House then again proceeds to determine if the grounds for impeachment have been met when the County Assembly of Kisii did impeach their Deputy Governor. Remember, a total number of 53 members of the County Assembly voted to impeach Honorable Dr. Robert Mwonda. The quorum has been attained. Allow me to hand you over for this live broadcast. Enjoy your viewing and good afternoon.
Sorry, communication from the chair. Order number 2, hearing and determination on the proposed removal from office by impeachment of Honorable Dr. Robert Mwonda, the Deputy Governor of Kisii County.
Very well. I think the defense is supposed to be calling a number of witnesses. Is the defense ready?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, sir.
And who will you be calling in as a witness?
The Deputy Governor, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Senior Counsel, you have 1 hour, 45 minutes. And I think that's the total for your examination, cross-examination, and re-examination, I will presume. For the one,
of this witness?
For the one witness.
For the one witness?
Yes. Okay. Senior Counsel, I'm being advised that you had already consumed your time with the previous witness. Therefore, I'm being advised that you have 1 hour, 45 minutes to examine all your witnesses.
Mr. Speaker, sir, could I request then, for purposes of this witness, that I take 30 minutes and you designate a time for cross-examination so that I can be spared time for the next set of witnesses, please.
Very well. That's in order.
What time are you giving for cross-examination?
You've asked for 30 minutes?
Yes, for examination in chief. I think for cross-examination, they need about 10 minutes or less.
Speaker, sir, I wish to distance myself from the sentiments from the adversarial party. He had no instructions to enter my appearance. We seek an equivalent of 1 hour to deal with the culprit.
Mr. Speaker, sir, a moment ago, my colleague was told that the use of the word culprit is unparliamentary. I don't know why he's insisting on using that word, and I ask for your protection for my client.
Senior Counsel, I think let's give you 30 minutes to examine your witness. Cross-examination, I think what has been precedence since the start of this hearing is that you will get 15 minutes. But once we get to the cross-examination, at that time we'll check what the time is and decide. So let us start with you, Senior Counsel, with your 30 minutes.
But, Mr. Speaker, sir, my colleague, Mr. Ndegwa, has repeated the use of the word culprit against my client. I insist this time around that he apologizes.
Yes.
I don't know why my senior is having a misconception of a simple English word, because the word culprit simply means a person in Oxford Dictionary. A misdeed, but I apologize. Apologies.
Have you apologized? Did I hear an apology at the end?
No, he hasn't.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, sir, I apologize for using the word couplet.
Thank you very much.
And I withdraw the same.
Okay. Senior Counsel.
I, Robert Onsari Monda, do solemnly swear that the evidence that I shall give before the Senate in respect of the matters before the Senate shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Could you tell the Senate what you do for a living?
Mr. Speaker, I am the current Deputy Governor of the Kisii County Government.
And are you a Christian, and of what denomination, and a family man?
Mr. Speaker, I'm a Christian in the Seventh-day Adventist Church, Seventh-day worship on Saturdays, and I'm a church elder in the same church for a number of years now.
Family? You're a family man?
I am a family member with a wife, adult children, and several grandchildren, Mr. Speaker.
Now, you are aware of...
Sorry, I have, Mr. Speaker, served as a member of parliament in the Parliament of Kenya, the 10th Parliament. And Mr. Speaker, in the same Parliament, I chaired the Health Committee, coming up with the Cancer Act, and also several other acts that we amended and proposed. Mr. Speaker, I sat in the Committee of Agriculture, I sat in the Liaison Committee, and also in the House Business Committee.
Thank you. Now, you know why you are here before the Senate?
I am aware, Mr. Speaker.
Could you confirm that you are aware that the allegations against you are what you summarized at page 6, and which is what you pleaded not guilty when the charges were read to you at the start of this session yesterday? Paragraph 6 at page E1, honorable members, it is in the Deputy Governor's bundle.
Mr. Speaker, I understand that I'm here on reasons of impeachment on the said...
Okay. No, so for the ground set out in paragraph 6, isn't it?
Yes.
In addition to that, you confirm that you were also notified of other allegations against you, and those are allegations brought through a memorandum from one Mr. Benson Nyakaga, and that you've referred to at paragraph 52, page E9.
Mr. Speaker, yes.
And that was from public participation?
Yes.
And you've summarized those allegations against you at paragraph 48 of your affidavit at page E8 to E9?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you maintain that all those allegations against you seeking your impeachment are not true?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Now, in support of your defense, you are relying on all the witnesses you've called?
Yes.
You are also relying on your affidavit, which you have annexed to the bundle and failed to the honorable members of the Senate.
Yes,
page
yes,
E1 to page E16.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
You are also relying on your personal statement that was also presented at page 162 to 172.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
You are also relying on the affidavits of Ann Misati at page 63 and the affidavits of Namuel Mwanga, Kennedy Kashapa, and Joseph Kwaro at page 118 to 120.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Together with all the annexes and the documents you supplied and the videos.
That is true, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, now did you listen to the testimony by Mr. Joseph Misati?
Yes, I did, Mr. Speaker.
And you recall that Mr. Misati explained that some 251,000 was given to you from his cooperative account.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
And he referred to the M-Pesa accounts.
Yes.
You adopt that testimony?
I do adopt that testimony, Mr. Speaker.
You also heard him say how money was pulled from his wife, Ann Misati, to the account of his son, Dennis Misati, and then passed on to your account, being a sum of 249,000. Do you adopt that testimony also?
Yes, I do.
Then the claim is that you received 800,000. The total of those amounts come to 500,000. What is your position about the balance of the 300,000?
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, the balance of 300,000 is ununderstood to me, and I do not know anything about it.
Did you receive any 300,000 in cash at your office at the stadium?
No,
by
never.
Mr. Joseph Misati and Dennis Misati?
No, Mr. Speaker, that has never happened.
Okay. Now, I just want to discuss a few things, then we move on. Could you confirm that at paragraph 16 to 24 of your statement, you have explained the issue of your receipt of the 500,000 that you've just explained? Paragraph 16, page
E5.
Yes, page E5. To page E6. You've explained the issue of the sum of E5 to E6. You've explained the issue of the 500,000.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Okay. The same way that Joseph Misati explained, isn't it?
That's true, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, so let me ask you a different question then from the testimony which you adopted. Let's move on then. What was the money for?
The money, Mr. Speaker, that I got from Mr. Misati was a refund of money that I had given him earlier.
And when did you give him that money?
I gave him the money in October, November 2022.
And so before this Senate, your position is that you are getting a refund of your money?
That's my position, Mr. Speaker.
And you have explained that in your affidavit?
That's what I've explained in my affidavit, Mr. Speaker.
Particularly paragraph 23 to 24, you've explained that it was a refund, isn't it?
That is it, Mr. Speaker.
At paragraph 26, you've explained the owner of the 500,000. Who was the owner of the 500,000?
The owner of the 500,000, Mr. Speaker, is Mr. Joseph Doyle Misati.
It belonged to Mr. Doyle Misati. Did it belong to Dennis? Is there any sense in which you could say it belonged to Dennis?
I heard about this mention of Dennis and this money from this impeachment motion, Mr. Speaker.
Okay. Now, did you see any documents to suggest that indeed Dennis, this was money from Dennis? Did you see any document or paper trail?
No, Mr. Speaker.
Okay. I want us to move at paragraph 24 and 25. You've made reference to the allegation that this story has been taken to EACC. You've seen that? That this allegation of you having received 500,000 or otherwise 800,000 has been reported to EACC. You've seen that?
Yes, I've seen that, Mr. Speaker.
What do you have to say about that allegation? Were you aware of any EACC investigations?
I have not been aware, Mr. Speaker, until this mention in
these proceedings.
Yes.
Okay. And have you been summoned by EACC to account for this alleged 800,000 or 799,000?
No, Mr. Speaker.
You have not been summoned. At paragraph 28, you've discussed 27, paragraph 27. You said that Mr. Joseph Misati came with his 4 sons to your place, isn't it?
Yes.
At whose request was the visit?
The visit was a request by Mr. Misati.
It was a request from Mr. It was not you who summoned them, as Denny said?
No, I did not summon them.
Okay. And in that paragraph 27, you said Dennis and his 3 other brothers sat at a distance from you and Mr. Misati, Mr. Joseph Misati, isn't it?
That's true.
Do you have a rough estimate of how far apart you were?
Mr. Speaker, we are in 2 different houses that could be probably 20, 30 meters apart.
So, different houses and could be between 20 and 30 meters apart.
That's true.
Is there a point at which you were in a congregation of yourself, Joseph Misati, and the 4 sons? Together?
Together, when they entered my home, we sat in the main house, and when they were served with tea, then we moved out.
My question is, when, in the course of the visit, was there a point at which you were all together talking, discussing anything?
No, Mr. Speaker.
No, at no point. And both Mr. Dennis Misati and Mr. Joseph Misati confirmed that, isn't it?
That's true.
Okay. Now, I'd like us to move on to paragraph 29 and paragraph 30. What is your answer to the question raised by Dennis that this money was a bribe?
Sorry?
At paragraph 29 and 30, Dennis Misati says that this money was a bribe. What do you, and later on said it is a facilitation. What do you have to say to that allegation?
Mr. Speaker, the 2 allegations are a new thing to me. I do not approve of it. I do not accept it.
Did you receive a bribe from either Dennis or his father or both of them?
Mr. Speaker, I have not received a bribe from my friend Joseph Misati, nor his son Dennis.
Nor both of them jointly?
Nor both of them, of course, jointly.
Okay. Now, as you can imagine, the county councils are waiting to deal with you on what you said at paragraph 28 and 31. I would like us to just look at that for paragraph 28 and 31. At that paragraph 28, you confirm that Mr. Misati mentioned to you that his son had applied for a job.
That is true, Mr. Speaker.
He mentioned that to you.
Yeah.
Oh, yes. Paragraph 28 at page E6, honorable members in the DG's bundle. You say there was a conversation on that. Who initiated that conversation?
Mr. Speaker, this conversation was initiated by Mr. Misati.
And what was he saying?
He told me he has learned that there is a job coming up.
Okay. And
in a Wasco in Kisii.
Okay. And did you promise him that you would get him the job?
No, I didn't promise him that I will get him the job.
What did you tell him?
I told him, let him make whoever the son is to apply, and the right process be followed.
Okay.
Mr. Speaker.
Now, in the Hansard, page 189 to 190, you remember the long cross-examination from my colleagues on Mr. Misati. Page 189 of the County Government Bundle, Volume 1, is the answer of the events of the 29th, isn't it?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
I would like you to read the 2 last sentences at paragraph 190 of what you said you did in reference to Ms. Wahito, the CEO of Quasco.
Mr. Speaker, and I read.
Just read the whole paragraph. The governor's office. Okay, just start here.
Mr. Speaker,
You read from the last sentence at the bottom of page 189 into the first paragraph at page 190. Please read.
Mr. Speaker, I read. Like any other leader, Mr. Speaker, this request came to me. Everyone, honorable members, know that Lucy in Wasco would work under like any and many staff who work under the governor's office, where I'm also the deputy to the governor. And so I indicated to Lucy, asking her if they had such kind of jobs, and she said yes. A friend is making a request that he gets his son a job, like everyone of us here would do. And she told me, let us wait for the process, and if he qualifies, we shall not deny him the job, and the discussion ended there.
And apart from having mentioned to Lucy at this point in time, did you make any follow-up on it?
No, Mr. Speaker.
And Lucy said you summoned her to your office on 4th of May. What do you have to say about it?
I'm saying no, Mr. Speaker, I've not summoned Lucy to my office. I have not.
You did not summon her on this
No.
issue? Okay. She said also in her statement, what did she say in her original statement which you encountered at the county assembly when she called you after receiving the sum of 100,000?
Can you come again?
So when you went to the county assembly to defend yourself, Lucy had recorded a statement, isn't it?
Yes.
In that statement, she said she had called you after receiving 100,000. You remember that?
Yes.
Okay. I want you to go to specific point at which she talks about the purpose of the money. She said she called you. What did she say was your reaction to that issue?
Mr. Speaker, she states verbatim.
Yes.
On the morning of 29th May 2023, I called the Deputy Governor and asked him what the money was.
Which paragraph is that again? Just tell the Honorable.
This is on page E7, paragraph 38, Honorable Senators.
The Deputy Governor's bundle, sorry. So you've quoted verbatim what she says, and she said, in the morning of 29th, I called the Deputy Governor and asked him what the money was, but he kept quiet, isn't it?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
That was her original statement. Then she wrote another affidavit on the 9th of March and said that you told her that the money was in respect to the request for a job for Dennis. You remember that?
I remember, Mr. Speaker.
Do you agree with what she said in the affidavit?
I do not agree with that statement in that affidavit, Mr. Speaker.
Okay. And do you agree with what she said in the statement of 8th of February saying you kept quiet?
Mr. Speaker, I also don't agree that I kept quiet.
And what do you have to say? What do you remember that conversation occurring?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
And what did you say?
I told her that that money was mistakenly, erroneously sent to her number.
Okay.
And asked her if she can send the money back. Do I continue?
Okay. And so then I would like us to move on then. Did you, then so you told her it was an error, it was sent to her by error?
Yes, Mr.
It was
Speaker.
meant for?
The same money was intended to go to another person, Gladys Aminga, who does transport business and had given her an assignment to deliver building materials, and I was paying for the same, which money went to the wrong recipient,
Okay.
Mr. Speaker.
Now, then there is the story of whether or not you try to reverse the remittance. What do you have to say about that question of whether or not you try to make to reverse the remittance?
Mr. Speaker, I don't want to claim to be an expert in IT. I tried to do the reversal. I didn't manage, and I do not get a reason why I couldn't manage, and therefore I stopped it at that as I waited for the Lucy Waitho to return the money to me.
And did you eventually get the return of the money?
Sorry?
Did you get the money returned to you?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, the money was returned to me.
On which date?
On the 30th of May,
To Lucy Wahito. Sorry, to Aminga.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Aminga.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Once I realized that I made a mistake and sent the money to a wrong recipient, I immediately remitted the money. Gladys Aminga needed that morning to deliver the materials we had discussed.
And you've explained those payments at paragraph 35 of your affidavit, isn't it?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Now, could you confirm that those entries of the remittances to Gladys Aminga are in your M-Pesa statement at page 89 to 104, 89 to 104, at particularly paragraph 99 and 97, the sum of 100,000 plus 40,000 plus 65,000. In the Deputy Governor's bundle again.
Which page?
Page 99, or rather, yes. Page 99 and page 97.
This pamphlet I have here is not.
I will use my bundle. Look at it. At page 99, is it true that you sent 100,000 to Lucy to Gladys Aminga at 8:03 on the 31st of May? Sorry, 40,000?
Yes, I sent 40,000 as a second installment, Mr. Speaker.
And the first payment of 100,000 was paid on which date?
I paid the 100,000 on the 29th of May at 9:17 a.m. in the morning.
You're referring to page 99, isn't it?
That's page 99, Mr. Speaker.
And then you made another payment which is captured at page 97 of how much?
Mr. Speaker, sorry. Mr. Speaker, I made another remittance of 65,000 on the 24th of June at 13:21.
And all these payments were for?
These payments, Mr. Speaker, were for the consignment of materials that I wanted transported, building materials, Mr. Speaker.
Okay. Now, what was your explanation for why you say you erroneously sent this money to Lucy when you meant to send them to Gladys?
Mr. Speaker, as I was picking the number to send the money to, I erroneously picked the one for Gladys instead of Lucy. One for Lucy Waitho instead of Gladys Aminga.
And why did you make that mistake? What could be the explanation for that mistake?
Mr. Speaker, the way I've saved those numbers in my phone.
Could we go to page 117B? Page 117B of the Deputy Governor's bundle. Could you confirm what is that at page 117B? What is that at page 17B? Is that
These are the contacts, Mr. Speaker.
This is your phone book on your phone?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
The way you saved the numbers?
Yes.
And could you confirm if the names of both Lucy and Gladys are there?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Could you say how have you saved the name of Lucy?
The name of Lucy is saved as CEO Wasco Lucy.
And the name of Gladys?
CO Health, Gladys Amenga.
How far apart are those two names?
Neighbors, Mr. Speaker, to one another.
They're next to each other.
Yes.
And they're next to each other. And what do you have to say about the first two initials you've used to describe them?
Mr. Speaker, I had chosen to put the government officers in the same identity for ease of reaching their contacts. And so that is the way I'd identified them in my saving in the phone
as
book.
CO. What is the meaning of CO?
Chief Officer.
Chief Officer. And what do you have to say about the alphabet?
The alphabet, Mr. Speaker, after CO is WASCO. That WASCO is followed by H, which is health. And so that is the reason why they are neighbors.
Okay. So your position is G for Quasco in Lucy is followed alphabetically by health in the name of Gladys, and which then resulted in the arrangement of the names. Now I'd like us to move on to the issue of threats to Dennis Misati. Did you threaten Dennis Misati?
No, Mr. Speaker.
It is said that you sent the threat to his father. Did you tell your father? Did you tell Dennis's father to go and tell Mr. Dennis that you are going to do something against him?
No, Mr. Speaker.
You did not. Okay. And did you have any direct conversation between yourself and Dennis at any point?
I've not had any conversation, Mr. Speaker, with Dennis Misati.
Directly?
Never.
Okay. Now, we move on to the issue of county staff. It is said that you have county staff at your premises. Do you have them?
True, I have county staff.
Are you entitled to those county staff from your understanding of the HR manual at the county and SRC guidelines?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
How many people do you have?
I have what is my entitlement of 6 staff.
Yes.
Who are in my compound.
Yes.
One of them being my PA among the 6. And Mr. Speaker.
Okay, now let's move on time.
I also have enforcement officers to give security to my compound.
Okay. Now, did you assign yourself those staff, both the enforcement officers and the other 6 staff?
Mr. Speaker, I was guided to provide names for personal staff.
Yes.
Which I did to the County Public Service Board, and they were recruited. For the enforcement officers, Mr. Speaker, immediately we were announced as winners. I found some officers at my gate. I've never known how they were sent there, and I've only found myself comfortable that they are giving me the security I need.
You did not determine the people who came to you?
I have not determined the people who should come and the numbers that should come, Mr. Speaker.
But for the 6, you suggested the names and the Public Service Commission assigned them to you?
That's true, Mr. Speaker.
Okay. The issue of your brother, the arrest of your brother, did you get 20 people to go and assist the police effect the arrest?
Mr. Speaker, no.
And who effected the arrest?
I reported to the police and I left it at that. So I expect that it's the police who arrested my brother.
And do you know where they were kept? Was it at the county cells or at the police cells?
That, Mr. Speaker, I did not get to know.
And did you take out an OB for your complaint?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I did.
You have an OB?
Yes.
Okay. And do you... Okay, I will leave it there. Now, it is said that you use the county staff to feed dogs, to dig a well, to maintain dairy, and to do farming. Let's start with farming. Do you recall that your brother, after testifying, when he was being re-examined, said neither you nor him is doing any farming?
Yes, that he did, Mr. Speaker.
And is it true that you're not doing any farming?
Mr. Speaker, I do not do any kind of farming in my Kisii rural home.
But Mr. Matundura, your brother Robin, had said that you use them for farming, and then came here and said there is no farming, isn't it?
Yeah, he has those 2 positions, which I do not know how he will explain it.
Okay. The well?
The well, Mr. Speaker, I've not done a well in my home since I became Deputy Governor. The well I have was done in 2003.
Okay. And dairy?
I do not keep any kind of livestock, be it a dog, cat, cattle, name them poultry. Nothing in that Kisii home, possibly elsewhere.
Okay. And dogs? They were saying that you have some staff serving as cooking for dogs.
Mr. Speaker, if it were possible, I would have invited the House to visit our home. Even tomorrow, we go together with my brother leading us to show us the details of what he has shown, if it were possible.
Senior Counsel,
Sir.
your 30 minutes are up. I will give you 2 more minutes to wind up.
Can I request for 5, kindly, Mr. Speaker, sir? Kindly.
I give you 3 minutes.
Okay, let me try. Now, Mr. Dr. Monda, at paragraph 52 but at paragraph 48 and at paragraph 52, it is said that you should not hold office for various reasons, and I would like to just read what he said at paragraph 48 and then probably respond to them as a bundle. At paragraph 48, you say, so 48 is allegation that you are incompetent and have abused office, 1. Number 2, that you are responsible for an absorption of the budget. 3, that the budget was funded. 4, that there is non-use of senior staff mortgage provision. 5, that there is use of personal home for purposes of county functions, meetings, and files. 5, that you are not working with other leaders in Kisii County, and lastly, that you are responsible for use of unofficial personnel in county matters. You've seen that?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Okay. What do you have to say about those allegations? Let's start with the issue of incompetence and abuse of office. Do you admit that?
Mr. Speaker, I deny that I'm incompetent
assembly is allowed to ask yes or no answer questions without stories, Mr. Speaker. So just guide them accordingly.
You have not pressed the intervention, so I will not allow you. Senator. Okay, Senator Onyonka.
I would like to make a plea to my colleagues here. This exercise is actually not a court of law. This is a quasi-judicial political exercise. It is important that the stakeholders who are the voters of Kisii listen to the questions, because they can see the body language and they can see how the deputy governor is answering the questions. But if you railroad him with so many questions and is able to answer, somebody might think he actually doesn't know what he's doing here. I would plead, Mr. Speaker, the way you've ruled, that, Mr. Speaker, you could even add him some more time so that he leads the deputy governor reasonably with reasonable time so that everybody can get what the questions are. Thank you.
Senator Nduati, you have a point of order? Okay. Senator Roba, you have a point of order? No,
yes.
I'm not going to take so many points of orders. This is the last point of order, and then we'll proceed. Senators.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, because of time constraint, and because there will be also opportunity for the senior counsel to cross-reference, if we've given a set number of minutes, like 15 minutes to the counsel, then within that, if the question only requires yes or no, then we want to guide His Excellency, the Deputy Governor, to be able to respond with yes or no, because these are factual information as presented, so that he is able to take advantage of the time given. Thank you.
Deputy Governor, I would advise that you listen to the question and answer. If it is a yes or no answer required, just answer yes or no. Let the counsel proceed with his questions, and after the cross-examination, there's going to be a re-examination, and your counsel will be able to clarify. Can we proceed that way?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
And counsel, take him slowly.
I will. Mr. Deputy Governor, confirm that you confirmed before the County Assembly, as evidenced by the Hansons, that you assured Mr. Misati that it was possible for you to assist his son get a job, as it appears in the Hansons. Yes?
Where is that?
The same paragraph I was reading. You may read it in full.
Mr. Speaker, just as a good friend, Mr. Joseph Misati was, and Misati as a friend could ask me that his son has also tendered his application. Is it possible for him to be assisted to get a job?
What do you say?
He said yes.
Thank you. Who was to assist him? Who was to assist Mr. Misati's son, I beg your pardon, to get a job?
Myself.
Thank you. Did you assist him in any way?
No.
Let's look at the evidence again. Look at the same paragraph and read the subsequent paragraph where you are answering to Mr. Kato Kigen's case. Are you seeing where Mr. Kato Kigen is asking you? And did you talk to Lucy about the request about your friend? Can you see that paragraph?
Yes, I see.
Read the subsequent one.
That is quoting myself. Like any other leader, Mr. Speaker, this request came to me. Everyone, honorable members, know that Lucy in Wasco would work under, like many child who work under the governor's office, where I'm also the deputy to the governor. And so I indicated to Lucy, asking her if they had such kind of jobs, and she said yes.
So to that extent, you made contacts with Lucy confirming whether the job was available, correct?
That I did.
Thank you. Did you have a look at Lucy's affidavit appearing at page 263 of the bundle of document volume 1 by the County Assembly? Did you not? Page 263. 263. Did you have a look at that affidavit, Mr. Witness? Page 263 of the bundle of document volume 1.
Yes.
You confirm that you made contacts with Lucy, correct?
That I've said, yes.
And therefore the averments contained in her affidavit that you had a discussion about it are correct, yes?
No.
To that extent, they are correct that you made contacts with her in that respect, correct?
To that extent, yes.
Thank you. When did you loan the 500,000 shillings to Mr. Misati?
In October.
Do you have the evidence of the loan that you advanced, or you only have the evidence of repayment?
No, I don't have.
What do you have?
For what?
What do you have? The evidence of loaning or the evidence of repayment?
I have evidence of repayment, Mr. Speaker.
And there is a glaring lack of evidence of you advancing money to him, correct?
That's correct.
And you had Mr. Misati claiming that in terms of your financial status, you are doing badly, correct? It was his evidence.
That's incorrect, Mr. Speaker.
Did you hear him state?
I heard him say that.
So do you trust his evidence anymore? To that extent.
In this particular instance, I do not hold to it, Mr. Speaker, that particular statement.
So are you disowning your witness?
No, I'm not.
So what do you want the Senate to treat that piece of evidence to the extent that you are a pauper?
You want a yes or a no answer?
How do you want the Senate to treat that piece of evidence? And whom between you and your witness is lying?
None of us is lying, Mr. Speaker.
Yes?
Mr. Speaker, there is a general statement.
Mr. Witness, excuse me, Mr. Witness, I want you to take a deep breath and recollect yourself and answer the question. Who between the two of you is lying? Your witness or yourself?
Mr. Speaker, once again, I'm trying to answer the...
Go ahead. What is your answer?
Blocking me.
What is your answer?
My friend, Mr. Misati, while standing here as a witness, talked about problems of politicians, and he said most of them have challenges in terms of money. And at that point, he indicated that I may be one of them.
So I'm asking, who between the two of you is lying? You have not answered the question.
Lying in what?
Mr. Misati alleges you're not doing well financially. You allege you are very well financially.
I've not said I'm doing very well financially.
Thank you.
Saying,
let us go to...
other politicians,
it's okay. You have answered my question.
As the others.
You have answered my question. Mr. Speaker, sir, I want to refer the witness to the bundle of document by the Deputy Governor as filed at page 111. It appears a bank statement from Leah Nyachera Onsare. Do you know that individual?
Yes, I do.
Who is she?
She is my daughter.
Can you see entry dated 18th of August 2023?
Yes, I do.
What, in respect to these proceedings, is that entry, or does that entry relate to?
It relates to a transaction between Mr. Misati and Leah Onsare.
Your daughter, correct?
Yes.
And you had Mr. Misati indicate to this as distinguished assembly that you're the one who requested him to send your daughter the 200,000 shillings, correct?
Yes, I did.
You still claim to be doing well financially?
I'm saying yes, I did.
You still claim to be doing well financially?
Yes.
Counsel, your time is up. The 15 minutes are up.
Well, I'm well guided, Mr. Chairman, but we have had a lot of interruption, Mr. Speaker, sir.
We stopped your time during the interruptions.
At least, Mr. Speaker, sir, because he's a very crucial witness and he carries the crux of the matter. We would better also sacrifice our other 15 minutes and deal with the witness. If it's, because
can you give the counsel an opportunity to speak, please?
Because when you are dealing with our key witness, who was the Dennis, the defense was given sufficient time to deal with that witness. At least 1 hour they were granted. Even if we not get more than 1 hour, at least we just get 1 hour for dealing with the key witness, because this is a key witness, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Counsel, I may not be able to give you 1 hour. So can you request for something reasonable? How many minutes should I give you?
30 minutes, Mr. Speaker, sir. I'll try to do within the 30 minutes.
Now, we cannot take too many points of orders. I have Senator Mogeni first on the list. And on this side, I have Senator Cherargei. Those are the only 2 points of orders I'll take so that we can move on. Senator Mogeni.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, sir, because this is a quasi-judicial proceeding and we want to be seen to be fair to both parties, and since this is the star witness, is the one who is actually trying to defend himself, and we need to get an opportunity to interrogate all the issues and to also to give counsel enough time, I'll plead, Mr. Speaker, sir, that we allow him 45 minutes so that we don't, if somebody is reviewing our record, we don't seem to have been favoring one side to the disadvantage of the other side, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Cherargei.
Mr. Speaker, you had made a ruling earlier on that the counsel for the county assembly had requested to waive their cross-examination time. And I think you made a ruling that, and we agree, they have a right to waive. So if it is still their position that they can still waive cross-examining the rest, I think they had said 2 witnesses, so that that time can be added to the star witness of the defense, then I don't think there is no problem, because you had made a ruling that they can do that. Then they can still make that application and continue to receive the time that was meant for cross-examination to cross-examine the star witness, Mr. Speaker, because we really want to know what happened, Mr. Speaker. And I think that ruling you had made in the morning. I thank you.
Okay, I will allow 2 more points of orders, and this time I'll take ladies. Senator Crystal Asige.
Senator Crystal Asige.
My apologies, Senator Crystal.
Apology accepted. Thank you very much, Speaker. I had wanted to say exactly what Senator Cherargei said, that there was a ruling in the morning and we had all agreed amongst us that we would allow for the counsel to reserve his time, remove it from 2 witnesses, that he said he would then instead use that time on this star witness, Speaker.
Thank you, Senator. On this side, Senator Gloria.
Speaker, I am of the opinion that as much as I understand that the ruling was made earlier, Speaker, but 2 points have been raised prior on issues of technicalities, even from the County Assembly, Speaker. And when we deliberate in Senate and we give our final decision, Mr. Speaker, it's imperative that we ensure that we are not giving someone the basis to go to court and say that the procedures were not followed well, or that people, for instance, the County Assembly side were under duress to waive away their 15 minutes, Mr. Speaker. We were here yesterday till midnight, and I believe if 15 minutes will be the difference between someone going to court to say that we did not follow the procedure, Mr. Speaker, just allow for them to prosecute the amount of time that they require, and I believe they're only asking for 15 minutes. Yeah.
Thank you, Senator. Counsel,
Yes,
Having
Mr. Speaker,
been
sir.
reminded that you had waived your time to cross-examine 2 other witnesses previously, I'm being informed you do have a balance of 15 minutes. You had already utilized your other 15 minutes. So I will give you a further 15 minutes to see if you can conclude
We are
your
most
questioning.
humbled. We are most humbled, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Okay.
Mr. Witness, where did you meet Madam Lucy Wahito from? Did you call her to your office? Did you use your phone? How did you meet her? How did you speak to her?
Mr. Speaker, I met Lucy Wahito at the stadium where we hold our offices.
So it was correct when she informed the Senate that she met you or you summoned her to your office, correct?
No, it was not a summon, Mr. Speaker.
You called her to your
It was
office.
a casual meeting out there. The governor had a different function, and I met her in that function.
You met her in the function. Did you look at the pleadings of Lucy Wahito appearing at page 263, her affidavit in the bundle of document, volume 1? Did you see that averments, paragraph 13?
Which one?
Did you see paragraph 13?
We are trying to look at it.
Of the affidavit.
Which page is that?
Page 263.
Paragraph?
13. Sorry, paragraph 5. Sorry, I beg your pardon. Did you see paragraph 5?
The number 5, yes. I can't read the number, but I can see the bottom paragraph.
Yes. Are those averments correct? That the recruitment of the commercial manager was to take place in April, correct?
Yes, it is correct.
And that is the same time that you met Mr. Misati and the boys at your house, correct?
No, Mr. Speaker.
I'm asking, in April is the same time you met them, correct?
That's incorrect, Mr. Speaker.
Which month did you meet them in your house?
Was in May 28th.
May 28th. Let's go to the May 28th now, because you have taken us there. Would you recall the events of May 28th?
Events of the whole day or events of
Yes,
that visit?
the events that relates to these proceedings.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, there was a visit by Mr. Misati and his sons to my home.
How many sons were in the company of Mr. Misati?
4.
4 of them. Had you previously met Mr. Misati in your house? Previously?
Not once. We met severally.
Was it every time casual or usual for him to be accompanied by his 4 boys?
Not for me,
Thank you.
Speaker. They come sometimes too.
You have answered the question. So what was so unique about this meeting for the 28th of May that he'd be accompanied by his sons?
Nothing unique according to me, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Did you know that he was to be accompanied by his son at the time he was paying you a visit?
No, Mr. Speaker.
And prior to this meeting, had you met Dennis Mokaya Misati before?
No, Mr. Speaker.
And you say that you've been having a very good and healthy friendship with the family, correct?
That's correct, Mr. Speaker.
And for 32 years, you've never met Dennis, correct? You do not know him, you've never met him, you are friends with the father, and you do not know his children, correct?
That's incorrect, Mr. Speaker.
So you therefore know Dennis, correct?
Mr. Speaker, allow me explain.
I'm asking, it's not explaining, I'm asking you to answer the question. Is it normal for a family friend who has been friends with a family for 32 years not to know the children?
I'm explaining, Mr. Speaker, that Mr. Misata heard in this house in the morning that one of his sons lived 13 years away.
It's okay.
And therefore,
I discount, Mr. Speaker. Listen to the question.
When
Mr. Witness, you're wasting my time. Listen to the question. I want to discount the last 13 years of his life. do not speak the last 15 years apart from the 28th of May. Had you met Dennis before the 13 years?
No.
You have never met him, right?
I've never.
And you are good friends with the father?
Yes.
32 years?
Yes.
Has Mr. Misati's family met your children?
Yes.
Have they grown up together?
Growing up together in to what extent?
Yes.
Yeah, they know each other.
They know each other?
Yes.
It's only you, the father, a good father, a loving father who has not met Mr. Misati's children.
Some of our children met, some have not met, and I cannot speak that we have had that close
Mr. Witness,
with all the children.
I put it to you that you are lying, that you have never met Mr. Dennis Misati. Did you listen to the testimony by the father?
Yes, I did.
Did you hear that the father confirmed that Mr. Misati's children knows you very well?
Yes, that is said.
So who between the two of you is lying now?
None of us. Because if the children know...
It's okay,
me,
you have
I
answered the question. I have not put a question to you. Honorable Senators, permit me to go to page 87 of the Deputy Governor's bundle of documents. And as I deal with that aspect, Mr. Speaker, sir, permit me to correlate that annexure with paragraph with paragraph 20 of his affidavit. Mr. Witness, it is in your evidence and testimony that you received 249,000 from one Dennis Misati, correct? I'm putting a question to you. I have not asked you to read. Did you receive 49,000 from Dennis Misati?
Yes.
Page 5 of his bundle of documents of the Deputy Governor's defense. Page 5. Yes? And it is your averments that he had received that money from his mother, correct?
Yes.
And that the 249 were meant to pay a debt that you had advanced to his father, correct?
True.
Had you previously, before this occasion, ever advanced money to Mr. Misati before?
We are in that kind of...
Had you advanced, yes or no?
Yes, I had.
Did you, how much had you advanced before, if you may remember? Before this occasion?
I can't give one figure.
Yeah, but just give us a figure, approximately.
We have had exchanges of money, 100,000.
Yes, thank you.
Even before.
Thank you. You have answered.
Governor.
Now, during the repayment of that, did he pay you?
Yes.
Did you involve his children in the repayment of that loan?
No.
It's an answer. Did you involve his children?
No.
What was so unique with this debt that you had to involve Dennis?
Mr. Speaker, I have...
What was so unique with this debt?
I have not had an involvement of Dennis from my end.
No.
I received my money from one Dennis, Joseph Misati. How he transmits it to me...
It's okay.
Not...
You received money from Dennis, correct?
I received money from...
And it is your averment, and you're trying to explain that the money was sent to Dennis by his mother. That is in your averment. Correct or not correct, Mr. Witness?
That's correct. I got it from the parents. And
you got it from the parents?
Yes.
And so I'm asking, because you have averred through your affidavit. You have averred through your affidavit.
Proceed.
You have averred through your affidavit that the money that Dennis received was sent to him by his mother, correct?
That's correct.
I'm asking a simple question. Previously, you never involved Misati's children in the repayment of his debts to you, correct? Correct or not correct?
Incorrect.
You involved them previously?
I've not.
So what was so unique that Dennis was on this occasion involved in the repayment of the debt?
I've said severally that it is not in my arrangement to have Dennis be involved in the transaction of the money.
Thank you.
From his parents.
So did it ring bells to you that day that Dennis has now been involved in the payment of 249?
No, I didn't find.
Did you ask Mr. Misati why the money is being sent by Dennis and not the mother? Did you ask or you never asked?
No, I didn't ask.
How did you transact with that money upon receipt?
Is your question complete?
How did you transact upon the receipt of the 500,000 shillings? How did you transact? Did you send 100,000 shillings to Lucy?
Yes, that is true.
What time did you send him?
Where is that?
But let's go first of all to the time that you received this money. Honorable Senators, we can go to page 99 of the Deputy Governor's Bundle of Defense. It bears the M-Pesa statement. That is, he has only one volume labeled as DG, page 99 of the Deputy Governor's Defense. That is the M-Pesa statement. What time, how many trunks did you receive from Dennis Misati?
Can we get right directions? Because you talked of Lucy now.
I've led you, Mr. Governor, to page 99 and 100 of your bundle of documents. Are you there?
Yes.
Can you see the first entries where Mr. Dennis appears?
Yes.
Can you see where he sent you 150,000?
Yes.
Which date was it?
It was on 28th of May at 20:33:51.
Confirm that he sent this money while he was at your house, correct?
Correct.
What time was it? Was it during the day or at night?
It was at night.
Did you need any cash money with that day?
Of course, I needed my money back.
I'm asking, not the money. Did you say you want the money in cash?
Yes, I wanted money in cash.
And whom did you tell that you wanted money in cash?
Joseph Misati.
Yes?
Joseph Misati.
And so Joseph Misati came before this house and testified that the reason why the money was sent to Dennis was that he could go and withdraw the money, correct?
Correct.
Where was it withdraw the money?
What?
Where was he to withdraw the money?
Where? Of
Yes.
course, in the M-Pesa shop.
Where exactly?
Keumbu.
Keumbu.
Yes.
From Keumbu to your house, how many kilometers is it?
About 3.
About 3. Does Dennis have a car?
Dennis?
Yes.
No, if he has, I don't know.
Did you hear his father testifying that they needed a young man who could run very fast?
That he said.
That he said, correct?
Yeah.
Did Mr. Misati come driven with his car?
Yes.
That day, correct?
Yes.
And so the money was sent to Dennis that he could go and rush and withdraw and bring you cash, correct?
That will be...
Correct or not correct, Mr. Witness?
Correct.
So he was to run faster than the car, correct?
No, that I cannot...
Correct or not correct? Yes?
The running explained by Mr. Misati was...
It is you now, is your witness. I want you to confirm and corroborate his evidence. Correct or not correct?
Correct.
Thank you. So, eventually, did you get the cash?
No.
The cash, did you get it?
I'm saying no.
So was your desire and the need to have the money repaid met when you received the M-Pesa from Dennis?
Yes.
And what time did you receive the second bunch? You received it for purposes of time at 20.
It was 2020, 37, 31.
2037, 31, correct?
Yes.
And what time did you send to Lucy? The next page, page 8, page 99.
It was 21, 24, 13.
How many minutes later?
Calculation.
Approximately 40 minutes later, correct?
Yes.
Yes?
Yes.
What was the need of you sending the money to Lucy at night? On a Sunday?
I've already indicated I was intending to send money to Gladys.
Yes.
And by error.
What actions did you take? When did you notice the error?
The next morning.
The next morning, because you slept, correct?
Yes.
You confirmed that you slept. You confirmed that you immediately slept after sending the money to Lucy. Correct or not correct, Mr. Witness?
I'm not saying I slept.
Okay. I lead you to the County Assembly Hansons. Did you appear before the County Assembly as I look for the page and confirmed that immediately you sent, you slept? Do you remember making that confirmation?
Can you take us to the paragraph?
Honorable Senators, I'm looking at volume 1, page 191. Where is answering my learned senior counsel question. The last paragraph, he says, I was due to give her 100,000 shillings, and as I did this, I erroneously picked the wrong number and sent the 100,000 shillings then. Then I slept without knowing recipient is a different person. Is that your statement?
That's my statement.
Did you take this statement on oath before the County Assembly?
Yes.
Do you still want to stand with the statement or you want to discount it now?
To stand with the statement, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you.
Counsel, you know your time is actually up.
I'm just about to be done. 5 minutes, Madam Speaker. Because for me to debunk the lie.
Counsel, I'll give you 2 minutes. You just maybe wind up with the questioning.
I'll try my best, but I'll seek your indulgence. Mr. Witness, look at where you sent money to Lucy, correct? At page 99 of your bundle of documents.
Yes.
Can you see at 2357, you sent money to Wilfred Momanyi, 10,000 shillings?
Yes, I did.
Was it the same day?
Same day.
Were you asleep?
I slept.
Did you send the money while you were asleep?
No.
Thank you. Let's proceed. That is 2 hours later, correct?
But you know...
That is 2 hours. Excuse me, Mr. Witness, you're wasting my time. That is 2 hours later, correct?
It is 2 hours later, yes.
And on the following day, sorry, at the same time, you also sent, you also sent money to one Joseph Aurora, correct? 3,000 shillings, correct?
Where is that?
That is the next day, correct?
Joseph Aurora.
The next day,
is the 29th, yes.
you sent, had you noticed you had made an error that time?
I did not.
When you are sending 10,000 shillings to Wilfred Momanyi, did you notice that you had made an error?
No.
When you made an error, when did you realize you've made an error? After receiving a call from Lucy or your own volition?
It was Lucy's call.
It was after you received a call, correct?
Yes.
But on the same day, at 9:17, you sent 100,000 shillings to Gladys Amiga, correct?
Correct.
Had Lucy made the call at that particular time?
Yes.
Do you know what time Lucy made the call to you?
I can't recall the exact time, but Lucy's conversion here was to the effect that she called at 8 while in Kisumu.
So at this time, you had tried to make attempts to reverse, correct? When did you make the attempts to reverse the money?
When I talked to Gladys, to Lucy, is when I was
at 9, correct?
Yes.
Show us in your M-Pesa statement where the attempts to reverse the money has been captured.
I failed. I didn't make
Excuse me.
attempt.
Excuse me.
It is not a capture.
Yes, we understand that you failed. And when you fail to reverse, you are given an M-Pesa statement or position.
That's what I'm
Excuse me. Let me put this into context.
And so can you allow him to answer? And that should be your final question, please.
Yes, proceed. It is your statement that you claim to have tried and it was not successful, correct?
Yes, that I've made it clear here in this house.
Which USDD codes did you use?
I've said I'm not an expert in IT, Madam Speaker, and therefore I was trying something I'd not done before.
Which procedure did you use in your trials?
I was trying to get somebody to assist me.
Who is that you tried to get?
The people who were in my compound then.
Yes, for example,
I didn't get one who could.
We understand. You may name one person that you attempted to initiate.
One person?
Yes.
My wife?
Your wife?
Yes.
Is she conversant with the reversals?
That is where we got a challenge. She is not.
She is equally not conversant?
Yes.
Mr. Daktari, confirm that you are a real doctor and not an imposter. Yes?
Madam Speaker,
you don't understand small instructions.
Matters referred to here remain on the subject we are discussing. About my education, it is not a matter
But you are well educated, correct? You are well educated, no doubts, correct?
Madam Speaker, I would like to protest at the disrespect that has continuously been shown.
Counsel Kigen, you can resume your seat for now. Counsel Degwa Jiro, your time is up actually. We have indulged and overindulged on the cross-examination.
If you indulge me, I'll only ask one question about the phone book and I'll be done.
No.
Only one question. About the phone book and how the mistake is alleged to have occurred, and I'll be done, Madam Speaker.
Counsel, there was cross-examination on that issue of the phone book.
We have not examined on it.
So, Counsel, ask the final question and don't ask another question.
I'm well guided, Madam Speaker. Mr. Witness, let's go to page 117 of your bundle of documents, the volume from the Deputy Governor. But as we confirm this, confirm that these are an extract from which source? Where did you extract this information from?
From my phone, Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker.
Who extracted it for you?
I was assisted by somebody technical.
Somebody technical?
Yes.
When were you assisted?
When I was providing the evidence here.
Was this a document that was typed or you directly downloaded it from your phone?
It was done from my phone.
It was typed, correct?
Not typed.
Yes?
No.
Which date was it done? Does that document bear a date?
It doesn't.
Does it bear any print showing the source of the document?
Print? No, except for the names that are listed there.
Except for the names, correct?
Yes.
I put it to you that you are the one who did this to try and choreograph your story. I'm not the one. Finally, when did Lucy return the money to you?
Thank you, Counsel. That marks the end of that cross-examination. This is now time for re-exam.
Madam Speaker, We had sacrificed, because at least there's something that has not yet come out. Gladys is alleged to have received money. We have not spoken about the story of Gladys. If you could just give us 5 more minutes and we can subtract from the balance of the witnesses that we have so that we deal with that issue. Because this is a very crucial witness. Remember, Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, we sat through cross-examination of our key witness for 1 hour without interruption. But I'm happy by the magnanimous of the Assembly. Only 5 minutes, from which I'll invite my friend Mr. Mutuma to conclude.
Counsel, this is a time-bound process.
Yes, Madam Speaker.
And you have been indulged over 5 times on your request for time. I think your frequent requests may not now be merging in with the time schedule that we have to complete the whole exercise.
Yes, Madam Speaker.
I will now allow the re-exam to be done by the Counsel.
I am well guided.
DG. What is your point of order, Senator?
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I think if I heard the Counsel clearly, he's saying that they are willing to sacrifice more minutes from the other witness. And if they think this is what is going to help their case, Madam Speaker, we would want to hear them. And also I would want to remind the House, if we are time-bound, we should also be thinking and knowing that also the assemblies are time-bound, if you know what I mean.
Senator Cheptumo, you have a point of order.
Madam Speaker, I also want to request you, because Madam Speaker, if the Council for the County Assembly is ready and willing to surrender a portion of their time, and Madam Speaker, they are saying that they have a critical area of their evidence to cross-examine this witness. Madam Speaker, I don't want the House to be accused. I know we don't have time, but it will be a big issue that they never got a time to finalize a small area within only 3 or 4 minutes. Madam Speaker, I plead that you consider your ruling. I want to support what Senator Kiambu is proposing. It should be fair for this House.
Because the issue is the same, I will allow one more intervention from Senator Enoch, and then I will make a ruling on it.
Madam Speaker, it is the same plea. Listening to the Counsel for the Assembly, they are not asking to spend more time than they have. They're just asking to spend their time differently. I had another witness here say it's the way he manages his finances. So they just want to manage their time differently. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
In view of the mood in the House and the fact that you will just take your minutes from another witness, I want you now to make a proposition on how many minutes you want to take from your other witnesses, and then we allocate you that to finalize.
Madam Speaker, you only take 6 minutes.
6 minutes, and Secretariat will take away the 6 minutes from their other time schedule. Before you proceed on, Senator Methu, and in under half a minute.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I'll take a very little time. I thought as part of procedure, it is fair that the Council would let us know which of the witnesses they are taking the minutes from, so that we know specifically from whom they are taking the minutes from, so that we don't get the witness and then they backtrack they know what they had donated.
Senator Methu, to array your fears, I will ensure that we take out those minutes from either of their witnesses. We could even proceed from 3 minutes from each of the witnesses He's taking 6 minutes, and the Secretariat can begin timing, and it will be strict.
Thank you.
Counsel Jiro.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. When did Lucy refund the money to you?
Lucy refunded the money on the 30th of May, Madam Speaker.
From the 29th up to the 30th, did you try to call her to ask why she has not refunded your money?
Madam Speaker, I talked to Lucy and she told me she was at the airport in Nairobi landing for a meeting.
Yes, which day did you speak to her?
I'm explaining, Madam Speaker, that I talked to Lucy
Which date?
on the 29th.
On the 29th?
Yes.
Yes. And the money was refunded on?
The 30th, the next day.
I yield the witness to Mr. Mutuma. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and good afternoon, Deputy Governor of Kisii.
Good afternoon.
I have 2 or 3 questions on one line of questioning. You allege that the money you sent to Lucy was meant to be paid to one Gladys.
Yes.
And that is Gladys Aminga, right?
Right.
You have also indicated that it was meant for transport.
Yes.
For a work that
Yes.
she had done for you.
Work that was ongoing.
Work that
Madam
was
Speaker.
ongoing. Yes. You forgot to mention that the reality, of course, that Gladys Aminga is also a chief officer in the county government of Kisii.
That is true.
You left that out. Is it that you forgot or you conveniently left that out?
I did not forget nor intentionally leaving it out. Gladys Aminga was doing business as a person, and therefore she gave me a transport. I wasn't paying the government of Kisii.
So you
County.
and Gladys were in business, correct?
Yes.
Thank you. And have you had the opportunity to look at the statement that Gladys wrote when you first dragged her name in the county assembly? Honorable Senators, I'm referring to page 315 of the DG's response. Have you had the occasion to look at that statement? Volume 1, sorry. It's our volume 1. It's at volume 1, page 315. This is quite crucial, Honorable Senators. You have the statement with you? Do you have the statement with you?
I have the statement with me, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Gladys says that on 28th of January 2022, your wife made a request for her nephew to be granted a tender to supply non-pharmaceutical materials. Can you confirm that?
I cannot confirm that, Madam Speaker.
You cannot confirm that? Gladys goes ahead to say that you called and forced her to grant the tender, and the tenders are cited and quoted at paragraph 317.
Madam Speaker, I request that we are taken through that affirmment.
It is at page 317 from page 315. Specifically, do you know one Osiemo Bernard Mogengo? Is that your nephew? Or the nephew to your wife?
I do not know that name.
You do not know that name?
Yes.
Do you know a company called Bisfarm?
I do not know the company named Bisfarm in this statement.
Gladys states that you influenced the issuance of this tender and promised that you would also give her an opportunity to supply you with building materials.
Madam Speaker, I'm asking that we be taken through that particular line where I'm being led.
All right, can you read paragraph at page 315, the paragraph that begins, I became the chief officer. Volume 1, Honorable Senator of the County Assembly's response. Page 315. First of all, confirm at the top, the person who swears that statement is Gladys Aminga.
Yeah, the name is Gladys Amenga.
Confirm that 0727455843 is the same number you sent money to, and that number belongs to Gladys. That number appears at the top, correct? Correct?
Let me refer.
That is the same number, correct? That is the same number, correct?
Yes, that's the same number.
Confirm that the designation of this person swearing the statement is Chief Officer, Medical Services, Public and Sanitation, Kisii County Government, correct? From the statement, correct?
Correct.
Can you read for us the paragraph that begins with, I became the Chief Officer on 28th of January?
I became the Chief Officer on 28th January 2023 after being competitively recruited.
Thank you.
By the
Jump to the next page, 316. Begin with today, 29th February 2024.
Day 29th February 2024, while defending himself in the impeachment motion, mentioned my name by stating that he sent me money through M-Pesa in the month of May 2023. I wish to put the record straight as follows.
Proceed. Proceed, kindly.
What's this?
In the month
of May 2023, the Deputy Governor's wife, Joyce Monda.
Is that your wife? Confirm for record purposes, Joyce Monda?
She's Joyce Unsare. She's not Joyce Monda.
But Monda is yourself, right? So it is correct if she is referred to as Joyce Monda.
Monda is my surname.
Proceed.
Who is known to me, called me and asked me to assist her nephew who had two companies in the supply of medical drugs and non-pharmaceuticals. She what?
Counsel, you know your time is up.
Yes.
The nephew by the name Musiemo Bernard Mogengo. Where do I stop?
I think you can stop there because the statement is clear and senators are able to read. That allegation is that the amount of 100,000 you're paying to Gladys was as a result of you allowing her to work for you in exchange of the tenders that she had granted to the nephew to your wife. What do you have to say to that?
Madam Speaker, I deny having knowledge of that kind of position.
Mr. Deputy Governor, Doctor, you were supplied with these documents in advance, correct?
No, Madam Speaker, these documents...
These are parts of the documents that the County Assembly supplied you with, correct?
No, Madam Speaker.
Are you saying that your council does not have a copy of these documents? Is that what you're saying? Because we know it is true and your council will respond. Have you made any attempt to respond to the allegations on that statement? You have not. You have not challenged that allegation that you had knowledge of, have you?
You want me to respond?
Yes, proceed.
Counsel, your time is now up.
Madam Speaker, she's giving direction.
Give your final answer on that.
Madam Speaker, on the date this is being made, this statement is being made, is the day I was undergoing the impeachment.
The question
on
was
the floor of the House.
The question was.
And it is referring to that impeachment process that I had mentioned her name.
The question is, have you responded to that allegation that you had knowledge of?
Counsel, can you let him answer?
Thank you. I just wanted her, Madam Speaker, to answer the right question, whether he has responded to these allegations, because he had knowledge of them. Proceed and answer. Kindly answer that question. Have you responded?
Madam Speaker,
have you responded? It's a yes or no?
No.
So Lucy was not the only person working with the county that you sought to influence. You've been influencing other county officers as well. That is all for this witness. Thank you.
Counsel Kigan, how much time do you need for re-exam?
Could I request for 15 minutes, Madam Speaker?
It's 10 minutes, Counsel.
Okay, I'll try, Madam Speaker.
10 minutes.
Yes. I would like us to start with the issue of Gladys Aminga. Now, the first thing I would like to ask you is the question of whether or not you've responded. When were these documents served? Were they served, the statement from Gladys Aminga, was it part of the documents you were served with at the point of your appearance at the County Assembly?
No, Madam Speaker.
And they were served when this motion was presented to the Senate, isn't it?
Yes, Madam Speaker.
And have you had an opportunity, an occasion where you could have filed a response to that statement?
There has not been any opportunity, Madam Speaker.
Okay. Now, I would like us to discuss the contents of that statement. My colleague repeatedly asked you whether it is true that you forced Gladys Aminga to give a tender. And the first thing I would like you to confirm, do you know this person mentioned in this statement? This Osiemo Bernard Mogengo. Do you know him?
I do not know him, Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker.
He's referred to as a nephew of your wife. Do you know that relationship? Are you aware of that relationship?
Madam Speaker, if he's a relative of my wife has not brought him to me for introduction, so I do not know.
Now, you've been asked also whether you know some two companies associated with that Osiemo Bernard, namely Peace Farm and Mobichem. Do you know the two companies?
No, Madam Speaker.
Now, you went through the statement together with my colleague on what he was referring to. Did you see anywhere where it is said that you forced her to give any tenders to anybody?
No, Madam Speaker.
Now, it is said that the payment was in consideration, the 100,000 was in consideration of having given out tenders. You remember that allegation? Now, you recall the question being put to you that it is alleged that you were sending this money because you had influenced some tenders. You remember that?
Yes, that was the question.
Now, what was the purpose of the 100,000?
Madam Speaker, the 100,000 was part payment towards transport services that I got from one Gladys Aminga for construction materials.
Now, I would like us to read what Gladys says and confirm whether she confirms that the payment was for services rendered.
Gladys says, and I read, he paid me through M-Pesa for the supply of sand and ballast. I have since learned that I made a mistake in giving the LPOs and I have never repeated. That is all I wish to state. That is Gladys Aminga.
And so Gladys Aminga very explicitly explains that the payment, the remittance of 100,000 was a payment for services of transport and supply of sand and ballast, isn't it?
That is true.
And that's what you are paying for yourself?
That's what I was paying for.
Does Aminga, to the best of your knowledge, say anywhere that you personally told her to give tenders to anybody?
Nowhere she said that.
Yeah, okay. Now I'd like us to move on to a different issue. You've been asked whether you are asked to confirm that indeed you had a conversation with Lucy about the employment bid by Dennis Misato. You remember that?
Yes, I remember.
And you said you mentioned it to Lucy.
I did mention it to Lucy, Madam Speaker.
Okay. Now, when you say, when you were taken then to the affidavit of Lucy, do you agree with the way Lucy has explained about that issue of how you met?
No, I do not agree.
More specifically, did you summon her?
No, Madam Speaker, I have not summoned Lucy for this kind of discussion.
For emphasis, in what circumstances did you meet Lucy at which you mentioned this issue?
I met Lucy in a function we had with the governor in the stadium where our officers are, and I mentioned this position by my friend Misati.
Okay, then it is said that you are struggling, you do not have funds, you are a pauper, and what do you have to say about that?
Poverty, Madam Speaker, is relative. It depends on who is suffering that. In the eyes of one, it could be I'm a pauper. In my own eyes, I'm an honorable Deputy Governor of the Kisii County.
Let's talk about more in terms of your circumstances. Are you able to underwrite your liabilities and obligations?
Yes, Madam Speaker.
You are able to meet your obligations?
Yes, Madam Speaker.
And in that sense, you are not struggling, or are you struggling?
I'm not struggling.
Okay. Now, when Mr. Joseph Misati chose to say that you are struggling, was that a communication you had passed on to him? Had you told him that I'm struggling, or how did that come up?
It's not my position. Mr. Misati made a general statement about his understanding of those of us, yes, of those of us who are politicians.
Okay. Now, questions were asked about whether or not you've involved children in repayment of your debts in the previous relationship with Mr. Joseph Misati. And my question is, on this day, did you know that Mr. Misati was coming with his children?
No, I didn't know.
You didn't know. And did you agree with Mr. Misati how the children would be involved in him refunding the money you had lent him in November 2022?
No, Madam Speaker.
Whose decision and judgment was it on how how the money was to get to you?
It was Mr. Misati's.
It was Mr. Misati who chose how he wanted to send you?
Misati Joseph, yes.
Okay. I would like us to look at the Hansard, page 191, where you are asked about whether you slept after sending the money. Page 191 of the Hansard.
Where was that?
Now, it is said that after you send the money to Lucy, you slept, isn't it? And that's what you said at the county assembly, isn't it?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Now, I want us to confirm if this is what is stated in the answer. On that evening, I had to pay a debt of the transport I had used to ferry some building materials to my home to one Gladys Aminga, who does transport business. So I was due to give her Kenya shillings 100,000. As I did this, I erroneously picked the wrong number and sent 100,000, then slept without knowing the recipient is a different person. Mr. Speaker, sir, the next morning before I took my breakfast, I received a call from Lucy informing me that I had sent 100,000. You can see that?
I can see that.
Now, does that statement say you slept immediately or that you generally slept that night?
I generally slept without noticing that error.
So your point is that at a certain point in that night you slept, but not necessarily immediately after sending the money?
That's the position, Madam Speaker.
And your statement then to the County Assembly captured in that Hansard is not in any way inconsistent with the contention that you sent some money 2 hours after you had sent to Lucy?
That is true.
It's
Madam
not
Speaker.
inconsistent?
Yes.
Okay. Lastly, just for emphasis, or rather two questions. Had Mr. Joseph Misati visited you with his boys previously?
Yes, some of his boys, not all of them.
Not, but from time to time he has visited you with his boys?
That is true.
And so this visit, was it unusual in any way?
It was not unusual, Madam Speaker.
Both in terms of him visiting you and coming with his boys?
Yes.
Okay. Did you at any point pressurize Lucy that you needed a job for your friend's son?
No, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, I would like to leave my re-examination there.
That's okay. Is that all for this witness? We'll now proceed on, councils, senators, to raise their interventions or clarifications that members may have. The board is full with over 15 senators who are interested in asking for clarifications. I want to propose that we take 4 on this side and 4 on the other side. So let's begin with Joe Nyoto. Senator Joe Nyoto.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for this opportunity. I just want to seek very short clarifications from the witness. And the first one is from the evidence of Joseph Misati, the friend. Misati went to the DG's home accompanied by his sons for that meeting where they had a separate meeting between him and Joseph Misati with the sons at a distance. The clarification I'm seeking is, why would grown men, the sons, accompany the father to a meeting with a friend to discuss matters that did not relate to the employment of Dennis Misati? That is one. Number two, when the witness sent 100,000 Kenya shillings to the MD of WASO, or WASCO, and he says in his statement that this was sent erroneously. It was supposed to be sent to another lady who is a CEO within Kisii County government. It took 2 days. Would the witness clarify? Because the usual, everyone sending money through M-Pesa is once you send an amount of money, then you will receive a message from M-Pesa detailing whom you have sent it to. Is the witness truthful when he alleges that he did not discover immediately that he had sent the money to the wrong person? And even if he did, he alleges that he did not have the technical know-how to reverse the transaction. But ideally, Madam Speaker, one would call the person to whom you have sent the money erroneously and request them, especially because this is somebody that is well known to you, request them to send the money back to you, which did not happen until the following day when the MD called the witness herself.
Thank you, Senator Nyuto. Allow the witness to respond.
Madam Speaker, Mr. Misati Joseph came with his 4 sons, and at my age and his age, we thought, and it's normally the practice, that we leave the children aside and do business of your own. I did not have any special reason to accommodate the children in the discussions we held with Mr. Misati. When question 2, when I sent money erroneously to Lucy, the MD Wasco, I've already indicated that I slept without noticing the error. The next morning, Lucy called me and told me about this money. I asked her to send back the money, but she told me she was already at the airport trying to fly out to Nairobi from Kisumu. And Madam Speaker, she asked me to reverse, which I've already indicated I didn't have that technology of reversing the money as that's been indicated. Madam Speaker, when she reached Nairobi, I talked to her, and she told me she was entering a crucial meeting she will transact later. On the issue of reversing the money, Madam Speaker, I came to learn when I received these statements in this impeachment that it was that Lucy, having received the 100,000 from me, immediately after spent 5,000, and therefore it did not remain, and I will refer the honorable senators to that page where Lucy has received the 100,000, and immediately after has drawn or paid out 5,000, reducing the money from the 100,000. I'm guided that if I tried, even if I would have tried, I'm guided by those who know that with less money than what I would have tried to reverse, the reversal could have not been possible. That's my response, Madam Speaker.
Senator Enoch Wambua.
Madam Speaker, allow me to engage the witness. Very briefly, within 2 minutes, I'm done. His Excellency DG, what is the official title of one?
Official title is CEO.
CEO.
That's what I know. Some people exchange it with MD.
What is the official title? She has a letter of appointment. What is she? Is she an MD? Is she a CEO?
No, that one CEO? I cannot take a position on which title she holds.
You can't. So, but you have saved her as what? Chief officer?
I've saved her as CEO.
Chief officer.
Yes.
And you're saying you made a mistake between Lucy and Gladys Amiga.
Yes.
What is the connection in the typing for either Lucy or Guasco, whatever it is, and Gladys and Amigo? Because you have to type for the name to pop up. What is the connection in the keyboard of your phone, because they are all the same? What is the alphabetical ordering of either of those names?
When you look at what we have attached there, Lucy and Gladys are next to each other.
Yeah, but you have to type. You have to type the name for the name to pop up.
I've indicated, Madam Speaker, earlier that I have tried to save staff of the county under an easier way of accessing them, and that's why I have the CEO, my own way of easily accessing the officers of the county.
Madam Speaker, we need your protection because I think from Kisii County, there are very many different ways of doing things. Now, this one has a different way of typing names on the keyboard, which is standard. It's a standard keyboard. When you type GWA, what's the connection between GWA and GLA? There can never be any connection.
I've indicated, Madam Speaker, that the way of CEO would bring all the officers.
I will
Then the rest of the names will follow.
The next question, Madam Speaker, so that we save on time.
That should be the
last question, yes. Yeah. The last question. You erroneously, as you say, sent money to Lucy, and you don't realize that you have sent money until the following morning, which is questionable. But that morning, you are called by Lucy and she says, what did you send this money to me for? So at least you know now there is 100,000 shillings that you send to Lucy, which is your money.
True.
But you go to the bank and withdraw 130,000 shillings to send to some other people, and yet you have your money that is already with Lucy, which you can access and use for the same purposes. Why was it easier for you? You are saying you're not tech savvy, but you're able to withdraw money from the bank. You're not able to reverse money that you have sent. Are you being selective in your tech savviness?
Madam Speaker, I'm not being selective. If you read my statement correctly, the money I sent to Lucy was in my M-Pesa. And the money I sent that morning, Lucy told me I have sent her money, was still in the same M-Pesa. So I didn't go to the bank to draw any other money. I had some money.
The money is not in your M-Pesa now, it is in Lucy's phone. It's not in your M-Pesa anymore. You have sent already.
I had more money in my account that could be enough to send another 100,000. I didn't send 130,000 to Gladys. It's 100,000 to Gladys after I discovered Lucy had taken 100 that she had not refunded or returned.
Madam Speaker, I'm okay.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Gloria Oruoba. In under 1 minute. And Senators, if we could reduce our questions to only 2, it will help because there are very many senators who are interested in clarifying.
Thank you, Speaker. I only have 2 questions. Speaker, on the first one, when Joseph Misati was here and he was questioned on his relationship with you on a business level, he said at one point that you had an M-Pesa shop. I just wanted you to clarify, have you at any one point had an M-Pesa shop? And if so, would that then conflict that you do not know how to operate M-Pesa, particularly reversals? Then my second question is that on the assembly bundle, page 283 and 287, it is stated that the deputy governor was buying land at 500k per acre, which was negotiated down to 200k per acre to help the children. But in the sales agreement, it is written that you are to pay 2.8 million by the end of October, which you clarified that you are not able to pay. And then the question is, after that, you actually paid 500,000 to Joseph. So the question is, where did you get the money? Because those two are conflicting. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Madam Speaker.
Give quick,
Madam
short
Speaker.
answers.
Madam Speaker.
Can I guide the witness? If you could give short, quick answers, it will help us to move faster. Don't give long narration.
Madam Speaker, I've never owned an M-Pesa business. What Mr. Misati Joseph averred to in his witness was his own M-Pesa business and not mine. Number two, the Honorable Senator has referred to a case that I've also seen in this House yesterday about an elder from Magenja Ward who was selling land that he had owned in Transmara, Naroko County. And Madam Speaker, she came to me and asked me if I can buy. When I attempted to follow up the documents, I realized this same land had a lot of encumbrances. There were people on that land. I don't know whether I call them squatters or what. And he wanted me to go and use an auctioneer to remove those people and buy that land. At that point, I said, I can't buy a case. If I'm buying land, it's land, and not issues, fighting with people. And at that point, I said, we cancel this deal, Madam Speaker. That's where the story of land rests.
Senator Agnes Kavindu.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Mine is a follow-up question on the M-Pesa to Lucy. Madam Speaker, when he was giving his evidence, he said that he did not know how to reverse the money, and he was looking for somebody to reverse the money for him. And I'm wondering if he looked for someone for 2-3 days, and he could not get anyone who could reverse that money, even after Lucy had told him that the money was there, and after he had confirmed. Madam Speaker, this one raises a lot of questions. And number two, he talked of not knowing his best friend's children. And yet when his friend was giving evidence, he said that there is even a time he called him to go and fundraise for the children's school fees. Madam Speaker, I don't understand how I can be called by my best friend to go and fundraise for his son or his daughter, and I cannot be familiar with the same daughter. Thank you, Mrs.
Witness, DG.
Madam Speaker, I've indicated that Lucy called me on the 29th, on the morning of 29th May. And that is the time there was this conversation on the erroneous sending of money. And she was on transit. I called her later when I asked her to send me back the money, but she was in Nairobi in a meeting. That is on the same day of the 29th of May. She sent me back the money the next day. So the issue of 3 days, Madam Speaker, does not arise. It is the next day. The next question.
The issue of children.
Familiarity of children. Madam Speaker and honorable senators, I'm very good at knowing the faces of people once well exposed to me. When I go to fundraise with my friend, I'm not fundraising with the children, it's the adults whom I fundraise with. We sometimes do these fundraisings, all of us, honorable leaders, honorable senators, with the people in the village, the invited guests, and therefore we may have our children out there, some in school, some wherever they may be, and I will want to still remain that I cannot identify all the children of all my friends. It's not possible for anyone, and I will be lying if I say that, Madam Speaker.
Senator Charadike.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll be precise with an eye of a military marksman. One, Mr. Deputy Governor, can you table your evidence? Can you table a phone as part of the evidence now so that we can cross-check those numbers that you're talking about, Wahito and Aminga? Number one. Number two, what is your relationship with other leaders in Kisii County? Number three, who ensures that there is proper budgetary utilization of funds in Kisii County? And finally, how do you feel that the father of Dennis, how do you feel that your brother testified against you? And how do you feel the father testified against the son, Madam Speaker, so that we get the feeling that is happening? And finally, what is your relationship with the governor, Simbarati? I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, as I respond, I will request that where I miss some of the questions, the Honorable Senator would remind me. For tabling the phone, I will request your directions, Madam Speaker, that I'd left my phone with my security out here. If the Sergeant at Arms can get the phone for the view by the Honorable Senators. That's my request, Madam Speaker.
Sergeant at Arms, you can assist him so he can just open the page where the list of names was downloaded. To answer the rest
I have no
of the
objection,
questions.
Madam Speaker, if they can be doing that. My relationship with the Kisii politicians is the next question. And Madam Speaker, I've been a politician for some time now. And I can confidently say I have very good relationship with my colleagues, politicians in Kisii. And in circumstances where we do not agree, we have sought to solve and make ourselves agree as politicians. I hope I've answered that. I have a very good relationship with my colleague politicians across the board. On the issue of who ensures the budget of the Kisii counties used, Madam Speaker, this, I referred to it earlier, that Madam Speaker, I will say it is the CEO, the Chief Executive Officer of the county to ensure absorption of resources given by the government, the national government. The budget that you give us from this house is used effectively, Madam Speaker. And so that's my affirmation that there is a CEO to ensure we spend our resources. On the issue of Joseph Misati and his son, Dennis Misati, then the situation of my brother and myself. This is very unfortunate, Madam Speaker, that one family will have, family members will have to move out of the family circles and come to solve their family disputes in the Senate. It is unfortunate, and I want to say here, Madam Speaker, I felt so much embarrassed that a member of the Parliament in this country will find his way, that's myself, for some reason, find a reason to come here and talk about family issues in the Senate. It is unfortunate, and I regret the situation, Madam Speaker, for both Mr. Joseph Misati and his son, and myself and my brother who was here yesterday evening. On the question of my relationship with my governor, the Honorable, His Excellency, the Honorable Paul Simbarati, I want to make it clear that we have had a strained relationship from the time we came into office on matters that are official. And indeed, I'm convicted that it is from that perspective that I am before this Senate today on a matter of impeachment, because of the official questions and discussions I've tried to hold with the governor, and we do not seem to pull together. One of them, honorable members of the Senate and Madam Speaker, is the question of the budget absorption, where for 2 consecutive years we have remained number 47 out of 47 in development resource absorption. In the first year, we did 13.9% of the resource absorption. In the next quarter, the first quarter of this year, Madam Speaker, this financial year, we have done 1.7% resource absorption, and in the first half of this year, we have done 3.9%, and these are the areas of.
Let me guide you. You should be responding to the question you were asked. I feel you have not responded to it. Respond to that question, please. The last question, your relationship with the DG, if I got it correct, with the governor, your relationship with the governor.
Madam Speaker, I'm not hearing you. Maybe if they can raise the power for your mic, I can hear you.
Your relationship with the governor, that was the last question.
Madam Speaker, is the same question I'm dealing with, that the relationship between me and my governor has been deteriorating day in, day out as we moved through the period we've served in the Kisii County. I hope I've answered.
Yes, you have. Senator Asige Kegei Crystal.
Madam Speaker, sorry.
And before we take Senator Asige's question, you have the phone now. Open the page which was downloaded and attached to the document, and the Sergeant at Arms will present it to the Secretariat desk, the clerk's desk, and Senator Cheradigei can have a look at it.
Point of order, Madam Speaker.
It is your point of order.
Madam Speaker, I remember last night I was almost the last person to leave this chamber. Today I've been here since morning.
So have
and
the
the
other
questions,
senators.
let me ask my question, Madam Speaker, with all respect. And the people who are asking questions in the previous session, they are the same people asking questions. Just tell me why I'm here. Then if we can just have them to ask questions, then we can watch like others at home.
Senator Karungo Dhangwa, just on a point of information, you have been in the House, and that is a legitimate expectation of the people who brought you to Senate, that you should be in Senate attending to proceedings. You have been attending the proceedings, and other senators have also been attending the proceedings of this impeachment. And I believe all senators have an equal right to seek clarifications and seek questions. So we have used the board that has been showing us the names of the prioritization. So I would urge you, when you want to clarify, you always press your button early, so that, because we use it as a guide on the speaker's side. But having said that, we will bring up more senators who have not had a chance to ask the questions, but all are equally entitled. Senator Asige,
yes,
as the phone is making its way to the Secretariat desk.
Thank you, Speaker. If that comment by Senator Thangwa was directed at me, I have to assure him that yesterday I only spoke one time. So I'm not one of the ones who have spoken a lot yesterday. Speaker, I want to speak on behalf of the struggling politicians, because I feel like I am one, whereby if I were to be missing 100,000 shillings in my M-Pesa, I have to admit, I would definitely notice immediately. And that's where my particular question will focus. And I wanted to just engage the DG, if you would allow me. Mr. DG, could you kindly just clarify how you make M-Pesa transaction? Is it through the M-Pesa app? It's through the M-Pesa app?
Yes.
Oh, it is, okay.
It is, Madam Speaker.
Okay, great. So you are somewhat tech savvy, then that has been confirmed. I also want to just confirm the process through which you transact on M-Pesa, and maybe you'll agree or disagree at the end. Number one, Speaker, I'm aware that when you use the M-Pesa app, you have to choose the person that you're sending money to, the recipient. And the next stage is to put in the amount that you want to send. And the next stage is to put in your PIN. And then there is a pop-up that comes which asks you to confirm that those details that you have input are correct before you either cancel or accept that transaction, whereby you would have seen the recipient's name pop up on that, inaitwa hakikisho in Swahili. And then once you have, if you said accept, if you confirm that those are the right details, Speaker, you press accept, and then, as another senator has said, you'll receive a transaction confirmation with the exact same details, so that you can confirm that you have sent the correct amount to the correct person at said time. Now, with all of those different confirmation opportunities, I wanted to really clarify, because he uses the M-Pesa app, and you have to be tech savvy to use it. How did you not see those confirmation pop-ups that came through the M-Pesa app for you to confirm whether you're sending the money to the right person? Thank you.
Madam Speaker, I've already heard that, I'm sorry, that I missed those pop-ups and sent money knowing that I've sent the money to the right person. I missed those ones you have named. I do not know how you send it. Mine is getting the name and the number, and then I send. So I missed that, Madam Speaker.
Okay. Senator Joyce Coril.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. My question still hangs on the M-Pesa transfers that the witness sent 100,000 to Lucy Waito, which was sent on 28, and it was reversed on 30th. That is barely 2 days later, Madam Speaker. I wanted to know whether there was an agreement between the Deputy Governor and Lucy Waito. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, there was no agreement between myself and Lucy Waito on anything unless clarified. That is the way I got the question. There was no agreement. The position is send the money back, and she had told me to reverse. That is the position at which we left it.
Okay. Senator Mwinyi Haji Mohamed Faki.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Mine is also on the same M-Pesa transaction. When you send the money on the, is it 28th? 28th
yes,
of
28th.
May, did you confirm that the money had gone?
Yes, the money went.
So, but you didn't confirm to whom it went. Is that what you are telling us?
I didn't read that name and get to know that it is where I was sending the money to. That is what I'm saying, yes.
Yes. So you confirmed that the money was sent to Lucy. Was it Lucy or?
Lucy.
That same evening?
That evening, yes, the money went to Lucy.
That same evening?
Yes.
But it took a prompting for you to realize that it went to a wrong person?
Yeah, I slept without noticing that the money had gone to the wrong person. So I woke up the next day, and this is when I came to this understanding.
But it is your evidence that on the evening you sent the money, you confirmed that it went to Lucy?
No. It was erroneously sent to Lucy. That's what I'm saying.
That's all. Yes.
Senator Mbogwa Mungai, George.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Mr. Deputy Governor, I'm following up on the charges of abuse of office, and I want to refer you to your affidavit, paragraph 59, A and B. You seem to suggest that your home is being used for official purposes without your permission.
Sorry?
You seem to suggest that your home is being used for official government offices without your permission. Is that true on point A, paragraph 59 of your affidavit?
That is wise. Somebody affirmance. Madam Speaker, can we go ahead with the question?
So you seem to suggest that your home is being used for official government business without your permission, because you are saying your input was not sought for. Is that true?
Madam Speaker, this is not referring to myself. I'm saying it's not my home that is used.
Okay. Now
My home
on
has
B,
not been used by anyone for official functions.
okay, on B, you suggest that the governor's office is being used for official government business. Is there any government money which goes into the use of this office? Is there any money which is used for the government business which is being carried on in that office? Thank you.
Madam Speaker, that I will not be able to confirm if government money is being used. The only response here is that government business is being transacted in the governor's residence.
Senator Onyonka Richard.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Dr. Munda, I have two follow-up questions. The question that you've answered about government business taking place, could you explain what that statement means? In other words, are you trying to say that each and every government transaction since the governor took over in Kisii County has actually been conducted, including cabinet positions, including cabinet meetings, and you as the DG were holding cabinet meetings in the governor's house? And if you can, I would hope you to explain what the government says in terms of where the governor or the president, which place should they operate from. The second question I want to bring you, Dr. Munda, Madam Asigi raised a very interesting question, but I thought, and I'm not on a fishing expedition, I thought you got confused. Do you know the difference between an M-Pesa app and M-Pesa kawaida?
Madam Speaker, I may be lost between the two.
Yeah, can you explain if you can? Lastly, this money that you sent erroneously, have you ever sent any other erroneous money to anybody at any one time? And did you get a reversal, and how did you claim that money back? Thank you.
Madam Speaker, with your permission, I may start with the M-Pesa. I'm lost between the M-Pesa app and the M-Pesa by the Senator Onyonga what he called M-Pesa Kawaida. Madam Speaker, I may be on the Kawaida M-Pesa because I have not heard the difference between the two. I will have to refer when I leave this, Senate. And so, on the matter of reversal, what did you ask?
I asked whether you have ever sent any other money other than this money to anybody else before this exercise started or even now.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I've done. M-Pesa is a continuous process by everyone of this era. And so I've sent and I've lost. Sometimes I've lost the money. And sometimes when I'm able to call and get the money sent back, I have succeeded to get the money back. This happens all the time. And I think my considered opinion is that it is for that reason that the Safaricom decided to have the two reversal and even sending back. Madam Speaker, on the first question, the Honorable Senator has asked me to explain a little. All I know, once sworn into government, we are expected to transact government business in designated areas, gazetted areas, such that the Senate will conduct business in the designated Senate, as an example, Madam Speaker, and this assembly. But in my case and the Kisii, once we came into government after being sworn in, and this was in the presence of my Super Senator Richard Onyonga, we did the swearing in.
Just to guide you, we do not have any super senator.
Okay,
they are all senators.
Madam Speaker, I withdraw that and replace it with Senator Onyonga.
Honorable Senator is the official title. Can you continue with the answer?
Yes,
Proceed on.
Madam Speaker, once we were sworn in, the previous governor's office by the former governor was of course available, but we did not occupy that space, including my space as a deputy governor, on grounds that my governor will want to do renovations to those offices before we occupy them. And therefore, we had to start operating from the holding rooms of the Kisii Stadium. And we've remained in those holding rooms in the stadium until today as I speak here. Madam Speaker, if I were to be impeached by this motion, I wouldn't have stepped into the official gazetted governor's offices in Kisii as at now. And after a short while, Madam Speaker, at the stadium, my governor, His Excellency Mbarati, decided to start conducting government meetings in his own residence in Motonto village. And this has remained the position of the Kisii County government over many years without imputing any wrong motive, Madam Speaker. We have found ourselves in a situation where even the Judicial Service Commission visited Kisii, and we were required to go to the rural home where we went and we held that meeting there, and it was painful for me having the Judicial Service Commission conducting an official meeting in a private residency. Madam Speaker, this is the scenario in brief in Kisii. The CECs will find their way to that home every day. The chief officers the same, and the directors, they say, Madam Speaker, at some point as I raised this matter, I started getting excluded from attending those meetings, and without getting, and totally not getting information that there is any meeting going on anywhere where a deputy governor can also attend. That is the scenario in Kisii. I will want to stop there, hoping I've answered the Honorable Senator's question, inviting this Senate to visit Kisii and see by yourselves, Madam Speaker, that that's the scenario we are in Kisii County.
Thank you, thank you. Senator Karungo, will be the final one, then we'll take a direction on the remaining. We have about 17, and we'll have to take a direction on how we go about it. Meantime, Senator Karungo, very quickly. And
thank you. Mine are very brief, Madam Speaker. And I would start by asking the Deputy Governor, Mr. Deputy Governor, why would your brother be so bitter with you that he would want you to lose your seat and go live with him at your father's house, at your father's farm? The second question, yesterday I asked Dennis a question, and I asked him if he got a job after giving the 800,000 bribe, would he tell anybody, would he go to the police? And his answer was no, I wouldn't have gone to any police, I would just be enjoying my job. Now, in that line of thinking, would I say Lucy Waheto, would I be right to say Lucy Waheto also came here because probably you did not give him all the money that he wanted? Probably you did not give her all the money that she wanted. Out of the 800, maybe she wanted 400. You gave her 100,000. Then there were 2 days of, are you sending more, are you sending more? And then if you're not sending more, I'm going to refund the money. And that is exactly what happened. Would I be right to say so?
Madam Speaker, I will start with that last question to say no, the Honorable Senator will not be right to say so because we've not had a discussion with Lucy Waheto beyond the erroneous transaction of money. The other one is about my brother, and I've said it's a sad scenario that the entire happening is simply intended to drag my name through the mud. That's all I would want to say, Madam Speaker, that my brother is in that pain of not supporting me in the past in the elections, but I've continued to win. And after the elections, my brother has not been happy, and he believes the campaigns continue beyond the time we were elected. And so you'll wish that I'm impeached for him to feel better, because I would have lost the seat I won against his wishes, that I don't. You refer to the Kisii elections, you will see many clips showing how my brother campaigned hard against me, but then I flawed them, and those who are flawed will always be looking for grounds to continue fighting. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honourable Senators, we have now finished the slots that we had allocated, but I have about 17 requests for senators who need clarifications. We have to take a direction because we have 5 witnesses who still have to give evidence, be cross-examined, be re-examined. So what is your point of order? You do the points of order. I want us to take a direction as a House, whether we add 3 slots, both majority and minority leaders are here. Yes. Senator Methu, and then Senator Osotsi.
What is the issue?
Senator Otsotsi, meantime, raise your point of order. Resume your seat. I invited you to use the dispatch box. You move first.
Madam Speaker, I think you directed that Mr. Monda's phone be checked to confirm the phone list attached on the documents. I think we need to dispense with that because the document raised a lot of concerns from the members and from the council as to its authenticity. And also, understanding the Computer Misuse and Cybercrime Act, particularly Section 23, that talks about false publication of computer information. So I think that would be a very crucial aspect to deal with before we proceed.
See, I give the direction. I had directed that the phone on the page which has been downloaded and attached the documentation be presented to the clerk, and Senator Cherargei, who had raised that issue, was to be there to see that page. He's not in the house, so I'm holding it. It will still be done. What is your point of order, Senator Medhu? So I've given direction, it will still be checked.
Honorable Speaker, since you had already given direction that you shall take 4 from each side, I think it is fair that we stick to that direction that you had given. But I would be of the proposal, Honorable Speaker, because we have, I think, 5 more witnesses, that for the rest of us who are on that dashboard, because I know I'm one of them, that you give us priority in terms of getting clarification from the other witnesses that will be coming, so that then we can be able to avoid the question that had been raised by Senator Karongo Dango of the same people speaking over and over, that when we get the next witness, then we can get another 8, then we remain with a few more others, so that everybody can be able to speak to this matter.
Senator Hamida, on a point of order only, then I give a direction. We take consensus and...
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to request if you could give us, the few of us who have not talked, at least more time, at least give us 20 minutes for each side, so that at least we can proceed. Because he's the main witness, then at least we have not exhausted our questions. Kindly.
20 minutes for each side would be too much for both sides. Honorable Senators, we either take a few more or proceed on with the witnesses and give priority to the senators who have not clarified anything in the next batch. Senator Mohammed.
Yeah, Madam Speaker, I think the direction which was given was that the DG side had 3 hours to present their case together with the cross-examination and conclusion. Maybe is that now has not now changed, because I've seen we did about 2 hours in the morning and I've done another 2 hours now. And you should, the way we are managing our time, I don't think we are going to conclude this matter
That's definitely the
before
concern.
midnight.
That is definitely the concern.
So you need to give direction, Madam Speaker, so that we know the time frames of what we are doing. Because yesterday there was a time frame which was presented and accepted by the plenary. And now we are digressing from that time frame. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Mohammed. I'll take one more point of order, then I give a direction from Senator Roba.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Considering the Deputy Governor is the key person, and the issues that have been raised around, his removal from office, I think it's only fair if, even if you limit the time, the senators that want to raise some questions to the Deputy Governor be given, even if you limit the time to one question in that regard. Thank you.
Honorable Senators, in view of the time constraint, but noting that this is a very key witness and the impeachment is on the Deputy Governor, I will give an opportunity to 3 senators on this side, 3 senators on the majority side, a total of 6 senators, and each should take only 1 minute. Beyond 1 minute, I'll request the clerk to switch off the microphone so that we do it under 10 minutes or 12 minutes and move on to the other witnesses. Senator Enoch.
That's well guided, Madam Speaker. But then, in the same breath, then you should also require of the witness to also respond decisively to questions without expounding on anything.
Honorable Senators, I want to request and we guide that even your questions be precise, don't give a narration or 2 paragraphs of a background. Just ask a specific question and the witness is duly guided to give specific, precise answers to the questions that are asked. If it's a question of yes or no, just say yes or no. And I will now request Senator Seki to ask the question. He's not there. Senator Boni Halwale.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, Deputy Governor Robert Monda is my friend. In fact, I'm the only one in this House who was a colleague of his in the 10th Parliament. Listening to you, my old friend and colleague, your fate is going to turn on your word against the word of your own witnesses. Young Dennis Misati has told us that and proved that he gave you 500,000. You have refused. Your word against his. Joseph Mesati has said that you went to him for money, you were broke. You have refused. Your word against his. Gladys Amingo has a document here where she demonstrates that you are doing business with her. You have refused. Her word against yours. And finally, Lucy Wahito has demonstrated.
What's your question, Senator Boni? It's over. It's 1 minute.
On page 264, that she you are innocent by telling the House, do we believe you?
Witness.
Madam Speaker, to answer these questions, from my friend, the Senator Kalwale, Mr. Misati, as
What's your point of order, Senator Wakoli? Use the dispatch box, Senator.
Honorable Speaker, is it in order for my senior brother, Mheshimiwa Boni Khalwale, to already show signals that he's already making decisions and judging the innocent doctor without the due process coming to a conclusion, Honorable Speaker? Let us be impartial as honorable senators and allow the defense and the accused to come on board and elaborate themselves. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
The witness, following the point of order, let me give a direction. The witness can concentrate on the question that was posed in the last sentence, whether you should be believed or the other witnesses should be believed. Just that bit.
Madam Speaker, There have been a mention of several names of witnesses who have been here. Dennis Misati, against the word of his father, Joseph Misati. My affirmation is that Joseph Misati and myself are on the same page. And so we have not pulled in different directions, and I hope my friend senator is listening to me. So Joseph Misati are talking different language with the son. And it's not me who has said we are not talking the same language with Joseph Misati. Misati refunded my money, and that's our position, the two of us. Gladys Aminga have not deviated that I gave Gladys Aminga the contract to deliver building material to my home. That's the position I've taken, and I paid what was due to her. Lucy, the Wasco MD, we are on the same page that I sent money to her erroneously, and she refers the money to me. There's no more that she has said about me, other than that she has two statements. One, she says, I said nothing when we talked on the phone on the same money, and on the affidavit she said something else. So I've not deviated from what all these witnesses have said. I have a position about them.
Thank you. Senator Hamida.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Bonadiji, the young man, Dennis, really broke down. They lost the family business, and the wife also had a miscarriage. Are you really conscious? Is your conscience clear that there was no fraud by promising this young man or by extorting money from him to get a job? That is one. Just the second one. There's been so much...
Leave it at one question, Senator Hamida, for this last session. Just one question.
Just one more, Madam Speaker.
Leave it at one question. Everybody needs a little
chance
to ask.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
So then, Dennis Misati broke down. I was here yesterday, and I saw it. But again, Dennis Misati was on record that he has not talked to me any one time about the job he was looking for. He got all the story about the job from his father. The father was here today morning. There's no way I can know that Dennis sold a business or suffered any loss, yet the connection, the only link between me and Dennis is the father, who has witnessed today in the morning that he is not privy to any business lost, nor Dennis having money to come and give me as a bribe, or he was calling it something else, not inducement, something. And so I cannot speak for Dennis Misati. He can only speak about his father, through whom he indicated he got every communication from me.
Senator Derito John Kenya.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, in the county, DG is number 2 in command. Madam Speaker, he is telling us that he sent money erroneously to a person he has saved as CEO, who is a junior officer in terms of command. Madam Speaker, what I'm trying to understand, how was it so hard for that officer to reverse or to send the money immediately, which ended up taking 2 days? I had listened to him saying the officer said he could not reverse the money immediately because he was in the airport. Then from the airport, she entered a very serious meeting. Madam Speaker, I am still not understanding. That's the only part I'm not getting. I need clarity.
DG.
Madam Speaker, that is very true. Lucy is a junior officer in the company where she works, a company created between the Kisii County and the Nyamira County. And Madam Speaker, she works under Board of Management. I am the Deputy Governor. If indeed I was to look for jobs from the board, sorry, I then should have been able to reach the Board of Management, because that's where the marks for anyone looking for a job is awarded. It's not at the CEO. So, Madam Speaker, this assertion, to me, I find it far from what it should be. I want to talk to the management board. Madam Speaker.
Can you make your answers precise and short? That's what we guided.
I stop. He had mentioned, the senator had mentioned something about the sending of the money. And Madam Speaker, I've already mentioned here that from the records that are in these bundles that are before the Senate, I realized that Madam Lucy Waido used the same money that she was supposed to reverse immediately on the 29th morning. And so, even if she was to reverse the money, she didn't have the same money to reverse to me until the 30th when she finally reversed the money and on some kind of loan. And if that loan we call what? In M-Pesa. Fulisa, if that Fulisa was there on the same 29th, then why did she leave herself to be below 100,000, which was reversed to me? I hope I've responded.
Senator Betty.
Is it Betty Moteto or is it Beth?
It's working.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, mine is just a quick one. You said that the 100,000 you are sending to Gladys was for services rendered to you on transport. Have you brought any evidence to show that there's either an invoice or a demand notice, either on phone or written to you, demanding that, that payment, please?
Madam Speaker, I don't have those documents, but from the statement given by Gladys, she is confirming that she transported the materials as my affidavit was also indicating. So we are in agreement with Gladys that she transported materials for me, and that is in a record in the documents before this House.
Senator Mudigi.
Asante, Madam Speaker. Yangu ni machache. Bwana Deputy Governor, we ni mwenye county na unajua sina sote zile ziko Kisii. Mambo ya pesa kutumia mtu na kurudishie, hiyo kwa mimi ni vitu imefanyika kwa muda mrefu na bora pesa ilirundi. Lakini mambo ya hizi pesa zingine nataka kuuliza Bwana Deputy Governor, wakati tulikuja Kisii juu ya wafanyikazi kulikuwa na shida nikiwa mmoja wa lipa wafanyikazi walipa, unajua ile mambo yote iko Kisii ambayo ni mzito sana mkafuta watu. Lakini nataka kuuliza, hakuna njia ndio hii mambo isifike katika county ya Kisii na pia ifike hapa? Hakuna vile hapo mbeleni ungejua vile utafanya uweze kumaliza hii maneno kabla haijafika hapa pahali tumefika? Asante, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, this matter has been speeded up very quickly by I will call it my CEO. Is part and parcel to this movement, this impeachment, so that I'm gotten rid of because of the issues I'm already raising on the management of the county. And so it could have been managed if we sat together as the leadership. But I've got my CEO who will also determine whether that kind of meeting can take place or not.
Senator Okoiti Andrew Mutata.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Your Excellency, Deputy Governor, I have just one small concern that is disturbing me. Yesterday, a video was played here of a very, very poor lady who makes her living, who ekes out her living by selling mutura, accusing you of having taken money from her. And there were many others who came up. But I'm taking that particular one because it's the one that seems to have evidence that it was made at the public participation, during a public participation forum. What would be your response, or did you have a chance to respond to that allegation? Because for me, for somebody poor claiming that you took so much from her is a very, very painful experience for me. And that for me is one thing that's going to guide my decision.
Madam Speaker, the clips that were played in this House, the Honorable House will notice that all of it ran around the bursary that I have been soliciting for bribes to give people bursaries. Bursaries in counties have committees that run bursaries and not the Deputy Governor. Madam Speaker, you get a report of Kisii. The last bursary given was, in the last financial year, was 3,000 shillings per student. What kind of sense would it make if you get a parent bribing a Deputy Governor 12,000, 20,000 to get 3,000? Does it make economic sense? Does it look like there is something happening? Madam Speaker, these clips played here were all choreographed to simply implicate me where they have been indicated to have been taken. You will get in the same report you have. For instance, Masimba, I quote Masimba. Masimba is the headquarter for Masimba ward. In the report, it's indicated when the team doing public participation reached there, there was nobody to attend the public participation. But at the end of the report and the clips played here, Madam Speaker, I realized that there is a gentleman who is a border rider, whom I know in person, whom we have taken food together in my house, claiming to have come to my home, to me to get bursaries. Madam Speaker, I've never sat anywhere in a committee releasing bursaries to the beneficiaries. I've never. This was simply meant to augment the claim that Monda takes bribes, and that is what was done. If you look at the timing of the public participation, yes.
I want to guide you once again. You keep to the question and give short, precise answers to the questions.
Okay.
So rest it there. Senator Paris is the final question, and then we move on to the next witness.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I want to put it to the DG that his friend Joseph Misati had said that he's financially struggling. And in that case, could this be the reason why the DG is soliciting money in order to assist in the job placement of Misati's son, Dennis?
Madam Speaker, I've responded to that question earlier severally, that that averment was generally done by Mr. Misati, that politicians have their challenges in terms of resources and the kind of work they do. He also then said he will expect that I'm also one of those who are suffering in terms of resources. No, Mr. Misati did not speak for me that I'm asking for money from anyone, and I've not asking for money from anyone to solve the challenges that are financial for politicians, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Senators. I think, unfortunately, we have to move on because we have 5 other witnesses who have not given evidence, and the Senators who have not found time now, we will have an opportunity in the next bunch. So, the DG's team, the Honorable Deputy Governor's team, who are you calling next?
Madam Speaker, we are calling next Honorable Lillian Gore. And Madam Speaker, I just wanted to indicate that considering the constraints of time, we are electing to drop 2 witnesses, and we will be calling, apart from the next witness, we will be calling 2 more, and then we close.
That is very good. We appreciate that. So let's have the next witness, and that you save our time on questions. The witness may take the stand and be sworn in.
Which faith do you ascribe to?
I'm a Christian.
Christian. So you take an oath for affirmation?
I will take an oath.
Okay. So when the speaker calls you to take the oath, you count the Bible on the letter.
Counsel, how much time do you need with this witness? We hope it's below 30 minutes.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I will take 20 minutes.
20 minutes.
But my colleagues have 7 minutes in cross-examination. They gave up their 7 minutes.
Yes, we are aware of that. The Secretariat marked it.
Madam Speaker, if you may allow me. We give our time for 2 witnesses. Only 2 witnesses are the ones that we waived our right of cross-examination. And therefore, if those 2 witnesses then are not appearing before the Senate, it then discounts our arguments. Because they are not coming. We only dropped 2 witnesses, which my learned friend has also agreed to drop. Not this particular witness. And then...
Okay.
Madam Speaker, the election on the time they gave up was for 2 witnesses who are named, and they're still coming. So the 7 minutes that were ambiguous will now count to this 3rd witness.
Counsel, proceed with your witness. Use
Yes.
your time wisely. Those decisions will be made by the chair.
We're most obliged.
So if you take the Bible and read the text.
I, Lillian Anyango Gore, do solemnly swear that the evidence that I shall give before the Senate in respect of the matters before the Senate shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Honorable Lillian, maybe you can just introduce yourself to the chamber.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Lillian Nyango Gore. I serve in the Kisii County Assembly, both as a member of County Assembly, and I also sit in the County Assembly Service Board, representing the minority coalition.
Yes, Honorable Gore, you saw an affidavit that appears at page 204 to 206 of the bundle labeled DG.
Yes.
That is true?
Yes, Honorable Speaker.
Madam Speaker, I'm referring to this bundle. Yes, I'll take you quickly to your first assertion at paragraph 3 of that affidavit, where you say that you opposed the motion for impeachment on procedural and substantive grounds.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I was part of the proceedings on the day the motion was moved, And yes, I did stand and I had the privilege, the Speaker gave me an opportunity, and yes, I did oppose on grounds that the motion had not been properly placed before the House, and that there were other substantive grounds that would not then allow the motion to be fairly administered before the House.
Okay, I'll take you to the notice of the 13th of February.
Page 6.
Yes, it appears at page 6 of the DG bundle.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I'm there.
You can see that notice. This is what was presented before the County Assembly.
Yes, this was the notice presented before the County Assembly on the 13th.
Oh, it's page 5, not page 6, page 5. That's the one dated the 13th of February.
Correct.
Okay. Was this the sum total of the notice that was served upon the chamber?
Yes, Madam Speaker, what appears on page 5 of the document was what is the notice of motion that we received in the County Assembly.
Were the signatures and any supporting evidence produced?
Madam Speaker, on the day that we had this as a notice of motion, we did not have the opportunity to see, neither did the Speaker refer to any signatures on that particular day.
Okay, and this is a notice that started these whole proceedings?
Madam Speaker, that's correct.
Okay, from your knowledge as a member of the County Assembly, was this notice up to par? Was it in accordance with your standing orders?
Madam Speaker, both our standing orders and Section 33 of the County Government Act directs us on what a notice of motion on impeachment should be, and it specifically refers to two items: the grounds and particulars of the motion. And therefore, what we had on the 13th was the grounds, and we did not have an opportunity to go through the particulars of the motion.
Thank you. Just in the emphasis of time, I'll now move you to the Hansard with regards to the 21st of February. It appears on volume 1 of the County Assembly's bundle. Yes, I'm referring to which page of that particular bundle? The numbers are at the bottom.
Kindly clarify which page you're referring to.
The numbers are at the bottom, where we have Henry introducing, Morasia introducing a motion.
Counsel, can you guide on the page?
It's page.
Okay, this is 122. Thank you.
It's at page 122 of volume 1.
Yes, I am there.
Yes. Can you explain to the Senate what motion the majority leader moved before the County Assembly on the 21st of February?
Yes, Madam Speaker, from the page 122, it says, it was an adjournment of debate on motion on removal from office by way of impeachment of His Excellency, the Deputy Governor of the County Government of Kisii, moved by our Leader of Majority, Honorable Muraja.
Yes. I now ask you to look at that, Hansard. Was that motion allowed? that motion for adjournment. As a member of the chamber, maybe you can inform the Senate. Was that motion allowed for adjournment?
Honorable Speaker, usually when a motion is moved, we expect that it is seconded. Thereafter, a question will be put by the Speaker, but here I'm not seeing any member of the Assembly who did this second the motion.
So the motion in question was not seconded?
Honorable Speaker, no, it was not.
Okay. And was that motion then debated?
There was an attempt, Honorable Speaker, there was an attempt to do a debate.
Was it finally passed?
No.
Did the adjournment happen?
Yes, Honorable Speaker. At the end of it, there was an adjournment as per the communication that was from the chair on that particular day.
Okay. Now we'll move on to this public participation we've been informed took place at the instigation of the County Assembly. It appears at page 56 to 58. The report appears at page 56 to 58 of the DG's bundle, the other bundle. This is a submission from the public participation. You can see it?
Yes, the page 56, the document is headed Submission on the Public Participation.
Yes. Who is this submission from?
The document is dated 26 from Benson Nyagaka Masario.
Misario.
Yeah, Misario.
Yes. Have you had a chance to go through this particular submission by this citizen of Kisii?
Yes, I have had an opportunity to go through this submission.
Yes, you've seen the issues he raised with regards to the county executive.
Yes, quite a number of issues were raised.
You've referred to these issues in your affidavit?
Yes, I've referred to a number of them, Madam Speaker.
I'll take you to the first issue you've referred to at paragraph 7 of your affidavit. And this relates to the senior staff mortgage.
Yes, I'm there, Madam Speaker.
Yes. Who gave directions or who initiated this senior staff mortgage that you refer to?
The senior staff mortgage facilities is a directive of SRC, and that was communicated through a gazette notice, and that is a benefit that is anybody who is a CEC, a deputy governor, or a governor within our country, Kenya, is eligible to have access to it.
Yes. Did the County Assembly of Kisii then operationalize a senior staff mortgage?
Yes, Madam Speaker, the County Assembly of Kisii, because it is mandated to approve any borrowing or borrowing arrangements within the county, then went ahead to approve a borrowing of about 90 million to senior staff for mortgage facilities that then would facilitate the actualization of that SRC notice, gazette notice.
Have these senior staff been able to enjoy this fund that you disbursed?
To the best of my knowledge, no, they have not.
Why is this?
Part of what has happened is that the process of approval, instead of being domiciled at the committee level, as was approved by the County Assembly, the process is no longer with the committee. It is being discussed elsewhere, and that has hampered the process of getting access to the mortgage.
Okay. This elsewhere you refer to, where is this elsewhere you refer to?
Currently, one of the CEC did confide and say that the document is not within the executive's office. It is stored within the governor's palatial home.
Okay. Now, on that point, we can move on to the next issue, which is the use of the governor's home as an office. Yes. Is this a fact you have personal knowledge of, that the governor actually uses his house as an office?
Yes, Madam Speaker, I've personally received an invite to go and have an official meeting and discussion within the palatial home.
Okay. Is this a known fact in Kisii County, that this is his office?
Yes, it is a known fact. In fact, we have had access to videos going around in the social media confirming that the governor is comfortable with discussions on government matters being held from his residence.
Okay. In the interest of time, we move on to this issue of ghost workers. Yes, you indicated there were media reports about 13, 14 ghost workers.
Yes, we did receive, first of all, one of the few things that were done the moment we got the new government, procedurally or in a way of caution, instruction was given to a body that was then supposed to evaluate into HR issues and many other reports, including pending bills. And this information was communicated to us in one of the forums in the stadium when the executive said that there are issues within the country, that the county, that will be resolved by a few of the instructions that he has issued.
Yes, was this report or from this investigation, was there a report that was produced?
At one point, I saw on social media information that there is a report, but as a member of County Assembly, I haven't had access to the report, neither do I know where the report is. And we as an assembly have not discussed the report at all.
So it has never been tabled before the County Assembly?
Madam Speaker, no, it has not been tabled.
Okay, which ties into our next issue, which is this Kenya Medical Practitioners and Dentists Board case that appears at pages 192 to 187 of the DG's bundle. Did this case arise out of this alleged hunt for ghost hunters, for ghost workers?
Madam Speaker, what I'm aware of is that in the social media there was an official document from the county secretary that was going around, and it was indicating that about 700 workers had been given show cause letters. Quite a number of them were coming from were members of the KMPDU organization. And therefore, because they had received the show cause letters, KMPDU as an organization therefore went ahead to find a way that they can support and have their members listened to.
Yes, did this case therefore cause the county to utilize funds to defend this baseless case?
Madam Speaker, yes, the county had to defend because the respondent was the county.
And this is tied in with this unknown report on ghost workers?
Yes.
Okay, I'll now take you to pages 158 and 160 of our bundle. And these pictures we saw of MCA votes with regards to the motion that was before the County Assembly. Yes, we start at page 158.
Yes, I'm there.
Yes, you can see this is the ballot. You can confirm this is a ballot you had with regards to the impeachment motion before the County Assembly.
Madam Speaker, I can confirm this is a sample of the ballot paper that we had there.
Yeah, you can confirm this is a staff ID for one Karen Nyamoita
Madam
of the
Speaker,
County Assembly.
Madam Speaker, I can confirm this is the ID.
And you can confirm that is her picture.
Members. Yes, this is her picture.
Okay, and that there's a similar picture of a similar MCA at 159?
Yes.
And their ballot?
Counsel,
yes, Madam Speaker.
You have 5 minutes and time will be strict, so you condense your questions to what you truly want to hear.
Yes, Madam Speaker. Yes, and you confirm that's the same case at page 160?
Yes, Madam Speaker.
Yes. Why would members of County Assembly take photos of their votes and distribute them in this manner?
To the best of my knowledge, members of County Assembly were avoiding instances of being de-whipped. And members of County Assembly have previously had instances where if they act against what they have been instructed to, then they face being de-whipped from committees and they face very grievous challenges within the Assembly. So I sympathize with these members. They may not have been happy to do this, but they were just making sure that their life is safe.
So they were acting under instructions?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Speaker. That is all for this witness. I'll hand you over for cross-examination. Madam Speaker, maybe now we can take directions as to the
I'll give directions. 2 witnesses have been dropped, which saves on time. But we are still not doing too well on time.
Yes, Madam Speaker.
So I will allow cross-examination by Counsel. How many minutes do you need?
2 minutes.
Oh, good. Let's have the cross-examination in the 2 minutes.
And the rest I'll reserve to use in my submissions at the closure. Good evening, Mheshimiwa.
Good evening, Wakili.
You have referred us to page 157, 158, 159, 160, yes?
Correct, Madam Speaker.
What is the source of this information? Where did you get this from?
I have read it from here.
Where did you get it from?
I have read it from here, sir.
Madam, just answer me the question. Where did you get this information from?
I got this information from this bundle.
From this bundle?
Yes.
Do you know its source?
I got the information from the bundle.
Do you know the source of this information?
The source is this bundle. That's my understanding.
She's given an answer. You take that.
Are you trying to say that the Senate has been sitting for the last 2 days over 48 hours in vain?
That's not my testimony, sir.
Thank you.
Any re-exam? I believe you'll take a very short while.
Yes, Madam Speaker. Just one question.
Proceed.
Yes. Honorable God, is this the first time you've seen those photos?
Madam Speaker, I have seen these photos on MCA WhatsApp platform, Kisii County MCA WhatsApp platform also.
Thank you, Honorable God.
Senator Methu, do you have any interventions or questions?
Just a clarification from the witness. From your evidence this afternoon, you say that for the best of your knowledge, the photos were being taken by the members of the County Assembly because there has always been consequences if they are not made, if they did not vote in a certain manner. I would want, especially the whipping. I would want to know from whom do these instructions come from, and what are the instances, to the best of your knowledge as a member of that County Assembly, that people have been de-whipped for voting in a certain way.
Madam Speaker, we have 2 members of the County Assembly who are currently de-whipped from their committees, and they belong to the ODM party. These members also share the same political party with our Excellency. These members have no the platform to be able to contest that which is happening. Currently, we have a member who has gone for 8 months without an allowance. An MCA only earns 89,000, and it is fully committed in mortgages and loans. And as a member who sits in the board, County Assembly Service Board, I have received several complaints, and I have had to go and extend and sit down with this member who has suicidal thoughts because of that matter. And that is why I thought it is wise that I will come and testify about it, because it is something that is close to me, but I have no control over it.
So that I get the answer to that particular question. I'm not asking a different question. Is that for the two members who you say one of them has not had a salary for the last 8 months, is it then as a consequence of a vote that he or she ever took and as a member of the board, it is then puzzling that you're the person that processes salaries for the members of the county assembly?
Senator Medhu, did she talk about salaries or allowances?
Well, let me say benefits. Let me use benefits. I think that would make more sense. That she has not been able to be enjoying benefits for the last 8 months. Is it because he or she ever voted in a certain way, that member from the ODM party?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The reason as to why members did this was because they did not want to go against instructions. One of the instructions or one of the things that this honorable member who has gone for 8 months without salary is because he went and talked against the position of his leader within the party. So yes, we fear that when we do anything against that position, we are victimized and we are sent away from the assembly. Despite the fact that the standing orders say that a member should be at least in one standing committee. This member we are referring to is not in any committee. That means that even the people, because this is an elected member, even the people that have sent him to the assembly have been denied an opportunity to have their views presented in the assembly.
Senator Eric Mogeni Okong.
Yes, Mheshimiwa, you know, as we sit here so that you assist us with information that will help us make a determination that is fair and just. And on the 4 counts that the Deputy Governor of Kisii County is facing, I've listened to your testimony and I've not heard you respond to any of those 4 charges that are facing the governor. So do you think what you have told us this afternoon is relevant to the business that is before us? Number 2, I've read your affidavit. I think it was sworn on 11th of March 2024. And all the things you have said about MCS who have in the past been threatened by the governor, who have lost certain positions, 2 of them you say, some who have lost, who have been punished by being denied their allowances. All that information appears nowhere in your affidavit. Is it that you have just had an afterthought, or how come you didn't include such crucial information in your affidavit? As I said, ours is to get evidence that assists us in arriving at a determination relevant to the charges that are facing the DG of Kisii County.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Honorable Senator has asked me if the information is relevant to this distinguished assembly. Yes, to the best of my knowledge, it is important and relevant to this assembly. One of the items that was presented through public participation was the observation of this and whose content I'm referring myself to. And if this was a matter that was then referred to the assembly, courtesy of a public participation activity, and these are observations that have come from the people of Kisii County, then the people of Kisii County's views are relevant in this observation, unless we want to believe that the views of the people of Kisii County are irrelevant for this discussion. Part 2, the information appears right now, and it was not part of the affidavit. Honorable Speaker, I was responding to the questions as presented to me by by Wakili, and I was expounding as he has requested me to expound. Thank you.
Senator Kisang.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, mine was a query on, the witness before us should focus on giving us evidence that will assist the DG to be saved or not, instead of focusing on the fight between the Deputy Governor and the Governor, because it's not going to help in any way. That is what I just wanted to... this is not clarification. Basically, I was doing an intervention because of that, so that at least, we don't waste a lot of time on local politics. What is before us is the County Assembly of Kisii impeached the Deputy Governor, and this House, we are determining whether they were right in impeaching him or not. So the witness is supposed to help us, to give us something that can assist the charges of this House. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Senator Kisang. Senator Mwinyi Haji Mohamed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Lillian, you belong to which political party?
My party is Kenya National Congress.
Kenya National Congress.
Correct.
You are therefore in the opposition as far as the Kisii County Assembly is concerned.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I represent the minority coalition.
You represent the minority.
Yes.
And it is your evidence that you oppose the motion procedurally and on substantive grounds, but your opposition was defeated.
Yes, Madam Speaker, in my own right, I did oppose, and I think it's also part of the answer.
Okay, thank you.
Senator Gloria.
Madam Speaker, I just wanted a clarification from the member of County Assembly. You say from your submissions, it seems that you do not have confidence in the institution that you present, that is the County Assembly. Would I be right to say then that you also take the same position with the earlier submissions, that some of the part of the answer are not correct?
Madam Speaker, I'm confident of what the County Assembly does. I have reservations for decisions and a few things that are not done procedurally. And I did raise them then, I still raise them now.
So, Madam Speaker, just for everyone to be clear, are you here as a member of County Assembly or in your personal capacity?
Madam Speaker, I'm here as a member of County Assembly and in my personal capacity as a resident of Kisii County.
Thank you. That's the end of Senator Sifuna. You just pressed your button, right? Should be
yes,
the final
Madam Speaker, I was not going to say anything to this witness, but there is an allegation that has been made, and I wanted to know from the witness if there is any documentation that you have presented before the Senate with regards to your averment that members of the Orange Democratic Movement Party have previously been punished for going against a party position. So you would have to show me that party position and the MCAs that were affected. Do you have any such material before the Senate today?
Madam Speaker, I know and I can name 2 members of ODM party who have been disciplined, but Madam Speaker, currently I do not have any document I brought before this House.
Senator Chute, that should be the final intervention, then we proceed on.
I don't have anything for the Madam Witness, but I have a question for the Legal Counsel for the Deputy Governor. From yesterday till today, the issues that are before us are what Dennis has said, Lucy, and the Deputy Governor. And I want to believe that the issue of influencing employment by the Deputy Governor is very clear. The Deputy Governor has agreed that he has asked Lucy to employ Dennis. Number 2, the transfer of funds. As Dennis has said, it is very clear the transfer of funds were transferred. Dennis transferred 49,000, 150,000, and lastly,
he transferred 50,000 at 20:43. So at 21:24, which is 41 minutes after Dennis has transferred this amount of money, the deputy governor transferred 100,000 to Lucy. So looking at Article 75, Madam Speaker, will I be wrong if I tell the Council 71B, a state officer shall behave whether in public and official life, in private life, or in association to seek or accept a personal loan.
Great senior, Honorable Senator Mohammed Said Chute, but I would want your guidance on whether what he is reading actually has any nexus with the witness that is at the witness stand.
Senator Chute, I would urge you to restrict yourself to what has been adduced by the witness who is in the dock right now.
I'm talking about I'm referring this question to the legal counsel.
Yes, on account of what she has, the evidence she had adduced.
On account of the deputy governor, what he
Now,
has said
Senator
earlier.
Chute, I'm giving you a guidance
Yes.
that you restrict yourself to the witness who is on the stand, the evidence she has adduced. You can address the question to the counsel based on the evidence the witness
Okay,
has
much
adduced.
obliged, Madam Speaker.
So that marks the end of the evidence from this witness. Counsel, you can call your next witness, and I hope we keep to the same timeline, fast and not repetitive.
Madam Speaker, the next witness that the Honorable Deputy Governor is going to call is Thomas Obare. For record, my colleagues for the County Assembly had waived their right to cross-examine him. We'll take at most 20 minutes. We'll need assistance with some videos, which we'd wish to have the honorable senators take a look at.
Counsel, I give a guidance on the cross-examination, and we will stick by that guidance because 2 witnesses have been dropped from the list of witnesses. So we rescued some time, and in line with Article 50, it is in order to allow a level of cross-examination, just to be clear that all issues are taken on board. So let the witness take the stand, be sworn in, and proceed.
I request for your audience for a moment, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I had an assistant who was assisting the witness navigate around the documents, but he is bereaved, and the person who was to replace him and assist is outside, and I'm told I must seek your permission for that substitute. I very kindly request for that accommodation that you allow the assistant to come and help navigating the documents.
Sergeant, at times, just allow the counsel to have a substitute who can assist. Where is the witness?
The witness, Honorable Speaker, Madam Speaker, is already present. He can be sworn in.
Thank you. I, Nyabaro Ubare Thomas, do solemnly swear that the evidence that I shall give before the Senate in respect of the matter before the Senate shall be the truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Madam Speaker, the evidence of this witness can be found at page 198 to 200 of the bundle titled DG. Kindly introduce yourself. Tell the Honorable House your name and what you do for a living.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, my name is Obare Thomas.
Just hold on. Senator Okongo Mugeni, what's your intervention, your point of order?
You know, Madam Speaker, I'm one of the most patient senators. And I sat here when the last witness was presented and adduced evidence, and I was struggling to see the relevance of the evidence that was being tendered before us. Now I'm raising pursuant to Standing Order number 2 of the third schedule, as read with Standing Order number 30 of the third schedule. Madam Speaker, this exercise we are undertaking is time-bound. We must finalize by midnight tonight. We have a very important task to undertake as senators. Under Standing Order number 2, the only reason why we are seated here, Madam Speaker, is to make a determination whether the particulars of the allegation against the governor have been substantiated. That's the only business that is making us stand or sit here from 9 to midnight. Now, in wisdom, when we enacted our standing order, we put Standing Order number 30, which says that where on a particular question or matter, including but not limited to questions of evidence, materiality, relevance, or admissibility, the Speaker of the Senate shall rule on the question, and the ruling of the Speaker shall be final. Now, looking at the time, this is 6:30. Councils have not made their closing submissions. We have not retreated to plenary for senators to make their final submissions. Madam Speaker, if you read the affidavit of Mr. Thomas Obare, and I've really nothing against my good friend Thomas Obare, he's making allegations touching on issues of budget as passed by the County Assembly, that is paragraph 8, how a budget was passed and how the governor conducts.
On which page is that document?
That's at page 198.
190.
Yes, it does not make any response to the 4 allegations that are facing the Deputy Governor of the County of Kisii. If you go to paragraph number 9, which is at page 199, it says paragraph 9, the Governor has refused to settle pending bills. If you go to paragraph 11,
It is talking about militarization, radicalization, gagging of Kisii County youth, etc. If you go to 12, it's talking about governor lying that he has built 128 ECD classes, which is not true. And page 200 is the attestation page. You know, Madam Speaker, you can't take 87 honorable members for a ride. Because what is before us is allegations touching on money that was allegedly given to the governor as a bribe or abuse of office in terms of using county enforcement officers to effect arrest of his brother. The evidence that is here has got no relevance to the issues at hand. It's not material to the allegation being investigated by the Senate. We don't have time. We are being taken for granted, Madam Speaker. So I invite you to invoke Standing Order number 30 of the third schedule. Set a precedent that when we are sitting here as a quasi-judicial authority, we should restrict ourselves to the allegations that have been made against either the governor or the deputy governor, and then we make a determination whether there is substantiation or none. If there is none, we set the governor free. If there is substantiation, we send the governor home, so that you save time, Madam Speaker. So I invite you to invoke Standing Order number 30, rule that this particular evidence has got no relevance to the issue at hand.
Are you sure you want to refer to Standing Order number 30?
Of the third schedule.
Of the third schedule?
Yeah, you can call it Rule 30 of the third schedule, even not Standing Order. Yes, which gives you discretion. So that you allow us now time to listen to counsel. We also hear our colleagues making their own observations. Then we retreat to pass a verdict, Madam Speaker.
What is the point of order, Senator Gloria, in under half a minute? Because if we entertain so many points of orders, we will never make any progress on the same issues that you are complaining about.
Madam Speaker, I had this point of order, the point where we had the last witness before this one. I even approached you to tell you that some of these things, the relevance towards the charges is not there. So we are actually spending time executing matters of local politics between fights of politicians and not actually addressing the 4 charges that we have, Madam Speaker. And in the interest of time, because yesterday we left chambers at midnight, Madam Speaker, I do not think that this House, and looking at how the senators are taking these matters very seriously, Madam Speaker, we would like to spend the energy that is left to actually deliberate on the accusations and the matters that have been brought before us, Madam Speaker, so that if we can be allowed time, because, Madam Speaker, to discuss whether or not a budget was implemented or not, to discuss whether or not the governor or the deputy is fighting who and who. It has nothing to do with the 4 charges that we have, Madam Speaker. So please, I urge you, if possible, and not because we do not want to hear the witness, just in the interest of time, if possible, if we can forego this witness.
Honorable Senators, let me give a direction on this matter. What's your point of order, Senator Sifuna? That's the final one, and then I'll make a...
To be very brief.
I'll give a direction.
So that we guide. And I know that as my senior, I really have a lot of respect for Senior Counsel Katwa Kigen, but he should also be honest with the House. Madam Speaker, you've been referred to certain paragraphs by Senior Counsel Kongo Mogeni. I want to refer you to paragraph 5 as to why these witnesses are being called. These witnesses are not being called to answer to any of the 4 allegations. They are being called to respond to governance issues that arose from public participation. If the counsel for the governor, deputy governor, are going to be fair to us, indeed these witnesses are not going to respond to any of the material allegations against the deputy governor. And it would be fair to the House. It's not about a question of time, because the standing orders actually allow you, Madam Speaker, to rule out evidence that is irrelevant. What we are saying is the Deputy Governor's Council should really examine and ask themselves if they have run out of witnesses to respond to the 4 allegations, so that these other stories that we want to be told by this other witness is really irrelevant. We can sit and listen to it, but in all honesty, it will not answer, because I have spent time with this bundle, Madam Speaker. I have read this affidavit. They are trying to respond to matters that came up during public participation and not the allegations that were raised against the governor, which are 4. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, if Counsel for the DG can kindly get a minute to respond to what the honorable senators were addressing before you make your decision.
Will give Counsel 1 minute to respond to the materiality of the evidence beforehand, and then I'll give a direction.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm honored to respond to my senator and my Secretary General, whom I hold in the highest regard. Honorable Speaker, you'll notice that the Deputy Governor has 4 hours within which to present his case. On the relevance or irrelevance of the matter, I believe, with a lot of respect to the honorable senators, that it's possible that there could be positions that have been taken, and for us, the honorable Deputy Governor could wish to have the House understand fully, because this is politics, the nexus of this impeachment motion. And that's why we respectfully, and the Deputy Governor has instructed me to request that especially the witness who's just stood is extremely important to his case. Yes, if you are to look at the charges as read to
Let him finish. Let him finish, senators.
If Honorable Deputy, Honorable Madam Speaker, you are to look at the charges, it may not be direct evidence responding to the charges, but it's good that the honorable senators understand the background, the reasons as to why the impeachment motion against the Honorable DGG was
Senator
moved.
Gloria, I have given a direction. Can you maintain silence as the Council is addressing us?
Thank you. Thank you for the protection, Madam Speaker. I was just indicating and telling the House that it's extremely important for the Deputy Governor that evidence relating, because as I said, Honorable Madam Speaker, that this is politics. It's extremely important that, especially the witness on the dock, there are videos that we intend to play that show exactly what has been happening in Kisii County, and that cannot be said to be relevant. And even then, my colleagues for the County Assembly will have an opportunity to cross-examine the witness on the contents of his evidence, so that on his evidence, so that there will be no prejudice whatsoever suffered by either the County Assembly or anyone, save for time. And Honorable Madam Speaker, you will notice that we've already dropped 2 witnesses, and based on the sentiments, because we are all litigation lawyers, we are told to read the mood of the judge or the court. We have heard what the senators have said, and we will consult. But I'll beg that you allow the witness who stood to proceed with his evidence. Thank you very much.
Counsel, you have listened to the feel in the House, which may not be a misplaced observation, because it is in order for senators who are sitting as arbiters to listen through the evidence, sift that evidence, find its relevance towards the claims that are laid against the Deputy Governor. I would guide you in this manner. Since the evidence has not yet been adduced before this House, I would guide you that the impeachment proceedings are against the Deputy Governor, and the charges are already laid out. You have done very well to drop off 2 witnesses who maybe you were of the opinion that they may not be too material to the charges that have been laid against the Deputy Governor. I'll now guide you. You take the shortest time possible. Whatever evidence you adduce, let it relate to the charges that are before this House as against the Deputy Governor. So if you take less time, we take less minutes in cross-examination, that will be in order, but avoid bringing the question of the governor is not yet going through any impeachment proceedings here. Relate your evidence to the charges that are before the Senate. So I'll allow you to proceed with that witness, but make sure that your evidence is material and relevant to the charges before this House.
With your permission, Madam Speaker, I have been very specifically mentioned by my learned friend, Honorable Sifuna. Could you allow me to just say one thing, even if you had to designate only 1 minute to me?
We have said you proceed on, but make sure the evidence relates to the charges that are before the House.
In that case, then, Madam Speaker, because what I wanted to observe to you is that this same argument was raised as a preliminary issue before the Speaker, and he determined that the evidence can be laid. You will recall that the County Assembly councils had taken objections to the paragraphs we are referring to. And on our part, we were countering it by saying that we are responding to what came from public participation, which formed part of the charges against us. Now, if your ruling then is that it has to be only on the full counts, which was an argument we had, then we would like to know then that the Senate is going to exclude the entirety of the public participation, because that's where the entry point of the two witnesses we are calling.
We have Counsel, I have not restricted you. If you view that it's relevant to the charges before the House, I have allowed you to proceed. But now you are using your time wrongly, because you should already be giving the evidence that that witness has. I've only guided that you save this House time by ensuring the evidence is relevant.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, I may seek your guidance. Should then the County Assembly note that whatever evidence is being led by Counsel does not square out the charge, could we raise objection?
No, do not. Let them lay their evidence. These senators are competent. They can tell what is relevant and what is not relevant.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Honorable Obare, kindly proceed to introduce yourself.
Thank you, Counsel. Honorable Speaker, my name is Obare Thomas, MCA for Bobasi Boitangari. I'm also a graduate of economics from the University of Nairobi. Thank you.
Confirm that the affidavit referred to, or we are referring the House to, between page 198 and 200 of the DG's bundle was sworn by yourself.
I confirm.
Confirm that you are in the County Assembly of Kisii when the motion that has been brought to this House was debated.
I confirm.
Are you a resident of Kisii County?
As in my introduction, I said I'm the MCA for Bobasi Boitangari, therefore I'm a resident of Kisii County.
Are you able to tell this House whether you participated in the deliberations of the County Assembly and whether you did challenge anything with regard to the proceedings of the House when the same was being debated?
I confirm that I challenged the propriety of the motion unsuccessfully on grounds including it being out of time, Counsel.
Thank you. Thank you. You are here as part of the witnesses who are giving evidence in support of the Deputy Governor. Are there any issues arising in Kisii County that you'd wish this Honorable House to get to know about?
Honorable Speaker, I confirm that I participated in the debate on the impeachment of the Deputy Governor, and I confirm that that debate is as a result of what is happening in Kisii County.
Thank you, Mheshimiwa. Let's go, and you've heard the mood of the House. Let me go straight to the point. There, in your affidavit at paragraph 8, you have sworn and tell the court that the budget that had been passed in the County Assembly was altered. Is that the correct position?
I confirm.
did your colleagues and yourself protest the fact that a false budget was submitted to the control of budget?
I confirm.
Are you aware whether those are the issues that the DG has been in support of, that he's been in support of those members of the County Assembly that have been raising such an issue?
I confirm so, that the DG has been raising the said issues on the alteration and the mutation of the budgets passed by the Assembly, and it forms part of the impeachment. The complaints.
Thank you. Confirm that the letter that the County Assembly did is the one that is at page 145. Let me just be sure. I'll be relying entirely on the DG's bundle, page 143 to 145D. Just take a look at that, Mheshimiwa. Have you been able to get page
I confirm the letter, and I'm signatory to that letter.
Okay. So that is the letter that you sent to the Controller of Budget. Is that correct?
Yes.
Has there been any response to that letter? Are you aware whether there's any response?
There was a response to the CEC Finance, Economic Planning on the same.
Confirm, thank you. Confirm that the Honorable DG is fully in support with the contents of this letter.
I confirm.
Thank you. Did you receive any response from the Controller of Budget?
We received a response from the Controller. No, the response was the CEC Finance.
So you are aware of correspondence from the Controller of Budget to the CEC Finance?
Yes, we are aware.
Okay. Is that the letter that is in from page 142A to H of the bundle, or page 145B?
Just take 145B.
145B. Take a look at 145B. Is that the letter?
I confirm that it is the letter.
Are you able to expound to the House on what is the contents of that letter that is in page 145B of the DG's bundle? 145B to D.
145B is a response from the Controller of Budget to the CEC Finance and Economic Planning, asking him to explain the variances that were in the budget passed and by the Assembly and the budget uploaded on the Controller of Budget portal.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you. Just confirm to the House of what's been happening, because you did tell the House that you are a resident of Kisii. Are you aware of any radicalization, gangs coming up in Kisii County? And what could be your take? And what is the Deputy Governor's take in respect of that particular aspect as contained in paragraph 11 of your affidavit?
Thank you, Counsel. I want to confirm that the impeachment motion before this Assembly is as a result of what has been happening in Kisii. We've had instances where no one is supposed to question or ask any question in regards to issues of governance in Kisii County. Kisii County has one supreme leader, and then one person who differs with the supreme leader has to be taken through what the DG is being taken through. And
yeah, just proceed.
I also want to confirm to this House that this is not only happened to the DG, this has happened to almost all leaders from Kisii County. That if you disagree with the CEO of the county, then all means possible you have to be dealt with. That is why we are here today.
Thank you. Because of time, let me refer you to page 155 to 157 of that bundle, the DG's bundle. Are you able to tell the House what that is and the relevance to the motion?
I can see this a newspaper pullout, and it talks about what Kisii elders said about Governor Rat's snap to reconciliation talks.
So basically, in aspect of the violence, the chaos in Kisii County, there have been attempts to reconcile leaders. Is that what you're telling the Senate, the Honorable Senate?
I confirm that there has been attempts to mitigate the violence and the altercation that has been happening in Kisii, but then we have not been able to have those talks.
Thank you. So that the article at page 155 to 157 relates to the attempt to reconcile. Is that correct?
Yes, Counsel.
Okay. Do you have any other videos or any videos, especially the ones that you are referring to in paragraph 11B, that you'd wish to show the House as we rest, not to take a lot of time?
Yes, the videos were submitted, and I hope that they can be played in the Senate.
Madam Speaker, I'll request that the video. Honorable Obare.
Yes.
I don't know whether I believe you've had an opportunity to see the videos.
I have had an opportunity to look at the videos.
Are you able to tell this Honorable House what the videos exactly are about on?
They be played?
Yes. Okay, Honorable Madam Speaker, if we can kindly have that first video placed. If we can have from 4 or 3. I don't know where if we can have the volume and start at...
Nataka niseme haya. Bwana Rais, nataka nikueleze leo. Nilipoingia ofisini...
That is a different clip, but because of time, Honorable Speaker, if you can allow me, refer the witness to paragraph 12 of his affidavit, because we could have played that one. I don't know whether it's possible to go back. What is this about 128 ECD classes built in Kisii?
Honorable Speaker, the President visited Kisii County on 16th of December 2023, and the video that has been played before this House is our governor.
It's not been played, it's going to be played?
Yes.
Yes.
Is our governor explaining that he has built 128 ECD classes. A point that we challenged.
Nataka niseme haya.
It can be played, then we proceed. Just play.
Rais, nataka nikueleze leo. Nilipoingia ofisini, nilipata classrooms za ECD ambazo zilikuwa zimejengwa ni 81 kwa miaka 10. Mwaka mmoja ambao nimekaa ofisini, Mheshimiwa Rais, nimefanya madarasa 128.
Thank you, thank you. Were you present when His Excellency the Governor?
I was present during that function, and I raised a question thereafter asking for the information on the ECD classes because I know it was a lie.
Is that information in the letter that you did in page 174 to 176 of the DG's bundle? Just take a look at page 174 to 176.
Counsel, you have 5 minutes.
That's the letter I did the Chief Officer on the same. Proceed.
Okay. Thank you. Can I proceed, Madam Speaker?
Proceed.
Thank you. Thank you. If and Madam Speaker, I believe the clerk, the assistant to the Senate, has just shown me 10 minutes. That was a minute ago, and the chair is indicating 5 minutes. If we can just play the video clips to end clear. Thank you.
What's your point of order, Senator Sifuna? Make it short.
Madam Speaker, I heard you very clearly, your directions to Counsel for the Deputy Governor. You allowed them to proceed, but gave them a caution that the material they present must be material and relevant to the issues before this House. If indeed there is material like the one they are playing there, nothing stops the witness who's an honorable member of the County Assembly from bringing a separate impeachment motion against Simbarati for lying in public. That is not why we are here. So, Madam Speaker, for you to continue to allow irrelevant material to be played is really wasting. It's an abuse of this process because they are abusing the process to achieve nefarious political ends. And this is something that we cannot allow in this House.
Honorable Madam Speaker, just allow me then, because I notice, just a minute, I notice the objections that are being raised. I'll concede and possibly just ask the witness whether in all these videos...
Senator Sifuna has raised a question based on the ruling I had made a few minutes ago. Counsel, I want you to use your skill and competence to sift your evidence and present what is relevant to the charges to make it easy for us to come to the end of this process. Please proceed and keep yourself relevant to the topic.
I'm well guided, Madam Speaker. I'll drop our request to play the other videos and just seek a clarification from the witness on what is contained in all these other videos in brief for purposes of the House.
Thank you. Madam Senator, what is contained in these videos are an explanation as to why we are here. That is why when Senator Sifuna was asking the relevance of these videos, I can confirm that the impeachment motion before us is a political process. It has nothing at all to do with the 4 charges presented against the DG.
Are you trying to tell the House that there are external forces that have held the House in Kisii, the County Assembly in Kisii, captive?
I confirm.
Anything as we finish ahead of time?
Even from the report from public participation, Honorable Speaker, you could clearly see that it was one direction. Therefore, it depicts the kind of assembly that we have in Kisii, an assembly that is held captive, an assembly that is under instructions.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I will not want to take more time than you've been gracious enough to allow us. With that, I'm done with the witness. Thank you very much.
Cross-examination, a few minutes.
We have nothing to cross-examine on.
Thank you. Your final witness. Do you still wish to call your final witness?
Madam Speaker, I don't know whether there is any senator that wishes to seek any clarification from the witness. I'll possibly request for a minute or two with the team and the client so that we can possibly, I'll be able to answer you so that I may need to consult.
Let me reconfirm whether there are senators who would wish to anything. Senator Gloria.
Madam Speaker, it's just a simple clarification. The witness has said that this is a county assembly that is under instructions, alluding that it's under instructions from the governor. I would like to ask the witness whether the deputy governor was also under instructions from the governor to receive to send 100,000 to the managing director of GASCO.
Honorable Speaker, the Deputy Governor responded to his case.
Yes, thank you. That question clearly would have been responded to by a different person. Senator Kisang.
Madam Speaker, mine is a quick one because generally, if you go through the affidavit, there is nothing that is related with basically the charges before us. But I just wanted to find out from the MCA, because the role of MCAs and ourselves is to oversight the counties. So if I don't know if the witness has any evidence, because he has said if you question the governor on governance, he will be dealt with. I don't know if he has any evidence, and I know also, as an MCA, they should start the process of impeaching the governor if they have an issue with him. I don't know why he's bringing in the governor in this particular issue and he's not under
Senator
any arrest.
Kisang, let him respond.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
He's finished.
I wish to respond. But like writing that letter to COB was part of our oversight role.
In the interest of time, I will request that we move to the final. Councils need a minute to confirm.
We have, Honorable Madam Speaker, I've already consulted. We will be calling one last witness, Honorable Amos Begi-Onderi, whom my senior Mr. Katwa Kigen will lead in evidence. He will be here in a minute.
Senator Madago, you have not pressed an intervention button. That's why I am not giving you the space.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I wanted to inform Senator Kisang.
He's not on his feet anymore. How will you inform him?
Okay, allow me to ask.
We have already closed on that and moved
Counsel.
on. Senator Madago, you are a ranking
But
member
I think
of
it is
this
important
House.
for this House to know that when senators ask some of these things, and we have been in the field as the people responsible for devolution, to also give some of the information.
You'll get a
The
chance
Honorable
with the
Member of
next
County
witness.
Assembly was the chair for Health Committee at the County Assembly of Kisii, was de-whipped for accompanying the Health Committee.
Senator Madago, you know the rules and procedure of this House. You'll have a chance with another witness to state those issues. But what you have stated is not official. And so, Counsel for Deputy Governor, are you ready?
Yes, I'm waiting for the Sergeant at Arms to usher in the witness.
How long are you going to be?
20 minutes?
Could make it shorter.
I can, yes.
Make it 10 minutes. There is still a whole long procedure before we finalize.
Okay.
Christian Saturday. And off.
Let the witness be sworn in.
I, Amos Begi-Onderi, do solemnly swear that the evidence that I shall give before the Senate in respect to the matters before the Senate shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Could you do a brief introduction of yourself, your names, and what you do for a living?
Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker. My name is Amos Begi-Onderi, a member of the Kisii County Assembly, serving my second term.
Okay. Now, we've been asked to make your testimony as brief as possible. Honorable Senators, the affidavit is at page 201 of the DG's bundle. If you could be shown that page 201.
Yes, that's my affidavit.
Confirm that the affidavit running from page 201 to 203 is your affidavit?
Yes, Honorable Speaker.
You've had an opportunity to look at it and you adopt it as it is?
Yes, the Honorable Speaker.
Now, I would like to go straight away to paragraph 3 of your affidavit. Could you confirm this is what you say at paragraph 3? I'm one of the MCAs who opposed the motion for lack of adequate evidence and fatal procedural defects.
Absolutely correct, Speaker.
Now, you recall that there were objections at the start of these proceedings and the Honorable Speaker made a ruling.
Yes, Honorable Speaker.
Part of the questions that had been raised for determination was whether or not the motion was out of time and whether it had particulars to the notice. You recall that?
That is correct, Honorable Speaker.
The ruling was that it is a matter of fact which would be determined after hearing the evidence.
I agree, Honorable Speaker.
Is that an issue that is relevant to these proceedings then?
Yes, Honorable Speaker, to the extent that...
yes, okay.
Yeah.
Now, just let me lead you, if you don't mind. So, when was the motion moved?
The motion was moved on 21st of February 2024.
And when was the notice issued?
The notice is issued on 13th of February 2024.
The notice having been issued on 13th of February 2024, what was the latest period under the standing orders of Kisii County Assembly that these impeachment proceedings should have been concluded?
By 23rd of February, this motion should have been disposed of.
With that then, and considering all the evidence that has been laid, when was the public participation?
Public participation was done on 26th of February 2024.
Was it within the time allowed in the publible participation?
It was outside the timelines.
Standing orders?
It was outside the timelines.
By how many days?
By about
3 days.
3 days.
Okay.
Also.
And when was the debate on the impeachment canvassed and votes cast?
The impeachment motion proceeded for deliberation and disposal of on 29th of February 2024.
Was that within time?
It was outside timelines.
By how many days?
By about 6 days.
And you had the mover of the motion also readily admit, Honorable Siocha, your colleague, readily admit that it was out?
He did admit.
Okay. Now, is this one of the issues you raised?
I have raised that matter on the answer if you dare to look at it.
So, why would you say if we dared? If we looked at it, isn't it?
Yes, if we looked at it, yeah.
So, as it were, when you stand here, you are saying the point you are prosecuting now that it was out of time is an issue you prosecuted at the county.
It is an issue already prosecuted at the county assembly.
Okay, then the next issue is the notice issued on the 13th of February, which you are referring to. Could you confirm that that notice is the one to be found at page 5 of the art bundle, page 5?
Yes, this is the notice of motion.
Now, did that notice have details and particulars as required by Standing Order number 60?
No, it only had the grounds, and if you look at it, those grounds have been referred to us as charges.
So it did not have particulars?
Did not have particulars of the allegation.
Okay. Now, Honorable Siocha said directly to the Senate that it had grounds and details, that it was over and above the notice that is at page 5. Do you recall anything like that?
The truth is, it did not have particulars of the allegation, and it did not have even the signatures supporting the notice.
So if Honorable Siocha said that it had details and particulars,
it would be a lie to the Senate.
It would be a lie, okay. Now, the other issue is whether the motion was moved as required procedurally for impeachment of governor or a deputy.
It had a lot of procedural issues.
And is it an issue you raised?
I have raised it not once, not twice.
Okay, and what is it? And it is in the answer, isn't it?
It's captured in the answer.
Okay, I've been given 10 minutes, so we will trust that the honorable senators will look at the answer and where you've made your contributions. Now, what is your point in saying that the motion was not properly moved?
In normal circumstances, and this Senate will agree with me, that the notice of motion should be in the same format and content. If you looked through the notice of motion, you will actually realize the manner in which the notice is even drafted is completely different from the motion itself.
So your position is that the notice that was moved on 13th is different from the filed motion. The notice of 13th is different from the motion that is dated 21st of February, which is at page 6.
Absolutely different.
Okay. Now, apart from that, do you have another contention about the propriety of the moving of this motion for impeachment?
Yes, ordinarily, Ordinarily, we needed to have even formed a committee at which the Deputy Governor would have been heard. That is contemplated in the standing orders, and that report supplied to the Deputy Governor, but all those ones were ignored.
So no committee was formed to...
No committee was formed to look into the matter of Deputy Governor.
And did the Assembly at any time before they invited the Deputy Governor on 29th determine what charges he was to... Did they ever sieve or evaluate the allegations made by Honorable Siocha as captured at page 5 and 6 before inviting the Honorable...
Unfortunately, from 13th to 29th, the Deputy Governor only had a single audience on 29th, when was the last day of the motion.
And before that, the Assembly...
There was never an audience to the Deputy Governor.
Neither the Assembly nor the committee had evaluated those...
Yes, you only had one audience.
What of the provisions of Section 15 of County Government Act?
Section 15 of the County Government Act requires outlines on how petitions are presented to the County Assembly in line with the standing orders.
And what standing orders are you referring to?
I will not be very clear, but...
Standing orders, in the answer you said standing orders number 197 and 198, isn't it?
Yes, those ones outlines on how petitions come to the County Assembly.
And it remains your position based on the answer that indeed the motion was not properly moved?
Absolutely.
Okay. Now I'd like us to move on then to a different issue, which you've covered in your affidavit. Now, your affidavit paragraph, I would like you to go to paragraph 5. Are you at paragraph 5?
Which page?
Page 201.
Yes.
In paragraph 5, you substantially responded. What could you tell the Honorable Senate what you are responding to in the rest of the body of your affidavit?
In paragraph 5, I'm responding to the report that was tabled to the County Assembly, issued to the clerk and the Speaker, and copied to the Deputy Governor, which I accessed when the Deputy Governor did deliver his document on allegations that have been brought to the Assembly on a petition, and this is the basis and the premise under which I have sworn the affidavit.
And what was the nature of that presentation to the County Assembly?
It was through a petition.
On what kind of a forum?
A public participation. It originated from public participation. Yeah.
And that public participation set of complaints is the one at page 56 of the Deputy Governor's bundle, isn't it?
Yes.
Do you remember the name?
The name of yes, Benson Yaga Kamisario.
And so you have responded to those issues that came through public participation?
It is on that basis that I have sworn affidavit.
Okay. Now, starting with the public participation, did you agree as a committee on the funding of that public participation?
Unfortunately, no. The Speaker did indicate that we will move to public participation, but why the call is that he did not even be able to give the details of that public participation. Who is going to conduct that public participation? Okay. It did not come out.
Because of pressure of time, just let me lead you.
Yeah.
So, was funding provided for?
What I came to realize later, yes, it was done by His Excellency the Governor.
I'm saying from the County Assembly, did you agree as a County Assembly that we are dedicating so much money from the County Assembly funds?
Unfortunately, no.
It was not agreed on. Yes. Did you define the questions that you are going to pose and invite the public participants to canvass?
No, not to my knowledge.
Did you determine who was to preside over that public participation?
No.
And have you seen the report?
I have looked through the report, but the report is not...
The first question I want to ask you, is the report signed?
No, it's not signed, it's not adopted.
Now, there is a reference to videos that came afterwards. Is that issue of videos captured in the public participation, in the body of the public participation report?
No, they are not.
The video is not mentioned?
No,
anyway.
they are not.
Do you know where the videos...
Counsel, your time is up.
Yes.
Ask the last question.
Could I request for 5 minutes, kindly, Madam Speaker? Kindly.
Just one question, Counsel.
I have about 3. Could you allow me just 3 questions?
Proceed.
Oh, thank you very much. Paragraph 8, page 202. Yes. Is it true that in that paragraph you have addressed one of the issues that came from public participation?
Yes, that was accusing the Deputy Governor on an absorption of the budget.
And what is your testimony on behalf of the Deputy Governor on that allegation?
That allegation should not be placed to the Deputy Governor, but rather the Governor himself.
Why?
Governor being under, the County Government Act, being the CEO of the county government, we have, for a long period, we have not been able to absorb the budget as it is revealed by the control of budget reports, and I've outlined in there. And Deputy Governor has equally been asking on these issues.
The Deputy Governors. And how is that relevant to these proceedings?
For insistence of asking those questions, that is why a case is brought to this House.
So this impeachment is because he's been the conscience of the office of the Governor?
Absolutely.
Okay. And there are lectures on the issue of budget absorption, isn't it?
Yes.
Could you confirm those are the ones at page 121 to 142?
Yes, 121 to 122. Reports from the Controller of Budget on County Government Budget Implementation Review reports.
Okay.
And if you look through,
time, I'll just ask you, what position has the Kisii County been ranked in terms of absorbing their budget?
In the first 9 months of 2020-2023, Kisii County is last.
Yes.
In the first half year 2023-2024, Kisii County Government is ranked number last, 47 out of 47. In the financial year 2022-2023, which is the full year report, Kisii County is ranked number last on development expenditure as a percentage of total expenditure.
Thank you. The last issue is paragraph 9. At paragraph 9, you are making a serious contention. Paragraph 9 at page 202. What are you saying there?
I'm making a contention that this motion was single-handedly sponsored by the Governor himself.
And paragraph A, what are you saying at paragraph A?
I am saying in paragraph A that during the public participation, despite the fact that there was no money that was coming from the Assembly, the Governor himself funded the members of the County Assembly, those that I funded to him, by sending 20,000 Kenya shillings to each one of them, and actually telling them to delete those messages. And he proceeded to send between 40 to 50,000 to all those members of County Assembly that were participating in public participation using the cell phone number for the Deputy Speaker of Kisii County Assembly.
And lastly, paragraph C.
Paragraph C, I'm also looking into issues of PR to the clergy. Governor, a day to the voting, the Governor had done a meeting with the clergy and indicated this motion was going to be dropped. Unfortunately, it wasn't, and I realized it was a public relation exercise.
Thank you. And paragraph D, the last one.
Paragraph D is what was very most interesting.
That should be your last question.
Yes.
Counsel Katwa Kigen.
I'm
Sure.
okay with that as the last one. You'll just allow me to refer him to their next and then I'm done.
Paragraph D is where members of the County Assembly were instructed, all of them that were going to support the impeachment motion, that they should be able to take their photos and forward them to the Governor and to the phone of the Deputy Speaker.
For what purpose?
For purposes of confirming where they have been able to vote.
Confirm loyalty and
loyalty, and of course there's been a lot of intimidation in Kisii County.
At page 158 to 161, isn't it? At page 158 to 161, you've given pictures that were sent to the Governor.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you, Counsel Kigen. It's time for cross-examination.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. One of the honorable senators was asking whether you have been de-whipped. Have you been de-whipped?
Honorable Speaker, fortunately, yes, I've been de-whipped. I'm a member of the ODM committee, not myself alone, together with other members. I've been de-whipped from all the county assembly committees, but I'm already in court.
Counsel Kigen, it's time for cross-examination.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I really appreciate your accommodation. That's all the questions I had. And Madam Speaker, I want to remind my agitated friend that he had said he's not going to ask any questions to this witness. And
just leave it to him, Counsel Kigen.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Do you wish to take
Only
some time to
two
cross-examine?
questions.
Okay.
You have testified to issues of the budget, yes?
Absolutely.
Do you know the charges before this assembly?
I do know.
Do they relate to the evidence you have given? Is there any issue of the assumption of budget?
They relate to the extent that that is what has triggered the Deputy Governor to be here.
Is there any question about the absorption of budget?
Of course there is not.
Thank you.
But it's an aggravator.
No further questions.
Thank you.
Re-exam, Madam Speaker.
I'll give you 1 minute.
Yes, that's
Just
okay.
one question.
Could you explain what is the relevance of the question of budget absorption to these impeachment proceedings?
For me, it is a question that the Deputy Governor has consistently asked, and the Governor is not comfortable with those questions, and as a result, I guess, is the reason why you sit before this House. Part of the reasons.
I hand over the witness to the Honorable Senators. I know you are in a hurry to leave, but just wait. There are a few questions you are being asked.
Senator Beth Siango.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for this chance. Just want to know from the Honorable Member of County Assembly. He is telling us of how the Governor has been performing badly. And the case before us here is totally different. My question is, him as an elected member of County Assembly, what has he been doing in his ward where he is to be oversighted by his electorate? 2, if the governor has not been performing, why have you not brought a motion to impeach the governor? Thank you.
Thank you. 2 questions. Whether it's related to the case, as I said, it relates to the extent that the Deputy Governor has been asking. It's severally, and the reason as to why probably is also in this House. But secondly, he's also asking a question on what I've been able to do in my own ward. I have raised those serious matters for Kisii County in relation to governance. And by the way, for your information, at some point, Governor, for insistence of raising these issues, has declared that any other MCA raising such issues, he automatically becomes an acting MCA in those respective wards. And that's very unfortunate for this House to hear. I think I've responded to the 2 questions.
Senator Joe Nyoto.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just have 2 questions for the witness. One, from his affidavit, and I'm referring to paragraph 9, Madam Speaker, where the witness alleges that or testifies that this impeachment motion was sponsored by the governor because, of course, of the nuisance that the deputy governor has been causing him because of insisting on responsible governance. While I agree with him that it is possible for somebody to be malicious, Madam Speaker, but I'm concerned. Does the witness, has the witness read the charges leveled against the deputy governor? And if yes, is he of the view that just because a motion was sponsored by the governor or whoever, that the allegations should not be investigated by this House? Number 2, Madam Speaker, the witness has testified that MCAs received money from the governor, 20,000 Kenya shillings each, and they were instructed to delete the messages that showed that money had been received through M-Pesa. So my question is, did the witness receive 20,000 alongside other MCAs? And if he did not receive any money, how then did he establish that money had been sent to other MCAs who had already deleted the messages? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. 2 questions on whether if it was actually sponsored, then whether then the churches should be able to proceed or something of the sort. As I said, it is very clear, Honorable Speaker, that if it was public participation for the assembly, then there was no role of the executive sponsoring that public participation. It automatically tells you the influence and the interest they have in that very particular motion. And it is to that extent, I say, that the motion belongs to the sponsor, and I've already identified who the sponsor is. And Honorable Speaker, the second question is on whether I did receive also, I was a recipient of the 20,000 Kenya shillings. I want to say I did not, but County Assembly do not exist in isolation. Those who receive communicate to us and demonstrate when they have received. And just like anything will happen in this Senate, and the honorable members of this Senate share amongst themselves.
Senator Okongo Mugeni, and the final one will be Senator Wakili Sigei, and then we close down on this session.
Yes, I just wanted to ask the Honorable MCA, what is at page 158? That is the ballots that were used during the impeachment. Who are the officers who preside over the voting during impeachment at the County Assembly, and who takes custody of the ballots that are used in the impeachment? Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Okongo Mogeni. One, you're asking who are the officers who take charge on the voting. Of course, the officers are the clerk of the County Assembly together with the officers of the County Assembly. But I will tell you without blinking, Senator Mogeni, that the Kisii County Assembly is in captive. And the instructions are taken as clear as they are provided. And secondly, you're also asking who is the custodian of the ballot papers. Honorable Senator, the ballot papers should be kept within the Assembly. But I will tell you, as a matter of fact, I had one of the honorable members yesterday did indicate that they were taking these photos for purposes of future memory. But Honorable Senator, I will challenge your mind. Why future memory? Are they also reminding themselves of the identity cards?
Senator Okongo, very briefly, can you give Senator Okongo the mic?
Yeah, you have answered my question. I simply wanted you to tell me the officers that
the clerk of the Assembly and the
preside over the exercise, the clerk.
Yes.
And they are the ones who keep custody of the ballots.
Absolutely.
So the ballots could end in any wrong hands. That's all. So you have clarified. It has got nothing to do with the governor.
Senator Wakili, the final interaction.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My question, actually, my desire to ask the question was with regard to the prior witness, but noting that the letter I desired to get clarification was signed by the witness who is on the stand right now. I believe you would.
Yes.
This is with regard to the letter appearing at page 143 of the bundle, the letter which you signed to the Comptroller of Budget on alteration of the Kisii County supplementary budget estimates 2023-2024 by the Kisii County Executive. Now, my question is very specific. I unfortunately do not have the benefit of having been involved earlier on in the proceedings, so I do not know. I need your clarification whether there was a direct response to this letter by the CEC Finance, and if so, what was the response? And two, the relationship between what was raised in the letter and the proceedings which are currently before this particular House. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Yes, there has been a response to the CEC Finance, and I guess the CEC Finance has also been able, Honorable Speaker, to respond to the Control of Budget, but I have not gotten a window of what that response is. When I get it, I will be able to look into it. Then secondly, you are also asking on the relevance of this letter to the proceedings of this House. And I have said this letter is also a demonstration of some of the issues we have been raising at the County Assembly. Together, also the DG has been raising those issues. And is this part of the reason why I know the DG is here. And as already indicated, so many members get disciplined when they are able to question the authority in Kisii.
Senator Sifuna, we have closed. Make it very short.
Did I hear the witness saying that there was no response from the Control of Budget? Is that what you're saying?
I said it has been a response, but I have not looked through the response.
You haven't looked through the response?
The one that has been
from the Control of Budget?
I have not had a look at it.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
So that brings us to the end of the Deputy Governor's case, the defense to the impeachment proceedings. So we are proceeding on to the closing remarks, and I need the counsels to indicate the maximum time you can take in the closing remarks is 1 hour. The standing orders provide for a maximum of 1 hour. I would hope that both of you can confer and give us the timing you need for the closing remarks. Beginning with the County Assembly Counsel. Counsel for the County Assembly.
Madam Speaker, may you kindly refresh my memory? I lost on the question that you are seeking.
It's about the closing remarks. The standing orders provide for up to a maximum of 1 hour. Closing remarks, both on your side and the side of the DG. So I was asking whether you two could confer with Counsel Katwa Kigen, because the maximum amount of time is 1 hour, whether you could take less time to do your closing remarks.
I will try to take less than 1 hour, but I will not exceed 1 hour, Madam Speaker, kindly. And I'm ready.
Counsel Jiro?
Madam Speaker, did I gather you to hear that I and Mr. Kigen, we have 1 hour to share, or each has 1 hour?
Each 1 hour.
We'll actually take less than that, perhaps even about 30 minutes or 40.
Thank you very much. That's considerate of you. Counsel Kigen, how much time do you take?
I indicated, Madam Speaker, that I will make an effort of falling short of 1 hour, but I will definitely not exceed 1 hour.
So we can then, I believe you are ready to proceed. Counsel for the County Assembly.
Madam Speaker, we were seeking indulgence for about 10 minutes so that we can collate our evidence. And then we can perhaps reconvene if you're so pleased.
Okay, 10 minutes it is. Come back ready. We hope you save the 10 minutes in your remarks. So we will suspend the sitting for 15 minutes, and then we come back in exactly 15 minutes to have the closing remarks. Thank you. Honorable Senators, it's now time to adjourn the House for 15 minutes, to suspend for 15 minutes, and we will revert after 15 minutes from now. Thank you.
Hi there, this is George Washiri, Optiven Real Estate, and we are very excited offering you lifestyle of
usingetoa uamuzi wa aina hiyo. Kuna kitu ambacho umewahi kufanya ukajutia au wewe mwenyewe kikakuathiri baada ya kutoa ile hukumu?
Kujuta sijawahi kujuta. Manake kulingana na mimi ninapotoa uamuzi katika kesi nafuata vitu viwili. Huo ushahidi ambao nimeelezwa kotini na sheria vile inasema. Kwa hivyo huwa nimetosheka. Ningetaka kusema hivyo vile nimesema na hata baada ya kumaliza niko sawa. Hakuna siku nitarudi nyumbani ningesema afadhali ningeitisha hiyo faili rudi niandike uamuzi mwingine tofauti. Sijawahi kufanya hivyo. Lakini kama kawaida vile umesema kibinadamu, ukisikiza kesi za aina fulani kama kesi za mauaji, unasikiza vile haya hii ilitendeka, kawaida lazima kutakuwa na hiyo effect. Mpaka unauliza maswali mengi. Maana yake ni kawaida. Unaona hii picha leo, unaona hii picha leo, unaona hii kawaida. Lakini lazima uelewe kama mfanyakazi wa mahakama, hiyo sio kitu ambacho kitakuelekeza kwa uamuzi wako. Lazima ujiondoe pale. Unaona? Uende na sheria na ushahidi, vitu viwili.
Na kuna wakati unajihisi kwamba unatamani kujiondoa kwa hiyo kesi. Useme hii imenishinda, nimpatie jaji mwenzangu. Au siku moja unampigia simu unamwambia nipe ushauri bwana, sijui nitafanyaje kwa hii kesi. Huwa inafikia wakati kama huo.
Kujiondoa katika kesi kuko na sababu yake sio sababu umeshindwa ama hujui kile cha kuamua. Ni vile wakati mwingine unaangalia unasema hii kesi labda namjua mwenye amehusika. Hii kesi labda inahusu vitu fulani na nikiendelea nao mimi mwenyewe sitatosheka ya kwamba nimepeana haki. So ni kawaida kujiondoa. Wakati mwingine hata wale wako mbele yako wanakuangalia wanasema jaji jiondoe. Na lazima usikize na tena sio tu kila wakati unaambiwa jiondoe unajiondoa. Lazima kuwe na sababu za kutosha. Manake hatutaki kufika mahali ambapo kama mtu hataki usikize kesi yako anakuja tu anakuambia jaji jiondoe na unajiondoa. Hawezi fanya hivyo. Lazima kuwe na sababu na uandike na utoe uamuzi. Sababu ya kujiondoa ama kutojiondoa. Kumbuka kesi ikitoka kwako itaenda kwa mwingine. Na yule mwingine anataka kujua kwa nini wewe ulijiondoa. So lazima iwe wazi. Sababu gani imekufanya ujiondoe na ueleze kila kitu. Na wewe mwenyewe ukitosheka ujiondoe. Mara nyingi huwa tunaulizwa kama majaji ama mahakimu, jiondoe tunaondoa. Wakati mwingine unakataa manake hamna sababu ya kutosha.
Umetuambia kwamba baadhi ya kesi ambazo zinakusumbua zaidi ni zile ambazo zinahusiana na kifo. Kuna ile ambayo unaikumbuka kweli hivi hadi leo iko bado akilini mwako kwamba bado ile wanasema kwa kimombo inakuhaunt, bado ile picha haijaondoka katika akili yako?
Sikumbuki. Kitu ambacho najua haina kesi. Kuna wakati nilikuwa nimepatiwa kazi ya kufanya wakati kulikuwa na ghasia kule Tana River. Na nilikuwa naongoza chopa ambalo ilikuwa inachunguza mauaji ya Tana River. Nafikiri hapo ndio nilisikia kama nimeathirika. Manaka unasikiza vile watu walitendewa na unatoka huko unasema tunataka kubadilisha jinsi tunavyoishi. Lakini kotini kesi ambayo imenidhuru, hata wakati nilisema kesi za mauaji ni vile unasikia hili litendeka hivi na hivi. Na pia nimekwambia hilo haliwezi kusababisha ama kuwa influence kwa uamuzi ambao utatoa.
Na huwa kuna wakati unahofia usalama wako. Unasema baada ya kutoa uamuzi fulani niingie chini ya miti kidogo. Kuna kitu ambacho kinakufanya ukakahisi?
Sijahofia hata siku moja. Hata siku moja. Tena mimi natembea kama raia wa hiyo, nataka kusema wazi. Kwa sababu gani? Unajua kama unafanya kazi yako, unaamini kazi yako, unaamini jinsi umefanya. Hamuna mtu umedhurumu kwa kutaka kudhurumu. Sioni haja gani uogope kuwa raia. Na kuwa tu. Pia unajua vizuri ya kwamba unajua ulinzi wetu sio lazima utoke kwa binadamu, lazima uwe na imani pia ya kwamba Mungu atakulinda. Kwa hivyo hakuna siku mimi nimejifungia kwa nyumba nikasema sitoki leo manake nahofia baada ya kutoa uamuzi nitagongwa kule nje. Hamna. Naamini nimefanya kazi kulingana na sheria, nimefanya vile ningetaka kufanya na niko sawa.
Na familia yako inahisi vipi na vile vile unapanga vipi muda wako? Kwa sababu unatueleza kuna siku unaweza kuketi kotini siku ikaisha. Familia wanapokea vipi kazi ambayo unaifanya? Kuna wakati mwingine labda wanahofia usalama wako vile vile. Na pia umetueleza unafurahia maisha kama ya raia wa kawaida. Kweli unayafurahia maisha kama ya kawaida? Raia wa kawaida unaenda dukani, unawapikia watoto na kadhalika?
kama kawaida. Kama wewe ni mke nyumbani, basi wewe ni mke nyumbani, unatarajiwa kupiga chakula familia yako ile. Watoto wanaelewa. Sina watoto wadogo sana, watoto wangu wote wamemaliza chuo kikuu, wako wanafanya.
Honorable Amason Kingi has directed the Sergeant at Arms to rally the members of the Kisii County Assembly to make their way back into the chamber to necessitate the commencement of the closing statements on behalf of the County Assembly, which has been allocated 60 minutes, as well as the closing statements on behalf of the Deputy Governor, allocated another 1 hour before the senators decide on the 4 grounds for impeachment that embattled Kisii Deputy Governor is currently facing. And our dear viewers, just to mention to you, some of the grounds for removal are matters to do with abuse of office, where the governor is facing allegations of receiving 800,000 shillings bribery to lobby for a job for a son of a personal friend of his. The governor was also impeached on grounds of gross misconduct. In this particular charge, the governor has been accused of bribing the managing director, Ms. Lucy Wahito Wachira, a sum of 100,000 shillings in May 2023 in contravention with Article 75 of the Constitution of Kenya. According to the members of the County Assembly, the Deputy Governor's engagement convenance as well as did complicate behavior, and this boils down to gross misconduct and abuse of office. The 4th ground for impeachment, which the Deputy Governor for Kisii County faces this evening, is the crimes under the national law. In their submissions in regards to this particular case, MCA say the soliciting of bribery is matters to do with the crimes under the national law.
You approximately need about 30 minutes, but you're not lost of the fact that 1 hour is still available to us. Mr. Speaker, sir, with your kind permission, kindly allow me to invite Mr. Mutuma to do an opening remarks, and then I and my learned friend, Mr. Mwangi Ndegwa, shall share the balance of the times. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. I will do the introductory remarks, then yield to my friend, Mr. Mwangi, to take you through the evidence that has been produced in this court. I will begin by looking at a scenario of one gentleman called Abdulaziz Ishan. Abdulaziz Ishan is a property developer who was accused of forcing himself on an 18-year-old girl and was charged in court, the Southwark Crown Court. In his defense, he said that I fell and penetrated her by accident. Now that defense, honorable senators, shocked the world, that he fell and penetrated the girl by accident. It was an obvious lie. It was a lie that everyone would see was a lie. Surprisingly, Mr. Abdulaziz got away with it based on that lie, insulting the intelligence of the very men who are listening and arbitrating over the case. An obvious lie that you can fall, slide, and have penetration take place. Whereas that is not the case here, we began by giving senators an indication of what they would be treated to by the deputy governor. An obvious lie. And we said that the deputy governor will come before you and look you straight in the eyes and lie to you. He has not disappointed. He looked you straight in the eye and gave very obvious lies that amount to insulting everyone's intelligence, with all due respect. Honorable members of the Senate, what then are you supposed to do with that kind of a witness? Who will come before you amidst the weight of evidence, amidst facts, and still take you through a lie and want you to believe them? And I started by saying that is the kind of witness that you should be angry at, that you should exercise anger at. You have that right. That moment, honorable senators, has come for you to tell the deputy governor that he had a duty to ensure that he speaks the truth. And even where he has difficulty speaking the truth, let that lie not be the kind that insults the intelligence of honorable senators. You had the opportunity to see the witnesses. You had the opportunity to hear the witnesses. You had the opportunity to analyze and question every statement from the witnesses. You can tell, honorable senators, that those witnesses were not credible, they were not truthful, they were not honest. How do you analyze a lie? You look at the presentation of facts and ask yourself, based on the conduct of the witness, based on logic, based on, the way we all perceive things, does that make sense? When the deputy governor stands before you on oath, having lifted the Bible, and tells you, number one, that he does not know Dennis Misati. Yet, that is the son to his 32-year-old good friend. A friend that they have done each other favors, a friend that they have visited each other, mourned together, celebrated together, but he does not know Dennis. But he wants you to believe that somehow on 28th of May, Dennis, in the company of his father, visited him, and they sat at a distance and were not privy to the conversation. And that the only role Dennis performed that day was to pay a debt that his father owed him. Honorable senators, these are not 5-year-old children we are talking about, not 10-year-old children we are talking about. We are talking about married men with their families in the company of their father to visit the deputy governor. One of the sons that the deputy governor disowns as not having a personal relationship with. So then one would ask, what was the essence of the meeting? What was the essence of that visit? It must have been towards what Dennis was saying. It cannot be anything else. Honorable senators, when the deputy governor stands before you, a man of serious qualifications, serious titles, and he tells you that he is able to operate his mobile banking, that he is able to operate the M-Pesa app, but he does not know how to reverse money,
that he received 100,000, rather that he received money from Dennis, wrongly sent it to Lucy, but somehow does not understand the procedure of reversing that money. Is that equivalent to the defense that was given by that gentleman who forced himself on that girl? 2 days after that money was erroneously sent, the deputy governor has not visited any Safaricom shop. The deputy governor has not even talked to his aide because he is entitled to one. He has not talked to his personal secretary to assist him with a simple reversal. And he wants honorable senators representing the entire country to believe that lie. That is not a lie that you can afford to fall for. The deputy governor comes before you and tells you that yes, I had spoken to Dennis' father for this employment favor, that yes, I approached Lucy seeking for this favor, that yes, I received money which he now terms as the payment of debt, and 30 minutes after receipt of that money, sent that money to Lucy by mistake. Now, logic dictates that the chain that is being talked about has not been broken. There is a clear trace of the intention of the money, the person who is supposed to procure that money, the person who is receiving that money first of all, and sending to that specific person. Why isn't it that these 100,000 could not be sent to a Jane, a random Joyce, just a random person? That would have been a lie that would have made sense. But to look you straight in the eyes and tell you that that money was not meant for that purpose, without debunking the entire chain, it's a lie. It's an insult to everyone's intelligence. His key witness, the father, to Dennis, again, is unable to explain why there was need to transfer money from his wife's account to Dennis and back to the deputy governor. And he tells you, he wants you to believe that he wanted to express love to the son by sending him money to go and withdraw, then hand it over to the deputy governor. I do not know how expressions of love are nowadays, but I do not think that senators are able to buy into that. That he gave the son the responsibility of withdrawing the money because the son was quick enough to go to Keombo Market, withdraw the money, and come back when he had a driver who can run that errand. But somehow he wants you to believe that the son would have walked or ran faster than his own driver. He operates an M-Pesa shop, he confirms, but does not tell you why that money could not be withdrawn from his own M-Pesa. Obvious lies. Lies that cannot be allowed to go on record. For that reason alone, then you need to tell the governor that he has breached the leadership and integrity code as we know it, that he cannot be trusted with leadership if he can look you straight in the eye, honorable members, and lie to you when you can tell clearly that it's a lie. I can go on and on with the lies, but you've had the benefit of listening to the lies. Do not allow your intelligence to be insulted. I will invite my learned friend, Mr. Mwangi, to take you through the evidence that was produced in this court, in this Senate, and how the County Assembly of Kisii has been able to prove all the 4 charges against the Deputy Governor. Thank you so much.
Honorable Speaker and members of the Senate, my name is Mwangi Ndegwa. I will be dealing with the evidence that has been produced, and also I'll also briefly touch on the obvious truths. Members of the Senate, the County Assembly has been able to produce before you trails and transactions indicating and showing how money exchanged hands from Joseph and Dennis to the Deputy Governor, and how the same money finally found its way to the Managing Director of Guasco for purposes of serving its purpose. Honorable members, it all began with the obvious truths. Joseph Misiati approached the Deputy Governor, and the Deputy Governor has agreed to that and confirmed on oath. The Deputy Governor also confirms that he reached out to Lucy seeking for favors as had been sought from him by Joseph Misiati. And Lucy magnanimously told him that we shall only recruit on a meritocratic process. Honorable members, we have seen Dennis submitting before you and crying before you that he did sell his salon. Dennis produced a sale agreement for that sale. Dennis produced a sale agreement also for the sale of his household goods and equipment. And he said that he gave that money to the mother for purposes of safe custody. Obviously, there's a reason why the mother was not called as a witness, so that we are not able to debunk that theory that the money came from them. There is seen money being sent from Dennis at 8:33 p.m. on the 28th of May. The other transaction is at 8:37, a transaction of 150,000, and the last transaction of 49,000 at 8:43 p.m. on 28th of May. 40 minutes later, that money leaves the mobile phone of the Deputy Governor and goes to the mobile phone of one Lucy, the director of Guasco. Remember, honorable members, that Lucy received this money at 9:24 p.m. on the 28th of May, 2023. When Lucy received this money, she did not understand why the money was being sent to her. But the following morning, she made a call to the Deputy Governor, just a follow-up to confirm, why are you sending money to me? And in that conversation, and it's a conversation that the Deputy Governor has admitted that they indeed spoke, that indeed, while he was taking breakfast at his home, Lucy reached out to him. And according to Lucy, she states that the Deputy Governor said, this is as a follow-up to the requests I made to you for the assistance in the recruitment of my candidate, my preferred candidate. Now, honorable members, due to the integrity of one lady called Lucy, she asked the Deputy Governor to reverse the money. But obviously, the Deputy Governor does not reverse the money. What does he say? It's an error. And what does he also say? That the money was supposed to be sent to one Gladys, who is also a chief officer within the government of Kisii County government. And what we also see later, we also see that there was an intention, or there is a statement by one Gladys, who says in her statement that there was the Deputy Governor's wife actually approached her for favors in regard to being given the tenders for supplying pharmaceutical products. And in her statement, she says that She was approached around the month of May 2023. And the same May 2023 is when the Deputy Governor gives or sends money of 100,000 shillings to also Gladys. So the question is, was the Deputy Governor sending money simultaneously, intentionally, for two intended purposes to bribe? Was he intending to bribe not only Lucy, but also intending to bribe Gladys? As I sum up, honorable members, the defense by the Deputy Governor should not be taken seriously. It is concocted. It has been summed up so as to rule this House not to vote for the motion. Members, I sum up by telling you that, or requesting you, to allow the motion on the basis of the grounds on the motion and the evidence produced by the County Assembly. I do invite my brother, Learned Senior Mr. Ndegwa.
Thank you, Honorable Senators. I must begin by thanking this House for spending quite considerable time. It tells me and convinces the whole country that this House takes its work seriously. If there are doubts out there that this is a House that is made of noble men and women, then that doubt has been eroded this evening for the last 2 days. And I therefore think it was then prudent for the drafters of our Constitution to think of creating a House of such high repute. A House that has been called upon to offer oversight over the performance of the county government. Had it not been for this House, I assure you, honorable senators, that the ordeals that the people of Kenya would have suffered out there would be enormous and untold for. It was then prudent and wise that the drafters of the Constitution gave the singular role of oversight to this House and told this House that your oversight will not only be limited to how the resources of the county must or will be spent. The oversight was granted unto you, members of the Senate, and extend to seeing to the effect that Article 10 has been implemented. That is a question of integrity. It calls upon you, honorable senators, to look at the conduct of the people working in the county assemblies. It calls upon you, honorable senators, to see to it that Chapter 6 of the Constitution has been implemented as it is. Chapter 6 of the Constitution presupposes a scenario of the Caesar's wife, that the people working in the county governments must be beyond reproach. They must not even be suspected of any scintilla element or any iota of misconduct. They should not be suspected that they even attempted to get bribed. This is not a case of an attempt. It is a case that evidence has been led to the conclusion of any reasonable member of the society that yes, Mr. Monda was found with his hands in the cookie jar. That doubt has been erased. When Mr. Monda was put to task, why didn't you reverse the 100,000 shillings that you sent to Lucy? He simply says, I fell asleep. At the county assembly, he indicated that he fell asleep. When he was taken to task and taken through his M-Pesa statements, even as late as 23:57 hours, he was still transacting. When he was put to task whether he understand the M-Pesa procedures and whether he saw the prompt messages, he simply feigned ignorance. I do not know how to operate an M-Pesa. Ignorance is no defense. Ignorance cannot discount his misconduct. Ignorance cannot let him be pardoned for defrauding the least members of the society. Honorable Senators, look at the person who was called upon to raise 800,000 shillings. A destitute youth, a jobless youth, a hopeless youth, a homeless youth, a youth whom we should be, instead of extorting, a youth whom Honorable Deputy Governor Monda should have been giving hope. Honorable Senators, the conduct of Honorable Deputy Governor of Kisii County does not breathe hope to the youth of this country. His conduct is a conduct that goes to telling our youths that unless you have a godfather in the status of Honorable Monda, do not attempt to apply for any jobs in this country. That is the message that the conduct of the Deputy Governor of Kisii County is sending out there. This government is spending a lot of time. The senators are on day-to-day allocating money to the counties to make sure that work and jobs are created. Those jobs are not created for the use of the status of the friends of Mr. Monda. The jobs are not created for the people who have connections with the deputy governor like that of Mr. Mosati. The jobs are created for all the youths. And behold, the Constitution provides that we are all equal before the law. We should be granted equal protection. But what is the deputy governor doing? The deputy governor is elevating through nepotism, cronyism, and favorism his friends. What of those youths? What of those, the Mama Mutura who spoke here? The Mama Mutura who passionately said, I have taken my child to school, and she has no connection to Honorable Governor Monda. What is the fate of that youth? Honorable Senators, you are being called upon to do one of the most solemn things, to tell any person out there who may think that he has the conduct and the ability of extorting youths like Honorable Monda, that you have no space in the Republic of Kenya. That is a message that must be sent clearly. And it is not just a message that is coming out of this house. It is also a biblical message. It is so biblical in the sense that in the book of Exodus, chapter 18, verse 21, we are being told, select capable men from all the people, all amongst yourself, men who fear God, trustworthy, and people who hate dishonest, and people who hate gains and appoint themselves as officials. This is a member who claims to be a church elder. He claims that he's a member of the SDA. Doesn't he know the dictates of the chapter that I have just read? Is this a person who should be trustworthy? Does he hate bribe? We answer no. Let it not be lost as I sum up that unless actions are taken as against these individuals, we shall water down the gains that we have made. Chapter 6 of the Constitution must be breathed. We must give life to that article. Finally, honorable members of the Senate, permit me to submit that the standard of proof of this case has been met. We were supposed to prove not beyond reasonable doubts. We were supposed to prove on balance of probability, and that standard has been met. I believe there is no doubt in any member of the Senate that Mr. Monda attempted to bribe Lucy. There is no doubt in any person seated before this house today that Mr. Monda sent the money to Lucy. And if there is any person with that doubt, may that doubt be spelled today. And what is the consequences of the actions of Honorable Monda? What is the consequences? The consequences is that his actions have put a family in collision. A father has gone against a son has gone against the father. A brother has gone against a brother. If Mr. Monda was diligent enough If he's a person who is to be trusted, he should have chosen his path clearly and correctly. He would not have put the two families into collision. The collision that you have seen here and witnessed is courtesy of the misconduct of Honorable Deputy Governor of Kisii County. What is this other consequence? The other consequence is that the provisions of Article 26 have been compromised. That life begins at conception. Testimony and evidence was brought before this court that a young woman somewhere, a person suffered depression, and as a consequence of that depression, a life was lost. Even if these honorable members will not vote to remove the deputy governor on the count of bribery, let the cry of that child, the unborn child, be heard. Let the blood of that child not dry until justice is done. Let the blood of that unborn child cry and ring bells to the consciousness of this house, so that at the end of the day, a caution and a restraint will be made by any person who may think that child has nobody to fight for, that child that lost has no voice to speak for. It is you, the honorable senators, who are going to speak on behalf of that child. It is you, honorable senators, who will speak on behalf of that unborn child. It is you who will say that justice will be heard. Subsequently, honorable members, as a consequence of these actions, an office has been compromised. The integrity of the office of the deputy governor has been eroded. The integrity of the office of the deputy governor has been put into disrepute. And for that reason, a vote ought to be taken and a vote ought to be cast to send the deputy governor home. Malcolm X in 1965 said, "If you do not stand for anything, you will fall for anything." That is the character and the conduct of Honorable Deputy Governor Monda. He stands for anything, and he falls for everything. He falls for bribery. He bribes Mama. He exhorts Mama Mutura. He exhorts people on bursary basis. He exhorts Dennis. If a Mama Mutura spoke that she was extorted, and we believed her, why should we not believe Dennis? Why should we not believe Dennis? When a question was put as to why the mother had to be involved in the sending of the money, the answer was, "I was doing financial management." I was doing financial management. I tell you, honorable senators, that the mother was brought in this case as a decoy. She has been brought here as a decoy to make sure that you do not see the correct network of this corruption and bribery. Let no one be invited that the money ever came from the mother. If it did came from the mother as earlier submitted, the mother would have been a witness to testify to that effect. Honorable senators, let it not be lost on us that on the 1st of December 2012, the Honorable Lady Deputy Chief Justice of this Republic committed a heinous offense similar to this one. And she was sent home on the count of pinching the nose of Rebecca. She was sent home on the count of asking Rebecca Kirubo that you should know people. Who are you? We give you power. We vote for you, then you extort us. We vote for you, then you steal from us. We vote for you, then you defraud us. How lucky are you? How lucky are you, Honorable Monda, that we shall vote for you, we give you our votes, and then you defraud us of our money? How lucky can you be, Honorable Monda? How lucky can you be? That is a question that must go and ring bells. Honorable senators, as I sum up, let us draw the lesson from the case of Nancy Baraza. if a Chief Justice was taken home on that one count of pinching the nose and arrogantly saying that you should know people, what of this person who has gained and benefited unjustly? What of him? You are told that 500,000 shillings was being paid as a debt. Has evidence been brought before this case, before this Senate, to prove that Mr. Mosati owed the governor at a particular point? Zero. No evidence. Let us rise to the occasion, honorable members. As I sum up, look at the Watergate case. The Watergate case was a tight case. Somebody breaks and organizes the breaking of the National Convention, the Democratic Convention offices. A president tries to conceal that, and that act of concealing sends President Nixon home. Today, it's not President Nixon. Today, it is not Nancy Baraza. Today, it's Honorable Monda. As I sum up, I am urging this Honorable House to do what is right. Not what is popular, not what is easy, not what is enticing, but what is right. What is right is that which shall lead to giving the people of Kisii County justice. What is right is that action of upholding the provisions of the Constitution of Kenya. What is right is that of saying that the sovereignty of the people of Kenya must be respected. Finally, honorable members, for the loss of that child, and I insist, for the loss of that honorable child, Honorable Monda must go. For taking of the bribe from poor Kenyans, Honorable Monda must go. For failing to breathe confidence to the youth of this country, Honorable Monda must go. For failing to uphold the integrity of his office, Honorable Monda must go. For taking for granted this house, that he can blatantly lie to the house, Honorable Monda must go. For failing to bring and for lying before this house, Honorable Monda must go. I urge you, Honorable Senators, Honorable Monda must go. Much obliged. Finally, only one more issue, the competence of the motion. If the motion that has been brought before this assembly was not competent, Mr. Monda would not have lined up his witnesses. If it was not competent, he would not have appeared before the county assembly. The doctrine of acquiescence bides him from the beginning of the motion to the closure of sending him home. I'm most humbled.
Thank you. Now we shall move to hear the closing statement for and on behalf of the Deputy Governor.
Mr. Speaker, sir, members of the House, I rise to, in part, give part of the closing statement for the Deputy Governor. Mr. Speaker in the House, I'll reiterate the words of a member of this House who said during these debates that justice must not only be done, but must also be seen to be done. And to that I'll add that substantive justice must not only be done, but be seen to be done. And the reasons why I put this to this House as it goes to deliberate is that we have a situation where the DG has not had the opportunity to get substantive justice for a number of reasons. If the House is to consider the Hansard, the notice, and the motion that was before the County Assembly, it is clear what has been presented before you is a mutation of the case that was presented before the County Assembly. The case has morphed. And we look no further than the submissions by my colleague for the County Assembly, where he is now calling this Honorable House to impeach the Deputy Governor on the basis of alleged infanticide. These were not charges that were before the County Assembly. This was not even evidence adduced by Dennis Misati before the County Assembly. The issue of a miscarriage was never an issue raised anywhere before they came to this Honorable House. The morphing of this case is further evident from Lucy Waheto, their star witness. Before the County Assembly and before the 8th of March, her evidence was this money was received erroneously, we assume, from the Deputy Governor. They had a telephone conversation, and the Deputy Governor said nothing. He kept quiet. However, for reasons unknown, and that can only be inferred by this Honorable House, following the impeachment proceedings, she has now changed her statement, imputed some malice to that money. A simple error in sending M-Pesa has taken new life. We leave it to the House to infer the reasons for the change of heart. We also note that the case before you has morphed with regards to that most critical of issues. Who solicited this bribe? If you look at the motion as moved before the County Assembly, the case of Dennis Misati, of the MCS Siochi, the Honorable Siochi, was that the DG learnt of the job, went to Joseph Misati, and solicited the 800 Kenya shillings bribe to get him that job. That case has morphed before this House, as considered by my colleagues in their submissions. They now indicate that Joseph was the one who told the DG about this opening. The morphing of the case is further evident from the videos that were presented before this court. The issues of bursaries and bribes that are linked to those bursaries, this was never before the County Assembly. This has been raised for the first time before this Honorable House. And the sum total of the foregoing is that for this House to uphold that hallowed maxim that justice must not only be done, but be seen to be done, we need to disregard the morphed case that is presented before you. And in so doing, you need to make an inference that there's a motive to the mutation. Following from this issue, there are some procedural lapses that were part of the proceedings before the County Assembly. You've been asked to turn a blind eye to these procedural issues, but we humbly submit to this Honorable House that substantive justice requires procedural certainty. The Deputy Governor had no procedural certainty in the process that was undertaken at the County Assembly, And this started on the 13th of February 2024 when a notice of a motion that was not supported by the evidence, was not supported by signatures, was moved and subsequently passed by the County Assembly. A clear nullity ab initio was allowed to move to the stage of a motion. And from that, on the 21st of February, the motion that is before, that has led us to this hallowed house, was moved and duly seconded. And as would be expected, this motion should have been put to the County Assembly to debate and make their determination. However, this is not what occurred. A motion to adjourn the proceedings was duly moved, not seconded, and I wish to underline that that motion was never seconded. But this notwithstanding, the motion was in unclear circumstances that one cannot decipher from the Hansard, determined, and adjournment duly issued. This adjournment, I wish the court to note, was contrary to the standing orders of that particular county government, which requires the motion to be moved and determined within 3 days. By the 24th of February 2024, that motion, having not by automatic operation of the law, we submit that from the 24th moving forward, there was nothing. The motion and everything that was voted upon on the 29th of February 2024 was nothingness. And from that, this Honorable House has been called to determine whether there's a valid impeachment. And we duly submit, given these grave lapses, that the motion and the impeachment as a whole was a house built on quicksand, foundationless, and this court must, as the big bad wolf did, blow that house down. Most obliged. I will now call my senior, Mr. Katwa Keegan, to conclude the submissions.
Mr. Speaker, sir, honorable senators, I would like to start my submissions by just highlighting the main issues that we would like you to take into account in making the determination as to whether or not you should come to the conclusion that a case of impeachment has been achieved. But our biggest emphasis, honorable senators, is that one, you maintain your mind on the question of whether a standard of proof has been achieved in these allegations against the Deputy Governor, and number two, that the burden of proving that indeed there were these breaches was on the County Assembly. Correlated to that is that the case should not, your decision on whether or not to impeach should not be on a basis of what is newly introduced in the course of these proceedings, as my learned friend Mr. Michuki said, being amongst others the allegations of infanticide. Now, going back to the substance of my submissions, I will elaborate on what I said when I was doing the opening address. That the entirety of this case is not founded on any document on the part of the accusers. There is no document, for instance, on the part of Dennis who says he bribed to show that indeed he had any money with which he could have given to the deputy governor to constitute a bribe from him to the deputy governor. There is no document from his brother to show that indeed the arrest was based on any other issue other than the dispute as to who was the owner of the trees. There is no document on the part of Lucy to suggest that indeed, other than the fact that money was sent by reason of an error, there is nothing to suggest that indeed that money was based on an understanding of corruption. And so, at the end of the day then, honorable senators, you will have to make a determination on this issue on the basis of who to believe. And the competition in terms of who to believe in this case would be his brother versus his brother Robin versus Dr. Robert. It will be Mr. and Mrs. Misati, Mr. Misati being 68 years old, retired civil servant, Judge Koa, versus his son who is 37 years old. Who do you choose to believe? And we already indicated to you that the wife of Mr. Misati swore an affidavit, which we are relying on, and we produced the M-Pesa paper trail. I am aware that my colleagues have said that the wife was maintained in this case as a decoy. And we are saying that cannot be true because we brought you the M-Pesa record. And the husband had testified on the issue being the background of how that money was raised and was remitted. So you would have to make a choice of who to believe between the son and the father. And in the event you have any doubt, it is our contention that considering the standard of proof that this honorable Senate has adopted as prescribed by both the Court of Appeal and the Supreme Court, the benefit of doubt should go to Dr. Monda. We would also pray that in considering this, you be careful that you do not end up with a situation where you allow a national Senate to be a forum for determination of family disputes. All the witnesses and the entirety of the case that the County Assembly has brought is founded and based on family. Now, I would like to digress at this point and just point out to you like this, that we have brought material with which we have contended that the reason why the Deputy Governor is standing trial is because of the issues he has raised to the Governor, and that the Governor then has initiated these proceedings for the Deputy Governor's impeachment. Now, we would pray very much that in the course of your consideration of this impeachment motion, that motive, that reason for having brought this case be a dominant factor in your minds. But more importantly, the decision having been made and determination having been arrived at that he must be subjected to impeachment, the fact that they were not able to find any case of either procurement, misappropriation of funds, and accountability of any other issue, the fact that the most that they could come with to you for impeachment, that the only thing they could come is through families, through his brother, through the son of Mr. Misati, to spoil the friendship, that is the only thing they could come up with. We submit, honorable senators, is an indication of just how impeccable the Deputy Governor is, that they couldn't get anything other than to go through families to initiate and engineer these impeachment proceedings. Now, before I come to the standard of proof, I would want to just invite your attention also to the fact that the main allegations before this Senate for impeachment being whether or not he received a bribe from Dennis, whether he gave a bribe to Lucy, whether he threatened Dennis, whether he misused the county staff, and whether he is culpable for having his brother arrested, are all issues that are in the hands of institutions and agencies that you as legislators, as lawmakers, have designated to take responsibility of investigating and determining. The three first counts being the question of whether he received a bribe from Dennis, whether he gave a bribe to Lucy, and whether he actually threatened Dennis, are all issues which the witnesses readily admit are in the hands of the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission. The issue of whether he improperly caused the arrest of his brother is an issue before the police. And the issue of whether or not there was misuse of the county staff, the witness came and said is in the hands of the county assembly. With that in mind then, we would like the question to occur to you as you entertain the question of whether or not to impeach, as to whether you will choose to intercept a process of investigation by EACC, by the police, and by the Kisii County Assembly. You will intercept that process, take over the process, and make a decision on it. Or you would rather wait for the determination of the cases before those agencies, which you yourselves as legislators have already determined should make those decisions. Now, my colleagues for the County Assembly have relied on two cases, and those two cases are of very doubtful basis. The first one is the very repeated story of one Nancy Parasa having pinched somebody's nose. That's one thing they are relying on to persuade you that you should impeach the deputy governor. The other one they are relying on is the repeated reference to Watergate. Now, honorable senators, we would like on our part to bring you nearer home on what you yourselves have said and in terms of your standard of proof for purposes of determining impeachment. And the first point, the first threshold is the provisions of Article 181 of the Constitution. Article 181 of the Constitution, 1A and C, require that before you come to the conclusion that there is reason to impeach a deputy governor or rather a governor, you need to be satisfied that indeed there is cross violation. And our question then to you would be, on all the 5 counts, on the allegation of a bribe from Dennis, giving a bribe to Lucy Waito, the allegation, the alleged threat to Dennis, the alleged misuse of county staff, the alleged arrest of the brother. Do you come to the conclusion that indeed there is cross violation? The other criteria is found at Article 181, 1B, being that there is a serious reason to believe that a crime has been committed. And we submit, honorable members, that based on the analysis of facts that my colleague who came before me has made of the facts, and which I will look at again briefly in a short moment, we submit that there is no manifestation of any gross violation of the law, and there is no serious reason to believe there is any crime that was committed. And further, in applying that criteria, when you are considering the question of whether or not to impeach the Honorable Governor, His Excellency Honorable Iria, you, through your special committee, you said that in the event an issue is in the hands of an investigative agency, then that investigative agency should be allowed to conclude their proceedings. And in that case, you say the EACC and the Public Procurement and Oversight Authority should be given room to conclude the process. And if they come to a conclusion that there is indeed any wrongdoing, then they can come back to the Senate through the County Assembly. And we are requesting that you apply the same standard, that having pointed the witnesses of the prosecution, and I'm saying prosecution in this case being the County Assembly, having come and readily told you these issues are in the police hands, these issues are in the hands of EACC, these issues are being investigated by the County Assembly functions. Having said that, it brings you irresistibly to the need of maintaining the same position you took in a RIA case, being that this is a case that in fairness should be left to those agencies to conclude, as you did in that case, and that you apply the same standard as you did, you apply the same standard in the case of Dr. Monda as you did in the case of Honorable Iria. The same position was taken in the case of Professor Chepkwony, Kericho County Governor, where you said before you as a Senate can step in, you need to satisfy yourself that all other oversight agencies and mechanisms have been exhausted, and that it is not proper that the Senate is the default option every time somebody feels like there is a fight between a brother and brother over trees, there is a fight about whether or not there is an abortion, there is a fight as to whether or not there was an error in pressing a letter G as opposed to letter H in the case of the Lucy. And so we are saying, honorable members, the same way you decline to entertain the case of Professor Chepkwony, please decline to entertain the case of Dr. Monda, to the extent to which the other agencies that exercise oversight have not been exhausted and they are not a default option. We also rely on the determination made after this Senate had had the case, in the case of Songo, which was determined, Honorable Songo, which was determined at the Supreme Court, that when considering the question of whether or not there is an excess warranting the need for impeachment, the evidence should be credible and there should be evidence of extraordinary wrongdoing. And I just want to put a lot of premium on the use of the word extraordinary wrongdoing. And we submit, honorable senators, that in the case of Dr. Monda, when you are told that there was a bribe given to Dennis by, that Dennis gave the governor a bribe, when you're told that, and then Dr. Monda comes to you and tells you, number one, the money did not belong to Dennis, it belonged to his parents. Number two, Dennis did not participate in the discussions about that money. He has no idea what was discussed before the money was sent. When you're given that kind of evidence, where, in fairness, with what reasonable measure would you say there is extraordinary wrongdoing to be found in the conduct of Dr. Monda? When the father of Dennis is saying, it was my money, I was refunding a debt, a loan, some money I had taken earlier on, a loan that I had taken earlier on. We are asking, where is the extraordinary wrongdoing? Where is the gross violation? Where is the serious crime in the issue of the 100,000 to Lucy Wahito? It is a fact that indeed money went to the M-Pesa of Lucy Wahito. But we pray that you juxtapose that point with number one, the point we've made that it was an error. Now, I am aware from the questions that you asked Dr. Monda in the course of his evidence as to the question of whether he has M-Pesa app, why he slept without seeing who the money had gone to, and so on and so forth. But all that said and done, if I were Mr. Ndegwa, I would refer you to the Bible and say, throw the first stone if indeed you can say none of you who has a vote in this Senate has never made a mistake to send money to a wrong person. And we pray that to the extent, I would want to imagine that 100% of you have done. But even if it's not 100%, I'm sure most of you have done. Please do not throw a stone in the direction of Dr. Monda merely because he made a mistake that any of you could have done and is, or is otherwise likely to do. And For those people who are skeptical about whether or not the mistake was there, we pray that, number one, where you have doubt, that doubt should be exercised to the benefit of Dr. Monda. On the allegation of threats to Dennis, Dennis says that the threats were communicated to him through his father. His father comes and says, I have never been told anything that constitutes or amounts to a threat to Dennis. And so, with that kind of a situation where Dennis readily admits that I never spoke with Dr. Monda, and says that threat was communicated through the father, and the father says there was no such threat, where do you find cross violation? Where do you find serious basis to assume that a crime has been committed? Where do you find a basis to say there was an extraordinary wrong committed, as was determined in the case of His Excellency Honorable Songo? On the issue of the county staff, we are all, the witness came and readily considered that the deployment of the staff is not exercised by the deputy governor. The staff are assigned to him. He doesn't have a say on who is to be sent there. Now, if, as that witness said, it were to turn out that the wrong type of staff was sent there, that there are enforcement officers who are sent to cook, and were to cook for dogs, as Mr. Ndegwa said. If that were to be the case, whose mistake is it? Are you going to impeach Dr. Monda for having been sent enforcement officers to go to the kitchen, or are you going to ask that the county enforcement officer and the Public Service Commission do account for that? We pray that you do find at that point as to whether or not the right staff were there cannot be pegged on the head and on the shoulders of Dr. Monda. Now, the issue of the 20 enforcement staff, you saw clips there were attempts to play clips and so on and so forth. Nowhere did you see the 20 staff, the 20 enforcement officers going to effect arrest on Ropen, the brother of Dr. Monda. There's nowhere where there's any evidence of 20 people going there. But assuming, even for argument's sake, that that was the case, I would pray and plead to persuade you, honorable senators, that the real question here is whether or not Robin and Robert had a dispute over trees. And that is cast in stone. It is an absolute fact that indeed the two of them had a dispute over trees, and the witness who brought this complaint came here and said that. Number two, it is an absolute fact that the report was taken to the police. Three, it is an absolute fact that it is the police who effected the arrest and took Ruben to the police station. He was not taken to the cells belonging to Kisii County, where then you would come and draw a conclusion that probably the enforcement officers were in charge of that process of the arrest. With all those grounds, if you were to be inclined or to be tempted to deem a wrongdoing to have obtained, shouldn't the OCS of the relevant police station have been summoned instead of having summoned Mr. Hagai? Shouldn't that have been the person to be summoned to come and say whether indeed there were 20 enforcement officers and whether there was a basis for the need to arrest the brother? We pray that you do find that on the premises of that issue, there is no manifestation. There is no manifestation of cross violation. There is no reason to deem that a crime was committed, and there is nothing extraordinary that there is nothing negatively extraordinary that Dr. Monda did to warrant the need for him to be subjected to impeachment. Lastly, on that issue of the enforcement officers, the witness, Mr. Agai, came here and produced 3 letters. All the 3 letters are very consistent in what they say. They all say that the sub-county enforcement officer is the one who went with those officers. So assuming those people went, and we are saying there is no evidence that they went, even assuming they went there, there is nowhere where the hand of the deputy governor can be said to have existed in the deployment of those officers. For those reasons, then, honorable senators and Mr. Speaker, sir, we pray that you come to the conclusion that indeed, on the allegations brought against Dr. Monda, there is no evidence of gross misconduct, there is no evidence of him having committed any serious crime, and there is no evidence of him having abused his office or having done anything extraordinary to warrant the need to hold him liable for impeachment. I would like to cover a few of the other grounds that my colleagues have raised in their submissions. One is the issue of bursaries. Now, several times in the course of our presentation of our evidence, we kept being told, what is the relevance of the issue of the change of the budget from the original budget passed by the Assembly to the budget that was submitted to the Controller of Budget? What is the relevance of, where is the basis of the allegation that, or rather the point that the governor has migrated from the official offices to his home, and so on and so forth. We pray that as you go, as you reflect on this case also, the question occurs to you, what is the relevance of making the allegation that Dr. Monda is responsible for the infanticide? That has not been proven. So the case of the county assembly is, okay, we may not have proved that there was any bribe given to Dr. Monda by Dennis. We may not have proved that Lucy Waito received the money as a bribe. We may not have proved that Dennis was threatened. We may not have proved that the county staff were misused. We may not have proved that the brother was properly arrested. We may not have proved that. But please, even if you come to that conclusion, move on then and impeach him on the other grounds. One being that he's responsible for infanticide, and my colleague in his usual eloquence makes reference to blood, the cry of a baby and all that. Where is that case? Was any case brought before the county assembly about any baby who was killed by Dr. Monda? And if there was none, we pray that the emotions that was being, that the attempt to whip up emotions amongst yourselves should be rejected. There was an attempt also to use videos to say, oh, there's somebody who sells mutura, or there's somebody who bribed, was asked for 20 million to get a bursary of 3,000, and so on and so forth. Now, I would like to address the two issues that arise from there, video and the question of bursaries. The county assembly came and said, we did public participation. The public participation report is here. It is at page 21 to 54 of the county assembly report record. The entirety of that report does not make reference to any video anywhere. And we would want to be as respectful as possible, both to the county assembly and most especially, much as they probably, we would like to be respectful to them, even if it were to be the case that they do not deserve it. But we would really like to be very respectful to you. And so when we say that the videos are fabrication, we say that with a lot of caution. We are saying that after thinking about it seriously. We say that because it is inevitable for us to tell you that indeed those videos, which a number of the senators said the Mama Mutura and a couple of others touched them. We are telling you, please, when you look at it with circumspection, with reference to the fact that it is not in the public participation report. If it was there, what was difficult about it being incorporated there? Number two, if it was there, where is the background of public participation? We pray that you reject those videos, you reject the emotion that those videos were meant to whip up. On the bursaries, when the witnesses were cross-examined, they came to a point, both especially Honorable Sioja, Honorable Karen Magara, and the other witnesses readily said that the issues of bursaries are domiciled in the office of the governor and that there is a committee that deals with those bursaries. So at what point would you as senators be being asked to deem Dr. Monda to be involved in bursaries when the witnesses for the county assembly are contradicting their own witnesses through those videos, saying that bursaries have nothing to do with the deputy governor? We pray that the issues around the videos and the bursaries do apply to every aspect of this case, being that there is a lot of manipulation of testimony, fabrication of testimony, and an attempt to mislead this Senate. Lastly, on that issue of bursaries and video, I pray to remind you that indeed those issues do not come back at the Assembly, and you remain faithful to the intention of the law, that for you to entertain and determine whether or not to impeach a governor or a deputy governor, it has to escalate from the county assembly. And the sense of escalating from the county assembly is that both the case, the evidence, and the issues should remain the same at the county assembly and at this Senate. And that therefore the issue of bursary not having been there, the videos not having been there at the county assembly, they are not eligible for your consideration. My colleagues for the county assembly have also introduced another issue that was not in the county assembly. The issue of Gladys Aminga. Gladys Aminga was not a witness, and in her statement that we saw today, she says that having listened to what went on at the county assembly, being a process of filling up gaps that we challenged at the county assembly, I have come to explain this and this. And she says that there's somebody by the name Bernard who was given a tender. That Bernard is a cousin of Dr. Monda and his wife Joyce. And when Dr. Monda was asked, he says, I don't know that Bernard. And so the question is, to what extent would the county assembly go to fabricate evidence and to assign relatives so as to demonstrate an alleged case of manipulation of procurement? One. Number two, my colleagues in the course of cross-examination of Dr. Monda asked him to confirm that indeed he forced Gladys Aminga to award a tender to the said Bernard. And when Dr. Monda insisted on being shown where that alleged force was there, they abandoned that line. And the point we want to make is the face of that statement does not suggest anywhere that Dr. Monda was involved in any tender awards to Bernard, a person he doesn't know, or any payments or the companies is involved in. And the arguments by the county assembly reflect how disparate they are. That when they cannot demonstrate the issue of the alleged receipt of a bribe from Dennis Misati, when they cannot demonstrate that Lucy Waito was bribed, when they cannot demonstrate that Dennis was threatened, when they cannot demonstrate that county staff were misused, when they cannot show that the brother was irregularly arrested, when they cannot prove any of that, they say, okay, let's move on. Look at this Aminga. Don't you see that this Aminga is a relative, that this Aminga gave a tender to Bernard, that Bernard has two companies, that these two companies and Bernard are related to Dr. Monda? We pray that you reject the totality of that on the two grounds. One, that the testimony of that Aminga on the face of it does not support what they were trying to say, and number two, was not part of the case that was there at the county assembly. Arguments were made also about the 100,000 that was sent to Gladys Aminga. Gladys Aminga readily said that as a witness of the county assembly, I received 100,000, and in our affidavit we have said in addition to 100,000, he received another 40,000 and received another 65,000. Gladys Aminga, who is part of the county assembly case, readily said, yes, I received the money and has assigned and ascribed a reason to the receipt of that money. And what is the reason? Supply of ballast and other construction items and transport services. And so we would pray that even as you reflect on that issue, Dr. Monda cannot be subjected to a process of impeachment on the issue around Gladys Aminga, when Gladys Aminga himself has bailed out the case of the county assembly. She has said, it is true, I received the money, and the value for this is this, and it is not available to you, honorable senators, I submit, for you to go behind the word of Gladys Aminga and start entertaining the arguments made by the advocates for the county assembly, who should actually be defending that Gladys Aminga. Now, I would like to just say a few things then on the issue of the technical issues that we raised. The county assembly witnesses, especially the mover of the motion, Honorable Sioja, readily agrees that the motion was prosecuted out of time and public participation was conducted out of time. That he readily accepts. And he says it is indeed contrary to the provisions of Standing Order 60 to 64 of the Standing Order for County Assembly, Kisii County Assembly. He said he attached particulars to the notice that he moved on 13th of February 2024. And when asked, he says, yes, I can see the notice doesn't have particulars, but indeed those particulars were given. And so the question is, what happened to those particulars? So, but the bottom line is this, the notice that was moved on 13th, as you look at it today, did not have details and particulars. The motion was not moved under the provisions of Section 15 of County Government Act and the Standing Orders of Kisii County Assembly, Standing Orders number 197 and 198. With all those considerations, my colleagues have told you that please, when you go into those technical issues, treat the technical issues as non-issue because the defense, Dr. Monda's defense, have acquiesced by bringing witnesses. And so I would want to ask the question then, what were we supposed to do? Were we supposed to just come and smile and not do anything? One. Number two, we raised those issues at the start of these proceedings, and the ruling asked us that the issues you are alleging, the question of whether or not it was on time, whether or not it had particulars, whether or not it was moved properly, are issues that we'll have to determine after listening to the facts. And so we are saying that by presenting witnesses, we were not acquiescing nor abandoning our preliminary issues. We were doing what the ruling of this Senate said, being that demonstrate the basis of those technical arguments through the facts that you will adduce, and we have demonstrated that spectacularly through both cross-examination of the witnesses of the county assembly and through our own witnesses confirming that each of those wrongdoings happened. Now, I am aware that a number of senators have said that we should, based on the provisions of Article 152 of the Constitution, 159 of the Constitution, we do not want to look at the technicalities. And then on our part for the Deputy Governor, then we would want to ask you, what was the purpose then of the rules? Why are we sitting, why did we sit yesterday up to midnight? Why are you sitting past hours today? Isn't it because the law prescribes that some things are to be done within time? Isn't it because you are being faithful to timelines? And if you, at this national level as senators, are prepared to go out of your way and comply with the law, why should you give latitude to county assemblies to say, we will smilingly disobey the timelines that have been set and it shouldn't matter? Why should you extend that latitude? And most especially when those county assemblies do not come and say, oh, sorry, we were out of time because there was an earthquake. They are not saying we are out of time because there was COVID outbreak. They are not giving any reason or any excuse for why they are out of time. We pray that for purposes of standardization of the rights of the parties, for purposes of the rule of law, you do insist that unless there is a good reason why you should invoke the provisions of Article 159 and entertain issues and say it is a technicality. Before you do that, a justification needs to have obtained, and that justification and the law allows for that extension. We submit that the law does not allow anywhere for that extension of time. And therefore, we pray that you do reject the motions for lacking particulars, for mutating from the date of 13th when the notice was issued, and mutating into something different by the time it was being moved on the 21st as a different motion, and for not having been moved properly. We pray that you do be faithful to the law that is keeping you seated here today up to this time and yesterday also. You do enforce that law and say that motion is null and void to that extent. Now, I am aware that the probability is that the county assemblies have been casual about it. I would pray that the Senate, in developing jurisprudence, do not encourage that feeling that it doesn't matter. All we need is to just throw anything in the face of the Senate, and the Senate will readily entertain it. That you do say everybody must follow the law, and that otherwise the rights of parties, including Dr. Monda, will stand violated. I would like then, at this point, to cede the few remaining minutes to my colleague, Mr. Ochoki. But before I do that, I would just like to cover one other issue on the issue of public participation. I've already pointed out to you that the public participation was not signed. The public participation was done out of time. It was done on 26, which was 3 days after the close of the period within which those things were, within which the impeachment was to have been concluded by 23rd, and that clearly, and this is very important for us, the public participation was not funded. They just said, let's go for public participation. Now, without funding, you have a situation, as we demonstrated through evidence, that the governor then took charge of it, which is a different arm of the county assembly. He funded the process. Not only funded in terms of cash, he also funded it in terms of personnel. And we pointed out to you instances where the ward administrators were the ones collecting the fees. We want to pray that you do find that and serious. Actually, we would want to pray that you apply the criteria of Article 181 of the Constitution, being that that kind of conduct was a gross violation of the Constitution, a gross misconduct, evidence of serious crime, and an extraordinary excess on the part of the governor and the executive. With that, then I would pray. Sorry, one last thing before I hand over. Arguments have been made about Lucy Waito having been bribed. Now, collateral to our explanation that indeed it was an error to have sent this money to Lucy Waito, we pray that you keep in your minds these other collateral circumstances. Number one, Lucy, in her statement of 8th of February, says the interviews were done on 15th of May 2023, and says this money came to me on 28th of May, which is approximately 13 days down the line. Now, she also readily says that the interviews that were done, whichever date it was done, according to her, she wanted to change the date from 15th to 25th. But our position is that it was on 25th. But whichever way you look at it, whether it was 15th or 25th, the position still remains that by the time she is receiving the money, the interviews have been done, scoring has been done, and the scoring has been done by people other than her. And she says, if you want to succeed in those interviews, assuming anybody really was determined to succeed in those interviews by crook or whatever means, you would need to go to those people who are scoring. She does not say that when, in her allegation, she does not say that Dr. Monda told me to go and influence the board members. So if you were to say that there was any intention of influencing the interviews, wouldn't it be necessary then to ascribe intelligence to the mind of Dr. Monda And in ascribing that intelligence to him, to say that if he was really interested in compromising the process of getting this job for Dennis, he would go to the board members who are answerable to him, because those people are appointed by the office of the governor, where he serves as the deputy. So we pray that you keep in mind those two things. One, by the time this money is coming, scoring has been done, and the winner or the successful candidate is already a closed issue. Number two, if it was intended to bribe and get this job for Dennis, the people that needed to have been approached are the people who are scoring, and it is a fact that there is no allegation of those people having been approached. And for those reasons then, I pray, honorable senators, that you do find that the threshold has not been achieved in this case of Dr. Monda. One. Number two, that this Senate cannot be a platform of any default case of a pen being lost, they come here to say impeach him. Whatever small thing, including family disputes, that this honorable Senate is not a forum for that kind of resolving family disputes. Number three, that you do find that to the extent to which these cases are in the hands of constitutionally mandated agencies, being EACC, the police, and the county assembly, you should cede ground for those institutions to conclude their process. And lastly, that considering that this is a question of one word against the other, you do find that our witnesses are credible, are superior in the quality of their testimony, as opposed to the witnesses who the county assembly called in the disparate attempt to achieve the removal of the deputy governor. With that, Mr. Speaker, sir, and within our time, I would request that my colleague, Mr. Ochoki, comes to close our submissions. Thank you very much, honorable senators, and Mr. Speaker, sir.
Honorable Speaker, sir, and senators, allow me very, very briefly just address the facts that my colleagues very emotionally wanted you to believe. A church elder has been called a culprit and a liar in this honorable house. But if you are to look at the evidence in totality, honorable senators, you are being told to send the honorable deputy governor home when he never spoke at any given time to the complainant, the gentleman that is now famously known as Dennis. Dennis told his house that all information about the bribe that you are being told the DG took were told to him by his father. His father was here. He came here and swore and told you there was no bribe. Dennis told you that 300,000 shillings was given to the deputy governor by him and his father. His father was here. He told you there was nothing like that. He told you that the 251,000 that his father sent to the deputy governor was a bribe. His father was here and he told you that wasn't a bribe. The senators have asked the witnesses about timelines from when the deputy governor received the M-Pesa message to when he sent it to Lucy Wahito. You have not asked the question, honorable senators, after how long upon receipt of those funds did Dennis send them to the DG? That gives credence to his father's position that that was instructions, that money was supposed to, he was supposed to go and collect cash, but because the shops were closed or the M-Pesa outlets were closed, then he could really do nothing. You have been told about a bribe to Lucy Wahito, and a lot has been said about the 100,000 shillings. Honorable senators, look at the statement of the deputy governor. Shortly after the alleged conversation with Lucy Wahito, he sent Gladys Aminga the 100,000. Then his version, purely because of the 100,000 shillings that was sent to Gladys Aminga, is believable. He is not a liar. You have further, honorable senators, been told that that money that was sent to Lucy Waitu was a mistake. All of us make a mistake. I'm not as old as the Honorable DG, but I've sent money to wrong numbers. Very shortly, and Honorable Senators, you have been told about enforcement officers, abuse of office. Even the head of enforcement was in this house. There was no mention of a single name of an enforcement officer that did the acts that you are being told were part of the abuse of office. Further, Honorable Senators, when you sit to make a determination, there was, you saw the drama. And when we started, we told you, you will see the kind of preparations, the fiction that the other side had prepared. You saw people cry here. It's just sad that old people, the brother to the DG, can come and tell you that a police station is 2 kilometers away from his home. He has not made a report to that police station. He has traveled 500 kilometers to the Senate. He's telling you, send his brother home. That is akin to that old lady, or the lady in the Bible, who was saying, cut the child into two. The Senate is being told, cut the child into two. Send the senator home. You cannot send the senator home, Honorable Senators, when the evidence of a father who loves his son is being said that do not believe the evidence of a father who loves his son, wishes his son the best, and who's come here and told you that there was nothing like that. So all those charges that have been brought against the Deputy Governor are nothing more, and as my brothers have submitted, they do not meet the threshold. In as much as my brother was telling you, send the governor home, let the governor go back to Kisii and serve his people. He was elected, and the job of the Senate is to check out. And my brother has told you and submitted that clearly there is nothing. If you are to send the Deputy Governor of Kisii home, based on the evidence that have been presented to this House today, you will do a lot of injustice, Honorable Senators, to the people of Kisii. Let the governor stay, let him go and serve his people. That is our plea, and we hope that you will not believe, and there will be no stain in the name of this great public service servant who has served this great country in very many different capacities. Thank you very much, Honorable Senators. We pray.
Thank you to both the teams, that is the team from the County Assembly and the team formed on behalf of the Deputy Governor. Now, pursuant to Rule 27 of the Rules of Procedure, as contained in the third schedule to the Senate Standing Orders, the Senate shall now proceed to a camera session to deliberate on the matters that have been raised before making a decision. The camera session shall last for 15 minutes. Thereafter, we shall reconvene plenary, where then the Senate will be called upon to make a decision on the matters that have been raised. At this juncture, therefore, I will ask the parties to withdraw from the chamber. Members of the public, those seated in the Speaker's gallery or in the public gallery, to also withdraw from the chamber, and live broadcast to cease forthwith.
Monda, the Deputy Governor of Kisii, on the following grounds. Charge 1, gross violation of the Constitution or any other law. Charge 2, abuse of office. Charge 3, gross misconduct. And charge 4, crimes under national law. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Next order, Clerk. Order number 4, motion, hearing and determination on the proposed removal from office by impeachment of Honorable Dr. Robert Monda, the Deputy Governor of Kisii County.
Senate Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise to move the following motion. Being the hearing and determination on the proposed removal from office by impeachment of the Honorable Dr. Robert Monda, the Deputy Governor of Kisii County, that whereas pursuant to Article 181 and of the Constitution and Section 33 of the County Governments Act, on Thursday, 29th February 2024, the Kisii County Assembly approved a motion to remove from office by impeachment Honorable Dr. Robert Monda, the Deputy Governor of Kisii County, and further, whereas by a letter dated 1st March 2024 and received in the office of the Speaker of the Senate on Saturday, 2nd March 2024, the Speaker of the Kisii County Assembly informed the Speaker of the Senate of the approval, the motion by the County Assembly, and further forwarded to the Speaker of the Senate documents in evidence of the proceedings of the Assembly. Further, whereas pursuant to Article 181 of the Constitution, Section 33 of the County Governments Act, and Standing Order number 80 of the Senate heard and the County Assembly on the grounds for the proposed removal from office by impeachment of the Honorable Dr. Robert Monda, the Deputy Governor of Kisii County. And further, whereas pursuant to Article 181 of the Constitution and Section 33 of the County Governments Act and Standing Order number 80, the Senate also heard the Honorable Dr. Robert Monda on the grounds for his proposed removal from office by impeachment as the Deputy Governor of Kisii. Now, therefore, Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Article 181 of the Constitution, Section 33 of the County Governments Act, and Standing Order number 80, the Senate resolves to remove from office by impeachment the Honorable Dr. Robert Monda, the Deputy Governor of Kisii, on the following charges. 1, gross violation of the Constitution of Kenya or any other law. 2, abuse of office. 3, gross misconduct. And 4, crimes under the national law. Mr. Speaker, with your permission, may I pick my moving notes? Mr. Speaker, as I move this very important motion, I want to start, Mr. Speaker, by saying that today is a day at the bottom of my heart, to the very best of the clarity of my mind, I'm offered a day to celebrate the integrity of the women of the Republic of Kenya. Why? Because, Mr. Speaker, of 2 women in Kisii, a woman by the name of Lucy Wahito and a woman by the name of Gladys Aminga. I'm celebrating these women in my heart, Mr. Speaker, because I've looked at the evidence, both in affidavit and what they said in the county assembly when the matter was there. And I think these are women of integrity. The deputy governor has spent a lot of energy to twist evidence surrounding the affidavits of these two women, and Mr. Speaker, they have stood their ground. Woman by the name of Lucy Wahido. After the deputy governor received the said 800,000 shillings, he quickly transferred that money to Lucy. And Lucy was brave enough to ask the deputy governor, what is this money for? And the deputy governor told her, and I'm reading from her affidavit, this is money in line with what we had discussed. I'll not go into details because we don't have time. And the woman asked him to take it back. He did not. She sent back the money. That is integrity. What we were told in English, that integrity means doing the right thing even when nobody is watching. Mr. Speaker, Gladys Aminga was also looped in. This time, to my mind, the deputy governor was desperate. Now that the money had come back, he needed to send the money somewhere. So he took the money to Lucy and connected it to some other requests of nephews and whatnot who wanted to be given a through pass to be given business at the docket of Gladys. Gladys stood her ground, and if you go through the evidence, Mr. Speaker, she has written in her own handwriting, trying to clarify to us what compelled her. That, Mr. Speaker, is integrity. My second point, Mr. Speaker, is I want to acknowledge through this moving this motion, for the first time in the many years I have presided over proceedings of impeachment, I have seen humility in legal teams. The legal team from the county assembly has been very humble. They have not tried to be verbose. They have not tried to lecture us. They have not tried to show us how they are learned friends and what have you. They have pursued evidence. I congratulate the legal team of the county assembly. Mr. Speaker, I'm so proud that we have sat on a matter that the defendant had none other than Katwa Kigen. This is one of the most distinguished lawyers, not just in this country, but in the region and internationally. I had never known that I would have an opportunity to listen to Katwa Kigen, none other than the brain that addressed the International Criminal Court. Katwa is a great man. And Katwa, that humility has completely changed my understanding of the legal profession. My third point, Mr. Speaker, is academic, as I support the removal of the governor, the deputy governor. Colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, in the history of democracy, the greatest senator who ever lived in the United States of America was Senator William Wilbright. He was so great that he wrote and spoke to the story of power. He's got a beautiful book. I'll invite you, if you have time, acquaint yourself with it if you haven't. The book, Mr. Speaker, is called The Arrogance of Power. William Fulbright spoke about the arrogance of power. What you saw the deputy governor of Kisii doing to his own blood brother, Reuben Monda, collecting enforcement officers and doing to this brother of his, the brother who suckled the same breast with him, is the true definition of the arrogance of power. Once you have power, you can do many things, including what Deputy Governor of Kisii did. My fourth point, Mr. Speaker, is at my professional level. In behavioral science, we have something called split personality, which in medical science we refer to as dissociative identity disorder. This is a disorder, Mr. Speaker, whereby a normal person like all of us creates two personalities, personality A and personality B. And they choose to live without knowing that they're abnormal in one personality to serve them at moment X and another personality to serve them at moment B. This disorder is what I witnessed when witness Joseph Misato? Yes? Misati. When Joseph Misati was speaking, it was classical medical description of this disorder. Here is a man who is a very poor polygamist. The guy, his wife died many years ago. And she left him with beautiful children, one of them Dennis. So, Misati, who says that he loves Dennis, when he's in personality A, he's with Dennis in his mind, with Dennis' biological brother, and the late wife. Exit personality A, he goes to B, the guy then goes to the personality of the second wife, with the joint business account, with her children, who, by the way, some of us do research before we debate in this house, who, by the way, has children who Joseph Misati has already put in placement. It is that personality B that has been in this house, that was telling this house that my son is a liar, my son, ABCD, I will not waste your time by repeating his words. It is so unfortunate. That's why this world needs doctors. My fifth point, and I'm finishing, Mr. Speaker, sir. My fifth point, Mr. Speaker, is my desire to persuade you that let us take Deputy Governor Monda home. It is on the doctrine of law, and this is where I leave it to the lawyers. The doctrine of law, you either do it because you have proved it beyond reasonable doubt, or you have proved it on the balance of probability. On the balance of probability of this doctrine, we would be lying to the country, we would be lying to the people of Kisii that on that balance, A, the boy did not sell his business. He has given us evidence. We would be lying to the country, dear colleagues, that the boy did not send 800,000 in the manner he did. On the balance of probability, Mr. Speaker, sir, we would be lying if we discounted the evidence by the two great women that I've praised at the beginning. My final point Mr. Speaker, which is point number 6, is on the borderline of philosophy of religion. I am not a very religious person because I don't understand the Bible, but I believe in God. And on that philosophy, Mr. Speaker, many of you have heard that God made man, and man made money, and money made man mad. The madness you are seeing in this house today, Mr. Speaker, where a father can go against his own son, and a deputy governor can go against his brother, is the madness that money has created in society. I move and I request the distinguished senator from Migori to second my motion for removal of Robert Monda. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I think, Mr. Speaker, this is a very important moment in our country. And it's not by sheer coincidence that the mover of the motion for today, Mr. Speaker, is a ranking member of this House. And not only a ranking member, but also my senior in many ways. My senior in Parliament, my senior in life, my senior in wisdom. And also my senior in other ways.
Honorable Senator. Order. Proceed, Senator Eddy.
And Mr. Speaker, I happen to be also among the youngest senators in this House. So we are seeing some sanity in the Senate in the pursuit of justice, where the old and the young can speak on a matter that affects our country with the same passion and the same magnitude. Yesterday, Mr. Speaker, I sat in this House, and as you know, we also have our lobby on the other side, where if you're tired, you can keep on watching these debates. So is today, Mr. Speaker. And always in the quest of justice, so as to be impartial, so that you can be fair, and so as you can ensure that as an arbiter of law, you are able to make proper judgment, Mr. Speaker, it is always good to listen. Listen more than you say. And that's why, Mr. Speaker, in these last 2 days, I've tried as much as possible not to come to this House with point of orders, not to come to this House to ask questions, but go with the mantra that God gave us 2 ears and 1 mouth so that we can hear more, and also 2 eyes so that we can read more, and 1 mouth so that we can speak less when we have absorbed more. And I've listened in this House, Mr. Speaker. As a young man, I don't think that today's judgment is on the Deputy Governor of Kisii. As a young man in this country, I think that today's judgment is on us senators. And in my seconding this motion, Mr. Speaker, I want just to ask one question. You don't need to answer me, because we are in the quest for justice, and quest for justice cannot be there without truth. And sometimes truth is about self-examination, Mr. Speaker. I want to ask my brother Lelegwe. I want to ask my brother Matthew. I want to ask my sister Tabitha. I want to ask my sister Gloria. I want to ask my brother Kinywa, my brother Honorable Mogeni here, my brother Senator Ledama, all of these brothers of mine and sisters who are here. Tell me, if you reflect, that in the history of your life, in this country, if you have not met a relative, young from school, well qualified, and desperate for a job, who has sought for a job and has not been asked for bribe. It's a self-reflection we must do. We are faced with a case here that we must determine the future of this country. I can bet that if you self-examine, if you don't have a relative, you have got a neighbor. If you don't have a neighbor, you have got a village mate. If you don't have a village mate, you have got a friend who has sought for a job, desperate for it, qualified for it, and indeed willing to work at that job that is asked for, bribes, or some sort of tokens by people who own power, and in some cases, they lose big. I was a little bit hurt as a young person, because that experience, I do know that even among young people who are today rioting in the streets in the name of medical interns, I know a number of them that have reached out to us senators and told us, I'm trying to look for this job, but I'm being asked for 300,000. I'm being asked for 100,000. I can't get this job. And then, Mr. Speaker, when the defense appeared in this house, they call a young man who has lost money in that quest of desperation and destituteness. They say, that's a gambler. And as a gambler, we as a house must never listen to that gambler. As if one, gambling is a sin in this country and is not in law in this country. And number two, because you are gambling, even if you are gambling for Arsenal, sometimes they say, Mr. Speaker, I want to quote, nawekelea Man U kichwa. For all those people who put money for Man U, if they say anything before the law, then they are not serious. Mr. Speaker, as I finish, if you look at the DG's response, volume 1, page 65 to 66, there's a number that drew my attention. In the cooperative bank account of the key witness from the DG side, the father of Dennis. And that number is 07, I want to mention it. I'll just say 0702 2 000, then the rest you can check if you've got those files. I did a simple search. If you look at that number, it belongs to the accused. And a number of times, the same person who is saying that they had given the wife money to go and give the son to give to the deputy governor, in a number of times I send money directly from that cooperative bank account to the same person, not once, not twice, but many times. It behooves you to ask, what necessitated that this time round, the money had to come from the same account, go to the wife, and then go to the son, so that it can reach the same number that is in that file. As I finish, Mr. Speaker, I don't want to judge the governor on the basis of lies. But today's judgment is for the young people in this country who try to tarmac so much in this country to look for jobs, and because people in power want money from them, we must show as a house that we can stand united on a bipartisan manner and stop this menace of corruption that denies young people opportunities. And I wish to urge this house that the act of sending the deputy governor of Kisii home is not malice. Is about rethinking our future generation and how people in positions can be able to ensure that there is equal opportunities and equal chances for all. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, I support the motion, and I thank you, and I hope that the dear senators here will speak not to the deputy governor, not to the county assembly of Kisii, but to themselves as they reimagine and they rethink the idea of equal opportunities to all. I thank all, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Senator Boni, you need to take your seat. Now, honorable senators, I will now proceed to propose the question. That whereas pursuant to Article 181 of the Constitution and Section 33 of the County Governments Act, on Thursday, the 29th of February 2024, the Kisii County Assembly approved a motion to remove from office by impeachment Honorable Dr. Robert Monda, the Deputy Governor of Kisii County. And further, whereas by a letter dated the 1st of March 2024 and received in the office of the Speaker of the Senate on Saturday, 2nd March 2024, the Speaker of the Kisii County Assembly informed the Speaker of the Senate of the approval of the motion by the County Assembly and further forwarded to the Speaker of the Senate documents in evidence of the proceedings of the Assembly. Further, whereas pursuant to Article 181 of the Constitution, Section 33 of the County Governments Act, and Standing Order 80 of the Senate heard the County Assembly on the grounds for the proposed removal from office by impeachment of Honorable Dr. Robert Monda, the Deputy Governor of Kisii County. And further, whereas pursuant to Article 181 of the Constitution, Section 33 of the County Government Act, and Standing Order number 80, the Senate also heard the Honorable Dr. Robert Monda on the grounds, order Senator Chimera, on the grounds for his proposed removal from office by impeachment as the Deputy Governor of Kisii County. Now, therefore, pursuant to Article 181 of the Constitution, Section 33 of the County Governments Act, and Standing Order 80, the Senate resolves to remove from office by impeachment the Honorable Dr. Robert Monda, the Deputy Governor of Kisii County, on the following charges. Charge number 1, gross violation of the Constitution or any other law. Charge number 2, abuse of office. And charge number 3, gross misconduct. Charge number 4, crimes under national law. Now, honorable senators, we will proceed with debate. Yes, what is your point of order, Senator Fonyandarua?
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I rise pursuant to Standing Order 111 on limitation of debate, Honorable Speaker. Looking at the time now, it's 20 minutes to 11, and we have to dispense this matter off by midnight, Honorable Speaker. And that the House is now full House, and I'm sure so many interests and so many senators would want to speak to this matter, Honorable Speaker. It will then be difficult for us to speak for the 15 minutes that we should be able to speak to this motion, Honorable Speaker. So I'd want to indulge our colleagues that we allow each, or those that will be allowed to speak, or those that will catch the eye of the Speaker, that will speak for at most 3 minutes, Honorable Speaker. 3 minutes, Honorable Speaker. And, well, since I'm the one that sorted
Order, honorable senators.
Now
Order. We will let the senator be heard in silence. He is moving. He must be heard in silence.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I propose that we limit debate to 3 minutes, Honorable Speaker, and I invite my brother, the Senator for Homa Bay, Moses Otieno Kajwang, to second.
Was that the position? Huh? Mr. Speaker, I second with variation of 5 minutes.
You either second the motion as moved. Order, honorable senators. Senator Chimera. You know, Senator Chimera, you don't have to shout at each other. Senator Kajwang, you can only second the motion as moved. You
Mr. Speaker, I do not second.
So then, Order, honorable senators. Senator for Nyandarua, you may seek to get another seconder.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I invite the Senator for Meru, Honorable Kaduri Murungi, to second. Proceed.
Honorable Speaker, with all the reasons that have been given by my colleague here, Senator Medu, I second that 3 minutes are okay to move it.
Now, honorable senators, we need not be drawn to a debate on that motion. With your concurrence, I can proceed to put the question on the motion as moved by the Senator for Nyandarua and second. Order. Senator Mundigi. It'll be, and voting shall be by voice. And therefore, honorable senators, with your concurrence, may I proceed to put the question? That contribution to this motion be limited to 3 minutes for a senator speaking. Will as many as of Senator Gloria I really don't want to ask members to leave the chamber. If only we can behave in an orderly fashion. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? Nay. The ayes have it. Senator Now, honorable senators, I have received requests from colleagues who are not present today to be allowed to vote online. And therefore, when we get to that level, we will have a hybrid. We'll adopt a hybrid way of voting. For those who are here, you will vote electronically, and then we'll allow your colleagues who are not present to vote by voice, wherever they are. Senator Crystal Lasige.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Speaker, in 1995, there was a very poignant piece of wisdom that was birthed into the earth by a unsuspecting group of young women, black, and also musicians, Mr. Speaker. They go by the name of T-Boz, Left Eye, and Chili, also known as TLC. Mr. Speaker, in this piece of wisdom that they gave us, they cautioned society. And they said back in 1995, almost 30 years ago, don't go chasing waterfalls. Please stick to the rivers and the lakes that you're used to. I know that you're gonna have it your way or nothing at all, but I think you're moving too fast. Mr. Speaker, TLC, in their wisdom, foresaw moments like this, whereby sometimes we see a split in our world between two types of people. Those who don't know how to start making money and those who don't know when to stop making money. Mr. Speaker, when we saw this case for the first time, I thought first to myself, how can it be that a pot is calling a kettle black? Two criminals, seemingly, are coming up before the Senate. But it took me to the Evidence Act, Section 141, which talks about accomplices and says, an accomplice shall be a competent witness against an accused person under conviction shall not be illegal merely because it proceeds upon the uncorroborated evidence of an accomplice. Mr. Speaker, to me, this meant that Dennis and his evidence was credible and can be used against the DG as per the section 141 of the Evidence Act. However, Mr. Speaker, he can still be prosecuted after this in a separate court on charges of bribery. Mr. Speaker, the reason I lay this before this House is because there are many things that are contrary to each other, many differing opinions, and many issues that
Honorable Asige, you have 30 seconds to go.
Mr. Speaker, let me just finish by saying that this should be a lesson to all. It should be a lesson to all about money and how money can tear through families and how money can rip through communities and how even what happens behind closed doors and in communities that is not solved for can and unfortunately has landed on this national platform in front of the Senate, Mr. Speaker, and that is extremely unfortunate. I would not wish to see the time where my own parents, those who gave birth to me, nurtured me, and
Your time is up, Senator Cristo. Senator Karungo.
Start counting now. Mr. Speaker, I'm a drafter of the impeachment bill. So I believe in impeachment. But I believe in it when the processes are good, they provide the rights of the accused. And I'm set to appear before the jailer committee on Monday so that I can give these processes of impeachment, Mr. Speaker. So the question tonight, to impeach or not to impeach? That is the question. And I'm asking everybody here today, when somebody goes home, they go home for good. The Constitution says under Article 75, you cannot run for any seat. But then I ask myself, if a youth is bribing 800,000 to get a job that is worth 120,000 after taxes, to impeach or not to impeach? When a brother stands against a brother whom they live in their father's home, to impeach or not to impeach? Mr. Speaker, when a father stands against his son on the issue of somebody to be removed from his position in the effort of giving his son a position, to impeach or not to impeach? That is the question. Mr. Speaker, today we had a community that can bribe for 12,000 to get an advance of 10,000. To impeach or not to impeach? That is the question. I want to conclude, Mr. Speaker, as the senators and my friends, they make a decision today. I want to quote a senator from South Carolina who was there in 2003, Mr. Speaker, called Lindsey Graham, who said, impeachment is not about punishment. Impeachment is about cleansing the office. Impeachment is about restoring the honor and integrity to the office. Mr. Speaker, as a mover of the bill that calls for impeachment that are done thoroughly, I ask my honorable members today, as you cast your vote, just remember you too could be in the position of one Robert the Monda. I want everybody to remember that. And I want everybody to remember, as you cast your vote tonight, just remember there could be another Dennis who will come here, who will stand here against his father, then a brother against a brother. Then we even heard about the First Lady, although it was not canvassed, I don't know. But Mr. Speaker, as I stand here, ask this whole Senate, let's restore the honor of this House. Let's restore.
Senator Faki.
Asante Mheshimiwa Spika kwa kunipa fursa hii kuchangia mswada wa kumbandua mamlakani Deputy Governor wa gatuzi la Kisii. Mheshimiwa Spika, kazi ambayo tumepewa kama maseneta ni kazi ambayo ni muhimu sana kitaifa, kwa sababu hii ndiyo njia ya pekee ambayo katiba inaruhusu kuhakikisha kwamba kuna sheria inafuatwa na watumishi wa serikali wale ambao wamechaguliwa, na vile vile wananchi wanapata matumaini kwamba iwapo muhusika atakuwa ametenda dhambi, iko taasisi ambayo inaweza kusimama na ikaweza kutoa hukumu juu ya yule mtu aliyehusika. Mheshimiwa Spika, japokuwa tumekaa kama mahakama, lakini hii si mahakama kamili, kwa sababu baadhi ya masharti ambayo yanatumika mahakamani hayakuweza kutumika hapa leo na jana. Lakini Mheshimiwa Spika, jukumu ambalo tumepewa ni jukumu ambalo ni la kimahakama, na maamuzi yataamuliwa kulingana na kura nyingi. Kwa hivyo tunapopiga kura tuzingatie mambo yafuatayo. Kwanza ni kwa je, yale mashtaka yameweza kuthibitishwa. Na kuthibitishwa sio kwamba tunaangalia beyond reasonable doubt, yani kupendukia. Tunaangalia tu je, katika ushahidi ambao umetolewa iliwezekana kwamba Bwana Monda aliitisha hongo la Laki8. Katika ushahidi ambao umetolewa inawezekana kwamba Bwana Monda alipeleka askari 20 wa gatuzi la Kisii kuweza kumshika ndugu yake, ambaye ndugu yule aliwekwa korokoroni kwa muda wa karibu siku moja. Mheshimiwa Spika, haya ni masuala ambayo lazima sisi tuyazingatie wakati tunatoa uamuzi. Mheshimiwa Spika, nimefurahi kwamba baadhi ya mashahidi, na mashahidi hao Mheshimiwa Spika, mmoja ni Bilusi ambaye alitoa ushahidi wa kurejesha fedha Laki1 ambazo walikuwa wametumiwa na Bwana Monda, na Gladys. Mheshimiwa Spika, hii inaonyesha kwamba kwa Kenya bado tuko ambao wako wa Kenya ambao bado wana imani na utendakazi wao. Mheshimiwa Spika, majuzi OCS mmoja nafikiri kutoka upande wa Isiolo aliweza kurejesha hongo kwa muhusika kwa sababu aliamini kwamba kuachilia jambazi ni makosa na akakataa hongo. Kwa hiyo Mheshimiwa Spika, mashahidi wale ambao walikuwa hapa jana kuthibitisha kwamba pesa zilitumwa na zikarejeshwa wameweza kuthibitisha kwamba.
Senator Gloria.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this is a very, very sad day for Kisii County. And I happen to come from Kisii County. Mr. Speaker, our county is known for positive things, beautiful people, Mr. Speaker. As a matter of fact, our human resource from Kisii County is top-notch. Engineers, doctors, lawyers, you name it, Mr. Speaker. We are known to produce results, Mr. Speaker. So when I say this is a very, very sad day for Kisii County, I mean it, because it is the day that we have been subjected with so much negativity coming from Kisii County, Mr. Speaker. As I stand here, I want to tell my colleagues who have got, Mr. Speaker, we are nominated. So I might not have a vote today, but I have a voice. And Mr. Speaker, for me it is very clear. Every single time we have had an impeachment motion here, we always say, where is the proof? Where is the evidence? Where is the fact? It is not about the story, it is about the proof and the evidence, Mr. Speaker. So when I looked at the transaction of 100,000 sent to a managing director so that they can give a job, Mr. Speaker, I was saddened because I knew that this is the sword that will bring down the Deputy Governor, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I don't have much to say. I just want to say this because I know there are senators here who are often known to sit on the fence, who are often known not to take a decision, Mr. Speaker. Today, I want to say to them and to others in the House,
what is your point
the
of order,
hottest places in hell, Mr.
Senator
Speaker.
Gloria Oroba, there's a point of order. Kindly yield. What is your point of order, Senator Mandago?
Mr. Speaker, I'm standing on Standing Order 105, Statement of Facts. Is it in order for Senator Gloria Oroba to impute improper motive that there are senators who sit in the fence in this House? The decision to vote or not to vote is on the individual senator of the House.
Senator Gloria, proceed to withdraw that statement.
Mr. Speaker, I withdraw and I profusely apologize.
Proceed.
However, I'd like to conclude by saying to people out there that the hottest places in hell are reserved for those who, in times of great moral crisis, they maintain their neutrality. The evidence is there. Everything is there, Mr. Speaker. Let us take our responsibility seriously and make the right call. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Ledama.
Mr. Speaker, these last 2 days, to me, will remain to be the saddest days in the institution of a family in this Republic of Kenya, and particularly the Senate of the Republic of Kenya. It reminds me of 1998, when I was a student in America, and the former President of the United States of America, William Jefferson Clinton family, was the center of the investigation. Where I come from, Mr. Speaker, a family is supposed to be a strong bond that unites all its members, that provides security, that leads people. But, and very unfortunate, we have been invited to be able to come in between a family. I'm so sad, Mr. Speaker, because I've seen a father testifying against a son testifying against a father, and the father roping in a stepmother. Mr. Speaker, what example are we showing to the younger generation? I'm torn in between, Mr. Speaker. Although I believe that in certain circumstances, it is imperative to be able to separate between family ties and integrity. Mr. Speaker, today I'm torn between a hard place and a rock. I've been invited to try and make a decision, to try and argue that whatever was being shown here is a family that has gone bad, that requires prayers. I want to invite you, my brothers and sisters, for the integrity of the family, to vote consciously and to remember that in certain circumstances, to be able to preserve the rule of law, you have to make those hard choices. I pray for the community of Kenyans who live in Kisii, that when their sons and daughters retrieve back and go after this event today, they can be able to reflect on the institution of a family. It is imperative, Mr. Speaker. I conclude by saying, although I've witnessed something that I never thought I would witness in my life, as I sit there, I remember 1998. I'd hoped that I would never see that in the history of Kenya. But because I've been invited to see it, I'll make a conscious decision.
Senator Wambua.
So when that being done,
I thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Chapter 6
of the Constitution of Kenya 2010 requires that public officers, public servants, state officers must bring honor and dignity to the nation and dignity to their offices. I will leave it to the conscience of the nation, Mr. Speaker, to judge whether or not the behavior and body language of the Deputy Governor of Kisii is fit for him to hold any public office. The Speaker, the Deputy Governor of Kisii has not just lied on oath and on record. He is at the center of a conspiracy to lie to the Senate for purposes of just exonerating himself from blame. Him and his co-conspirator must have a very dim view of the collective basic intelligence of the Senate. The Speaker, the easiest way out for the DG would have been to simply apologize to his brother. Simply fix the mess that he has put one Dennis and one Lucy in. We will not be here at midnight discussing his character. The Speaker, in the interest of time, I have to mention this. The key witness in defense of the DG has broken the hearts of millions of fathers and sons in the country. I want to take this opportunity as Speaker to assure my son Emmanuel that if I am ever to put him in any mess, I will stand with him. It is a shame for a father to put a son in trouble and take a position against his own son. This is not a trivial matter. This is a serious matter. We must fix the mess in Kisii, and Mr. Speaker, for and on behalf of the great people of Kitui County, I will stand to be counted to fix the mess in Kisii County. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Newton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to be very brief. Mr. Speaker, the allegation that poor parents and poor students in Kisii County are taken advantage of, Mr. Speaker, where they are required to give bribes in order for them to be awarded bursaries, Mr. Speaker, is not something peculiar with Kisii. This is something that is happening across the counties and across the constituencies, Mr. Speaker, where we have a very desperate students failing to secure a bursary, while some able people who can be able to produce bribes, Mr. Speaker, benefit from these bursaries. For that reason, Mr. Speaker, I think I will stand with the poor that seek bursaries but do not get them, because those that can influence get bursaries, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we all have siblings at home. Some of them may not be as endowed as we are, Mr. Speaker. We cannot, Mr. Speaker, I was touched by the matter of a brother cutting down some trees, Mr. Speaker. Probably he did. Probably he was not right. Probably they were not his trees. But what is the value of some trees, Mr. Speaker, to a person holding the seat of deputy governor? Somebody elected 2 times, a long-serving vet, Mr. Speaker. I think if I was in that position, I would have just let the matter go and, in fact, decided that he's my brother anyway. He's probably problems are my problems, Mr. Speaker. So, but the triviality expressed in that particular instance, Mr. Speaker, and the show of might, many county enforcement officers, Mr. Speaker, and the police, just to arrest one man in order for somebody to show that they have a lot of might, Mr. Speaker. And I think that is abuse of office. Mr. Speaker, one thing that also did not go down well with me is that somebody, even after taking a bribe of about 500,000 Kenya shillings or 800,000 Kenya shillings, Mr. Speaker, I may not want to say that it is good to share out the spoils, but how could the deputy governor extend to Lucy only 100,000, surely? Even if we were going to say that the bribery in this particular case was going to be allowed, 100,000 out of 800,000, Mr.
Senator Wamatinga.
Thank you.
Order. Honorable Senators, may
thank you very much.
Wamatinga be heard in silence, please.
As I rise up, Mr. Speaker, I would want to pose a question to the House. What is the purpose of gaining the whole world and losing your soul? Mr. Speaker, sir, we listened, we watched, we walked along the evidence that was produced in this House. Mr. Speaker, sir, we watched the father and son tear each other apart, Mr. Speaker. It was a painful experience, Mr. Speaker. And for those of us who fathers, who have daughters and sons, that we believe that we want to nurture them to become somebody in this world, I want to speak to all the youth in this country that indeed we're going to make things right so that you'll get opportunities regardless of where you've been born. Mr. Speaker, sir, I stand up here and tell the youth this country belongs to everybody who dares believe in himself. Mr. Speaker, sir, just after the last general elections, I was one of those who believed that the fact that the president and the deputy president come from humble background is indeed a proof that anybody who dares believe has the destiny in his hands. Mr. Speaker, sir, that shattered the glass ceiling. It broke the myth that this country can only belong to those who are born in families of who's who. Mr. Speaker, sir, it is my belief, and I want to walk with my head high, knowing that every youth in this country will have an opportunity. And my challenge to us all, Mr. Speaker, we must make it right. We must provide an opportunity, regardless of the community, of the family background, or where you've gone to school, or where you've been raised. Mr. Speaker, sir, for that alone, I want to urge all the senators, all the delegates in this House to vote in a way that they'll affirm the fact that anybody in this country, regardless of you can afford the 800,000 or not, you get an opportunity to move ahead and to make a good, decent living. Mr. Speaker, sir, what kind of leaders would we be if we are be the ones who will be extorting bribes? 800,000, Mr. Speaker, sir. For some of us, it feels so painful because we know the pain of trying to get where we are, Mr. Speaker. If we were not given the opportunity, Mr. Speaker, we will not be where we are. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, sir, we would want to give that opportunity to anybody who would want to get there, regardless of where they come from. Mr. Speaker, sir, as I sit down, it is indeed the responsibility of this House to ensure that we inspire our youth, we give them hope, and we actually tell them this country belongs to you if you dare dream. Mr. Speaker, sir, moving forward, I think the Devolution Committee must get to work so that we never again witness the kind of unfolding that we witnessed, Mr. Speaker. It is very demeaning, it is very humiliating to watch parents and children tear each other apart. Mr. Speaker, sir, I believe with the...
Senator Hamida.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I stand here and I'm so saddened on this day. Mr. Speaker, we had a woman miscarried, a woman who has been looking for a baby for over 12 years, lost a child. Her dream was shattered. As a mental health champion, I'm wondering, where is justice? Where can they find justice, the family? It can only be gotten here. I know, Mr. Speaker, today, the two, Mr. Dennis and his wife, will find justice at the Senate. On behalf of the women senators in this House, I request my colleagues to vote wisely. I want to remind them, justice delayed is justice denied. That woman, where is her mental health? Where is she going to go? Has her dream been shattered? I request my colleagues, vote wisely. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Tabitha Mutinda. Senator Tabitha Karanja. Order.
Order. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Family is the backbone of society. If family is broken, is destroyed, we destroy the society. Today we witnessed the worst family division. For me, it's my first time I've seen a dad witnessing against a son. I know a son can sell his dad, but a dad can never sell his son. The biggest mistake that Deputy Governor made, he may have made many other mistakes, but the biggest one he'll have made in his life, it is to bring a father to witness against the dad. I'm not a prophet, but this may cause your impeachment. But going forward, ensure when the dust settles, ensure you go, unite those two families, bring them back where they were, and ensure you return that money for your peace. Because wherever you are, all what we need is peace. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. I'm a woman of few words. Thank you.
Senator Mogeni. Senator Mogeni.
Mr. Speaker, sir, it's been a painful experience sitting through this impeachment inquiry, more so as a son who lost a parent at an early age. Mr. Speaker, with a heavy heart, I sat and witnessed the evidence of Senior Joseph Misati taking the bold step of disowning his own son in the view of cameras, in the eyes of the Omogusi people. Mr. Speaker, I cannot overstate the solemnness I feel as I prepare to cast my vote on behalf of the people of Nyamira. Mr. Speaker, sir, I've gone through a lot of reflection and second guessing, but I've made the decision, Mr. Speaker, that tonight I stand with the boy child of the Republic of Kenya, Mr. Speaker. Tonight, Mr. Speaker, the one vote that I carry from the county of Nyamira, Mr. Speaker, will be to sympathize with a boy child who has had the misfortune of losing his mother, but who has also been subjected to an episode where he has been disowned by his father in the view of all Kenyans. Tonight, Mr. Speaker, I cast my vote in support, understanding with the many youths who are jobless, but who may never get their job because they are being asked to pay a bribe. Mr. Speaker, tonight I will cast my vote with passion, reason, and without fear, while knowing, Mr. Speaker, that the Constitution that we enacted as the people of Kenya wants Kenyans of integrity, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as I conclude, Mr. Speaker, I hope that the decision that this Senate is going to take will be a moment of reflection for two Kenyans, Mr. Robert Monda, the governor of Kisii, and Joseph Misati, the father of Dennis Misati. As you go back to the hills of Gusii Nation, take a reflection that family is more important than the positions that we hold in this republic. I close my submissions.
Senator Wafula.
Mheshimiwa Spika, nashukuru sana kwa nafasi hii. Ninapotazama mbele yangu Mheshimiwa Spika, ni Wakenya ambao wanatutazama, vijana ambao kwa siku nyingi wamekuwa natafuta ajira, na wao, nikizungumza na maseneta wenzangu, vijana wengi huja katika maeneo yetu ya makazi na ofisi kutafuta kazi. Lile ambalo naibu wa gavana amepitia leo ni kwamba baba aliambatana na mwanawe kutafuta kazi. Tunapopiga kura leo na Wakenya wanapotutazama kazi, kuna wale viongozi ambao ni fisi wamevaa ngozi za kondoo, na kuna wale viongozi ambao hufanya kazi. Mheshimiwa Spika, yale ambayo pia nimeona hapa Mheshimiwa Spika, japo kuna wale watapona kwamba naibu gavana alitoa shilingi 1,100, lakini wale tunajua siasa za kaunti Mheshimiwa Spika, baadhi ya viongozi hupata asilimia fulani wa mgao wa hongo zinazotoka, na naomba idara za serikali ziwachunguze wale ambao huenda wataepuka. Huenda walirudisha pesa hizi kwa sababu kitita hakikuja jinsi walivyokubaliana. Sasa lazima baada ya hapa tuamulike hao watu. Huenda wanaponyoka, lakini lazima tuwanase. Mheshimiwa Spika, kaunti zetu zinatokota na ufisadi. Nimeona pale ma MCA wakilalamika walinyolewa, ni sawa. Nimeona baadhi ya viongozi wale walinda usalama katika kaunti kwamba walichukuliwa kufanya kazi, ni sawa. Lakini kama jumba la Senate lazima tuwaendee hao majamaa, kwa sababu makachero wa kaunti hawezi kuwa walifanya kazi kupitia Roho Mtakatifu. Haiwezekani. Lazima walitumwa, na kama si naibu wa gavana kuna mtu aliwatuma, lazima wakamatwe. So Mheshimiwa Spika, kwa niaba ya vijana wa nchi ya Kenya, wana haki ya kazi, wana haki ya mshahara, wana haki ya kuoa mabibi wazuri, kuzaa watoto wengi. Ni haki ya serikali kuhakikisha. Mimi ni mfuasi wa Solomoni. Mheshimiwa Spika, leo kura itakayopigwa ni kutetea ugatuzi, kutetea yeyote ambaye anatafuta ajira popote Kenya hii. Na vile vile Mheshimiwa Spika, siasa imejadiliwa. Lazima tutaangalia mustakabali wa magavana na manaibu wao. Isiwe kwamba
Senator Ali Roba.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. As the charges were read in this House by yourself, Mr. Speaker, the last 2 days I was extremely eager to get to find out the answers to the question of the exchange of money, 800,000, between the governor and Joseph Musati and Dennis Makoya Musati. Because the substance of this case is that issue. And I've listened to Joseph Musati, a witness presented by the Deputy Governor, ridicule this House by circumnavigating direct questions that could have been simply answered by factual information. I wanted to find out how coincidental is it that on these fateful 2 days, Mr. Joseph Musati sent some money to the Deputy Governor, and some money was sent to
Dennis Mokoya to send the same money to the deputy governor. And then the deputy governor, he said, incidentally, by accident, sent 100,000 to the employing agency, Lucy Wahito. And then in the whole process that has taken shape and the evidence that was, presented before this House, I was extremely desperate as the Senate to say letting a deputy governor go should not be an easy thing. I wanted to really find out the defense that should be put across with evidence of the coincidental nature of all these things taking shape. But I didn't find any answers to that question. And for the protection of what has happened, of a father who allegedly was trying to help a child get a job, but turns up to be a witness against the same child, I really want to persuade this Senate to send the deputy governor home. In the interest of protecting the youth, I've been a governor for 10 years and never, ever allowed my county public service board to take 10 shillings to employ anybody. Now, for 800,000 shillings to change hands for a small position. And then the answers that were supposed to be given was a ridicule to the House of trying to criminalize the young man whose desperate position has pushed him to the level.
Senator Richard Onyonka.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am standing here as if we were in another jurisdiction, I would be the standing senator. The prosecuting senator. Mr. Speaker, as the senator of Kisii County, this is a very, very deep, sad day for me. I have constantly raised issues about the governance issues in Kisii. I have frequently engaged church leaders. I have talked both with Dr. Monda and Governor Arati. These two gentlemen, it is me who looked for them and told them we can go and win an election. After that, things didn't work well. The issues you see in this House are a consequence of the failure of Kisii County. This matter would never have come here. As a person from the Kisii community, I feel completely humiliated that people can come here as families and fight over bribes and fight over cutting of trees. When my county has got 16 billion shillings every year, and my recurrent expenditure is at 7%, and my development expenditure is at 3%. Those are the issues that we have. I have constantly talked with Governor Arati. We were actually beginning to talk and agree how we can consult each other. One of the things I'd asked him to do is make a recommendation so that Dr. Monda cannot be impeached. Because at the end of this, you don't solve this problem unless we look for a way on how we can solve the problem. Dr. Monda was with me in this House, and Arati was in this House with me. I feel really let down. To my sister from Kisii, look at your machine down there. It has 3 buttons. What does it say? One, it says yes, and the other one says no. The third one says abstain. There's a reason why that has been put there. So on this vote, I will abstain. Thank you.
At this juncture, I'll call upon the mover to reply.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I reply.
Now, honorable senators, before we move to take the vote, I will give an opportunity to the Deputy Governor
so that he can make his final remarks to the Senate. Deputy Governor, you have 10 minutes. You may elect to use them, or you may sit and allow the Senate to proceed to vote.
In concurrence with what my Senator of Kisii, the Honorable Senator Unyonga, that we have gone through challenges in Kisii, Mr. Speaker, and prompting my being presented here for impeachment. Mr. Speaker, as the House makes a determination, I will repeat what I said earlier, that for the kind of scenery that this House was put through yesterday and today, as a person, I am embarrassed and utterly unhappy about the situation that we are in. Coming to the House, Mr. Speaker, to discuss issues of my own family. I'm not born alone, Mr. Speaker. I'm born among many brothers and my father is alive. The scenario you were taken through yesterday by my second follower brother is simply a reflection of what is transpiring in the family, and it all emanates from the politics we are all in. That after the elections of last year but one, the end of the elections did not end in the family. We had to be split into two groups, one that supported my candidature and the other that did not. And so I've stood before you, Honorable Speaker, Honorable Senators, that what you've been taken through is only a reflection of what is happening back out there. What you have seen the family of Mr. Misati go through, and I want to make it clear here, Mr. Speaker, is associated with the same split in my family along political lines and the way we are divided. And so that did not come out here in our evidence, but it is the scenario, and I want to make it clear as you move to the next level. I've said it's an embarrassment as a member of parliament in the 10th parliament also, that I'm here this particular time on a matter that I'll still call a fabrication to settle political scores of the past. Mr. Speaker, I have been here as a member of this parliament and currently as the governor of Kisii. Mr. Speaker, I am known by many people of the Kisii County, Gusii, and the rest of the country that my character, my behavior, will not be of the level that has been brought to this Senate. The effort that has been put within very few days, Mr. Speaker, that this impeachment comes to this level. There has been a back and forth effort that has also looped in the senator of Kisii, the religious organizations and the bishops, pastors. And Mr. Speaker, this did not see the light of the day. I want to say, honorable senators, Mr. Speaker, that as I wind up, I've heard your comments, honorable senators, and I'll do my effort to talk to the families that are affected, despite the fact or the outcome of the decision of this House. Talk to them and see what becomes of it. Mr. Speaker, I do not want to go beyond there. I want to thank you for granting us a chance to present our case before you. And where those of us, including myself as the accused, have fallen below the expectation of this country, I want to say to this House, the Senate, I tender my apologies for this scenario that we have gone through in this House, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as I close, as a Christian, I also pray to my God, where I've wronged anyone and all those to a level of service to the Kisii people, where my legacy as we head to retirement from politics will leave me with a tag that will be above reproach. I want to leave it there, thanking you, Mr. Speaker, the Senate, honorable senators, and everyone who has been in this, without leaving behind the councils, team of councils who have stood with me and those who stood with the county government, county assembly of Kisii, and everyone who has given us support in this House, Mr. Speaker. I thank you.
Now, honorable senators, I will proceed to guide you on the procedure by which the vote on this motion shall be undertaken. Number one, pursuant to Article 123 of the Constitution and Standing Order 85 of the Senate Standing Orders, the voting on this motion shall be by delegation. Two, we shall vote by electronic voting, but in addition, I shall allow senators who are attending the session virtually also to vote, but their vote shall be by voice. Third, we shall have a separate vote for each of the 4 charges. At this juncture, therefore, honorable senators, I will direct that the division bell be rung for 5 minutes. The chair has directed 5 minutes.
Honorable Senators, kindly take your seats. Order, Honorable Senators. Senator Chimera, Senator Osotsi. Senator Kajwang, can you disperse your team so that every one of you takes their seat? Order, Honorable Senators, kindly let us take our seats. Majority Leader, take your seat. Senator for Kiambu. Now, Honorable Senators, I will now proceed to put, before I put the question, I will direct that the Sergeant at Arms proceed to close the doors and draw the bar. Now, Honorable Senators, I will proceed to put the question, which is that whereas pursuant to Article 181 of the Constitution and Section 33 of the County Government Act, on Thursday, the 29th of February 2024, the Kisii County Assembly approved a motion to remove from office by impeachment Honorable Dr. Robert Monda, the Deputy Governor of Kisii County. And further, whereas by a letter dated the 1st of March 2024 and received in the office of the Speaker of the Senate on Saturday, 2nd March 2024, the Speaker of the Kisii County Assembly informed the Speaker of the Senate of the approval of the motion by the County Assembly and further forwarded to the Speaker of the Senate documents in evidence of the proceedings of the County Assembly. Further, whereas pursuant to Article 181 of the Constitution, Section 33 of the County Government Act, and Standing Order 80 of the Senate heard the County Assembly on the grounds for the proposed removal from office by impeachment of Honorable Dr. Robert Monda, the Deputy Governor of Kisii County. And further, whereas pursuant to Article 181 of the Constitution, Section 33 of the County Government Act, and Standing Order number 80, the Senate also had the Honorable Dr. Robert Monda on the grounds for his proposed removal from office by impeachment as the Deputy Governor of Kisii County. Now, therefore, pursuant to Article 181 of the Constitution, Section 33 of the County Government Act, and Standing Order 80, the Senate resolved to remove from office by impeachment the Honorable Dr. Robert Monda, the Deputy Governor of Kisii County, on the following charges. Charge 1, gross violation of the Constitution or any other law. Charge number 2, abuse of office. Charge number 3, gross misconduct. And charge number 4, crimes under national law. I want to remind honorable senators that there shall be a separate vote for each charge. So you're going to vote 4 times. Voting is going to be electronically. So at this juncture, I will ask honorable senators to log out. log out by pulling out all your cards from the delegate unit. And Sergeant at Arms, kindly go round and pick the cards remaining in the delegate units. Sergeant at Arms. If you're done with that exercise, kindly let me know. Senator Karungo, you're out of order, and if you insist, the consequences will naturally flow. Honorable Senators, you may now log back. You may now log back and vote on charge 1, which is gross violation of the Constitution or any other law. You may now proceed to vote on that particular charge. Clerk, do we have the honorable senators who had expressed their desire to vote online? There being no senator online for purposes of voting on account of charge 1, we can now proceed to verify the vote on account of charge 1. Honorable senators, will move to the second vote, which is on charge number 2, abuse of office. You may proceed to vote. Clerk, do we have any senator wishing to vote online? We don't have. Then proceed to verify the results on charge number 2. Now, honorable senators will take the third vote. That is on charge number 3, gross misconduct. Honorable senators, proceed to vote. Clerk, is there any senator who's expressed their desire to vote online? Proceed to verify the results. Honorable senators will now take the final vote, the fourth charge, crimes under national law. Clerk, is there a senator who's expressed the desire to vote online on this charge? Then proceed to verify the results. Order, honorable senators. Senator Cherangay, take your seat, please. Now, honorable senators, the result of the vote on the impeachment motion on Dr. Robert Monda, the Deputy Governor of Kisii County, is as follows. Charge number 1, gross violation of the Constitution and any other law. The ayes, 39. The nays, 3. Abstention, 1. So the ayes have it. Charge number 2, abuse of office. The ayes, 39. Nays, 3. Abstention, 1. Again, the ayes have it. Charge number 3, gross misconduct. The ayes, 35. Nays, 7. Abstention, 1. The ayes have it. Charge number 4, crimes under national law. The ayes are 32. Nays at 10, abstention at 1. So ayes have it. Now, honorable senators, Section 33(7) of the County Governments Act provide as follows. If a majority of all the members of the Senate vote to uphold an impeachment charge, the Deputy Governor shall cease to hold office. Honorable senators, the result of the divisions indicate that the Senate has upheld the following impeachment charges. Charge number 1, gross violation of the Constitution and any other law. Charge number 2, abuse of office. Charge number 3, gross misconduct. And charge number 4, crimes under national law. Now, honorable senators, pursuant to Article 181 of the Constitution, Section 33(7) of the County Governments Act, and the Standing Order 86 of the Senate Standing Orders, the Senate has resolved to remove from office by impeachment Honorable Dr. Robert Monda, the Deputy Governor of Kisii County, and the Deputy Governor therefore ceases to hold office forthwith. I thank you. You may, Sergeant at Arms, you may now proceed to withdraw the bar and open the doors. And honorable senators, kindly be upstanding. Honorable senators, it is now midnight. And having concluded business listed in the order paper of the day, the Senate therefore stands adjourned until Tuesday, the 19th of March 2024 at 2:30 p.m. I thank you, honorable senators.
That marks the end of the impeachment hearing by the Senate against the impeachment of Kisii Deputy Governor Dr. Robert Monda, where the Senate has upheld the impeachment of the Kisii Deputy Governor. All the 4 grounds for impeachment have been substantiated. And now what that means is that the office of the Deputy Governor in Kisii County is vacant. What happens after this particular impeachment that has been upheld by the Senate? The governor for Kisii County will nominate a deputy within the next 14 days, and the members of the County Assembly will then vote on whether to approve or reject the nomination of the nominee within the next 60 days. That is what has transpired for the better part of Wednesday and Thursday. The Senate has, so to speak, upheld the impeachment charges leveled against embattled Kisii Deputy Governor Dr. Robert Monda. We say thank you very much for watching, and on behalf of the technical crew as well as the directors that made this production possible, we say thank you so much and keep watching Senate TV.